Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. 'Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'ma ball till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. And my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. 'Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop it. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. 'Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. 'Cause this is my moment. My moment. 'Cause this is my moment.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thriller slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. count of three. I'm ready, 'cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me, run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go, 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 go. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on a countdown, down. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Let's start a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on a countdown, down. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Let's start a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Four, three, two, one.
Ayaga ya ya, ayaga ya ya, ayaga ya ya. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey, let's get it. Let's go. Action. I'm talking pure satisfaction. We give you pure satisfaction. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Hey yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show, here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold, truth be told. We coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. notorious, we notorious. They care, war with us. Why? Corrida, warriors. We the warriors, we the warriors. We notorious, we notorious. They can war with us, them the warriors. They can war with us, we the warriors.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a ball till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. And my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I never get the trophy. Show me my opponent, top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. This is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and welcome to the WCS Southeast Asia, Malaysia and Singapore, as we're in for Week 2, Day 3. My name is Contra, and this is DA, joining with me here for our upcoming series, as we're going to start off the day here with some great blast of a match. And, well, we've got Watermelon coming up to face off against Phantom6. Both teams are currently tied at third place, and same goes to Upcar Esports as well, which will then face Sem9.
Yeah, and I think Sem9 has just solidified their position as the number one team in WCS MYSG yesterday by beating LFO, even though they dropped the game. But yeah, they're up there. They're the first team, and they're the team to definitely beat. So we have Watermelon P6 as well as Upcar Esports, fighting among each other to, maybe grab that third placing.
That's right, and the league is far from over. This is only the group stages. There's bound to be more patches to come, so I still think that there are chances where other teams could find their chance to challenge Sem9, but now they're looking undefeatable. But of course, for those of you guys who have been bantering around who's the best team out there, you can submit your comments or posts using hashtag WCSMYSG for a chance to be featured live. So, of course, post in the memes if you want. And I've been checking out some of all these Facebook groups, and they're basically posting a whole lot of memes. And, what I really felt for was what a meme that was on Coffee, where he didn't manage to get his hands on that vein for many times of the match, while other teams, they get to play the vein. So it's so unfair for him. But guess what? Of course, if you want the latest news, go ahead and follow us on Facebook, as you've seen that flash by your screen. And we're about to, of course, kickstart our run for our Sunday matches.
I was about to bring up the point about the meme where Coffee couldn't really play his Vayne, and you brought it up so far. So I was like, yeah, man. All the teams, they get to play Vayne, they won with Vayne, but whenever team faces Upcar Esports, they see Coffee on the opposite of the opposite team, they just immediately bans away the Vayne. So put that aside, that will be our second match of the day, which is between Upcar Esports and Sem9. Before that, we do have Watermelon versus Phantom6. Both these teams are pretty much, about the same power level, I would say. What are the thoughts going into this match, Contra?
Well, of course, both may have looked pretty similar in multiple fronts, but then again, when we look at individual matchups, I would say Team Watermelon, they've already come in with the mindset that, hey, we're going to play for fun, and we'll just take one game at a time. And look at how far they've come. And they told us they don't even scrim, they don't even practice, and they are putting such a great result. So let's, of course, have a look at the teams that will be facing off each other in this first set of the series.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
And of course, that was the breakdown of the road to Icon. So of course, the journey starts from here, where we've seen so many teams contend to be the very best. But here in MYSG, there can only be one representative that will hit into the C bout. So, of course, this is still the halfway mark of what's to come in the group stages. So there's still many of opportunities for upsets as well as great turn of events to happen. So with that in mind, of course, going back into our first set of series for today, Watermelon will be facing off against Phantom6. Yesterday, both sides have taken great wins off of their own series, and now somebody's got to take an L, and I really can't decide who's going to be able to walk away with a grand victory. So I really want to hear your thoughts on this sort of matchup, because this has been pretty much an even case where both were great at macro plays, and when it comes down to individual plays, I would still say that Vendetta is the standout superstar for Team Watermelon, as it's evidently displayed from yesterday's run, where they even had the Yumi top lane running just to get himself up to speed on that Fiora, and he managed to basically blaze a trail on game 1. Game 2 remains to be the same as well. So is this going to be the same formula that they're going to be using against Phantom6?
Well, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? I mean, if you've been winning games with that matchup and with that strategy, just go with it. But I would like to point out that Phantom6, their jungle Nyx, even though Roseward from the support, actually played quite well in the jungle as well, especially yesterday's games, like you point out. His Camille, I believe, was out of this world. He was able to play the two sides of the Camille, you know, have the team fight potential. Even when the team needs him to be the split pusher, he could pull out the split push Camille as well. And I gotta say, Phantom6, they might have a little more better macro plays, but let's put that aside and we will take a look at the schedules today. We are having 4 matches, so let's take a look at this. First match, Watermelon versus Phantom6, and then we have Sem9 versus Upcar Esports, and then we have PathSeekers versus the Dinosaurs LFO, and finally we also have the last match of the day, RTP versus TODAK.
That's right, and of course we focus our eyes on the first half of the set, as we will also eventually have the undefeated team Sem9 going up against Upcar, and we're having basically 3 teams, Watermelon, Phantom6, as well as Upcar Esports, to basically break the tie at third spot. So only one of the teams get to retain that, and for Upcar to do it, they have to 2-0 Sem9, which is a hard thing to do. And of course, Watermelon versus P6, this is going to be a really close call. I'm thinking that this may go a total of 3 games to be played out between both teams. So with that in mind, of course, let's take a look at the current standings. As we've mentioned, Sem9 were undefeated. They go on a 5-0 streak. The only team to take 1 game off of them, but not the series, was LF Org, who basically come up with 4 wins and 1 loss, only to Sem9.
Yeah, and the loss yesterday against against LFO kinda was, you know, just all over the place. But Sem9, they came back so strong in the 3rd game. LFO take a game off of them, and Sem9 immediately crushes LFO in the 3rd game with 24 versus 2 kills in about 15-minute games. And this just shows you how good Sem9 is when they really decide to, you know, press the pedal all the way and just crushes their opponent. And even LFO, which was, you know, kind of the second number 2 in the league that we placed them, kind of get crushed so hard, and their macro plays, all of that are just on points. Even their individual mechanics and power levels are off the charts as well. And I believe that's a really good matchup that we should put our focus on. But Watermelon versus P6, I think we mentioned this again and again. These 2 teams have the almost similar level, but I would definitely favor P6 more in terms of the macro game. But Watermelon, they have really good individual prowess and team fight mechanics.
I would definitely commend them on the same front as well, where we have witnessed what they've displayed from yesterday. That sort of role swap that they brought for it was bold of a move, and not only that, I think that Nyx have adapted so well into the role that it also allows Iggy to play a little bit more aggressive on that support role. So my question is, we've only seen a couple of Camille played out inside the jungle. What else does Nyx have in the pool in his jungle pick? Because you really got to keep an eye out on picks such as Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, things that could possibly put up a little bit more of an aggro play. And speaking of which, those are the picks that Watermelon is looking for. And speaking of Watermelon, let's check this video out.
And there we have Watermelon. This is their lineup for today. It is Jinkai, Vendetta, El Major, Scarlet Petal, as well as Smurf. Nothing has changed from this lineup since day one, except for a little bit of a sub coming in for Scarlet Petal. But aside from that game against M9, all of these players have been playing all their games. And when we look at Watermelon, right, Vendetta, he pulls out a lot of weird picks in the jungle. He even plays the Master Yi, which a lot of people differs to from playing. But I gotta say, Scarlet Petal and Smurf, these two dual lanes for Watermelon, are kind of the more stable dual lanes in the entire league right now. What do you think, Contra?
I would say the same. Smurf definitely is a superstar support, as he's been able to basically play anything and still get away with some huge, massive win, except for the game that they mentioned they played, the Nasus. Of course, they were basically having a little bit of fun, trolling around, quote-unquote, from the man himself. So today, against Phantom6, I wonder what kind of curveballs will they basically throw back at Phantom6, where if all else fails, you still have Jinkai that's going to be that backbone of the team, where whenever you need him, he's always going to be there, making sure that they get some advantages off the fights that they pick. So when it comes down to all these sort of picks, well, you could definitely keep an eye out whether if they're going to go for that Rakan. And you really will got to consider, should you ban out that Kha'Zix against Watermelon, because they look so lethal. But then again, Vendetta, he could basically play anything in the jungle like you said. So let's see how will Phantom6 fare as we check their video out.
Have it, Phantom6 for today. It will be this roster: Yoshi, Nyx in the jungle, Haki, Momo, and Agi in the support role. Nothing has changed so far. They have found victory on this roster, so they will be keeping on to this roster. Yoshi, however, is someone that I would like to point out in the Baron lane. We have a lot of power rankings in the Baron lane, but Yoshi in Phantom6, he's kind of playing for his team right there. And for Momo and Agi, I would really love to see this dual lane go against Scarlet Petal as well as Smurf. And like you mentioned, I think these two teams, they have a lot of champion pools that overlap each other, especially Agi as well as Smurf in the support role.
Yeah, and they also do know how to swap roles to adapt around their opposing team as well. Yesterday, we saw, the pick of the Baron, which we thought would end up over on the Baron lane, was moved over to mid, and Haki still played it to his best potential. And Yoshi, whenever you give him that set, he's basically going to be diving the turrets from the back and then bring people into his team just by using the showstopper. But of course, let's go head to head as we compare the stats from both Vendetta as well as Nyx. Now, as you can see, their kill participation is at an equivalent level. It's only about 2% of the difference. When it comes down to KDA, of course, Vendetta is the main man, the guy that gets funneled all the resources by his own teammates. So he is that player to look out for. But for Nyx, of course, transitioning to this new role, I really do wonder, is he gonna have that same impact as compared to Vendetta? Instead, Nyx likes to play around his teammates just to get them all up ahead, and all you gotta do is basically funnel everything else back towards his AD, which he uses support for, which is Momo.
Okay. So what you're saying right now is that the Phantom6 ADC has two supports playing for him right now, right? We have Nyx, and then we have Iggy as well. So, it's really good that they play for the dual lane and for the dragon lane to make sure that their AD carry is ahead. But when this type of strategies comes in, right, I think Watermelon as a team, they can identify that. So I would love to see Vendetta go and play around the dragon lane as well, and make sure that the dragon lanes from P6 don't really extend too far in terms of goal lead as well as those kills.
That's right, and of course that will depend on how the course of the battle runs. But if we take a look at the current way that both teams really would like to, of course, adapt to the situation, is really down to the sort of draft that they bring to the table, and both definitely have great ideas to bring into play. But before we get into the draft, let's also talk about predictions here, because I feel like this is going to go all the way 3 games, but somehow all 4 of us over on the caster's desk is predicting it's going to be a Watermelon day. So I want to start with you, the egg. So why Watermelon?
I know P6 is good, but Watermelon as a team plays better around their own teams. They know their win conditions, and a lot of times when they lose on one side of the map, they trade on the other side of the map. It's not like, a lot of teams, some teams, they just, if they lose on one side, they just go and try and salvage that situation. But Watermelon, they're not like that. And Watermelon also, they have Vendetta playing those carry junglers that can definitely bring victory for his team. So yeah, I think Watermelon might have a slight edge against Phantom6 here.
I feel like it's a 60-40 when it comes down to this specific matchup, where we've seen that Team Watermelon, they definitely play a little bit more aggressively as compared to Phantom6, especially in that early game, just to look for those leads. And most often than not, when they do get that level advantage, when they do get those upper hand when it comes down to pickoffs, that's where they start to snowball, and they basically don't have any breaks to pull when it comes down to those sort of situations. And even when they were having a certain deficit, they won't find themselves a certain leeway just to get back into that space. But if you look at the current performance for Phantom6, I gotta say that they've been looking hella fine, and when it comes down to macro plays, that's where they shine brightest. Yesterday was a display of a masterclass where how you could possibly pull up a split push using only your jungler down the bottom lane, and you still have like 4 other members over on the Baron sneaking it in just to ensure that they get that objective and basically crush that game 1. Game 2, they did just about the same. Basically, I'll rotate their opponent, solely form that chokehold. So you gotta say that Phantom6 looked to be a little bit more of a late game type of team, whereas Watermelon, if they do have a good solid 10 minutes of play, I would say that they could easily close off games convincingly.
Yeah, Watermelons is one of the teams that, they try to snowball their lead early on. They are a team that play around the early game, more towards the late. And if they get the snowball rolling, they start to, take all of the resources that are on the maps against their opponent and, just push them dry. And if Phantom6 plays like yesterday and they can, identify where the objectives are, they can out-rotate their opponents, and Watermelon might be, up on the chopping board from this Phantom6 to, just cut out the Watermelon and probably eat them alive.
Well, some strong words right there, Egg. So, of course, we'll see what happens then. Well, I know Watermelon's a little bit juicy, but I guess this is one Watermelon that is kind of tough to basically crack through the skin before you even get to the juicy part. So let's, of course, take a look at the matchups once again. I think that the Baron lane matchup definitely looks pretty exciting. Both sides definitely knows how to utilize Set to its full effect. Not only from the Baron lane, you've seen Watermelon basically flexing that pick into multiple roles. Now, you could possibly put it into the support role where Smurf could possibly play it, and you could possibly put it over a mid lane or even a jungle as well. So I think that this is definitely one pick that Phantom6 really have to be careful with, because though they did show that they can play a good set, especially when it was given to the hands of Yoshi, what if that was basically given over in terms of the priority picks heading to the picks and bans later on?
Set as a champion is still very strong in the current patch, and the way that Set is played depends on how the team wants to play around it. It can, like you mentioned, is so flexible. It can go into multiple roles except the ADC. No one still plays Set in the ADC, but who knows? One of these teams might just pull off a Set ADC and put a support around him, maybe like a Senna or maybe a Morgana, so they have like double carries. But who knows? We're just on papers here. But aside from the Set, a lot of the Baron lane picks are still up and flexible all around. Maybe the Fiora or even the Darius as well. All these Baron lane picks, they kind of can revolve around the draft as to how the team wants to play it. Like if they see a Zed, they might pick the Darius or the Jace or even the Garen going into the mid lane just to negate those damages that the Zed can throw off. And it's just so flexible currently on Wild Rift, and this is the fun of the game, right?
Indeed. And when we take a look at all these sort of flex picks, who, of course, will keep an eye out on what Vendetta plays in the jungle, because oftentimes you think that pick's going to go to the Baron lane. He says, nope, I'm going to pull it into the jungle. So yesterday, of course, Fiora jungle was brought forward by Evil's Esports back in the Summer Super Cup days, and it was then the hot favorite pick for everybody else. But of course, as patches go by, when it comes down to the jungle camp clears and many of all these damage changes, Fiora jungle doesn't seem to have as fast of a clear as compared to certain other junglers out there. But yesterday, Team Watermelon showed that they could possibly fix some of all these weaknesses of that Fiora in that early game and basically turn it into a snowballing monster of a Fiora, where in every single fight, the Fiora as well as the Yuumi was all over the map. So I think if there's going to be another pick or ban that Phantom6 would need to consider, is on that Yuumi. So with that being said, let's, of course, not theorycraft anymore. We'll just go right into it.
Yeah, right, straight off the bat. The bans coming in from Watermelon will be the Vayne, and like you mentioned, Phantom6 immediately bans away the Fiora here. Doesn't want to see the duelist up in even the Baron lane or even the jungle. And surprisingly though, Watermelon, they decide to ban away the Olaf here. Thoughts about that?
Well, Olaf definitely is a pick where you really have to be wary of, especially if the Yuumi is being let into play. But then again, even the Yuumi is gotten banned off. When you want to play Olaf, usually you will build into something of a death ball composition where it's really hard to stop Olaf, especially when he does have that Ragnarok. A lot of marksmen have been taken off the list, as we see Vayne as well as the Kai'Sa being removed from play. No Set this time around. Jinkai has got to look for options, and Gragas seems to be the best way to open up the series.
Yeah, Gragas is another champion that can flex, around all the lanes. He can go Baron, can go mid, he can even go support right here. But looks like P6, they will respond with a strong pick of a champion himself. It is Galio here, and they might look to, lock a ADC here with him. But looks to me like they are not playing a marksman here. They decide to lock in the Morgana here for a little bit of a freedom in the Dragon lane, where Galio can look to roam all around the map.
Yeah, and this is basically telling you that I'm double flexing. I'm not really gonna tell you the telltale signs of where exactly I'm gonna go, because Hockey has played both the Morgana as well as the Galio from that previous match. But we do have that Jax now in the hands of possibly Vendetta. So the idea remains to be the same. If it is going to be Vendetta inside the jungle with the Jax, basically you want all that gold to be funneled in. But now without the Yuumi, it may not be as easy as it seemed. Well, oh well. We do have that Zed now being picked up. Hockey, very likely to play off the Assassin. But then again, that also goes to tell that this is going to be a bottom lane duo of Galio as well as Morgana, if that's going to be the case. At a certain point of time, you've also seen Zed to be played out over on the Baron lane. And if it's in the jungle, then yeah, might as well I'll be off the table. No more predictions for me. But first, looking at the second phase of the picks and bans, we have Garen to be taken out as well. So what other Baron lane pick could be good for P6 right here? Because we got Gragas that may go to the Baron lane, or it could also be put up in the mid lane, or even the support. So it's still pretty hard for Phantom6 to navigate their way here as they further dwindle down the list of supports left on the table.
That's the power of the blue side here. You can open up the draft with a flex pick and leave your opponent, scratching their heads off to what you're trying to pick here. But looks like P6, they will ban away the Garen as well as the Lulu in the second phase. And looks like Nyx's Camille will be banned away. So it looks like they are pinching onto Nyx's, jungle champion pool here. So really excited to see what Nyx pulls off right here. What else jungle is open right here? Let me think. Maybe the Rengar?
Rengar is going to be decent. Lee Sin is also left available. I think that they're forcing them to go on this Lee Sin. Now, Dara is being opened up. I think this is possibly the best possible pick that could go in the hands of Yoshi, especially if it's going up against either the Jax or even the Gragas. So with that in mind, there's only one pick left for Phantom6, but we'll get to that later on. Scarlet Petal's turn to pick. Now, what it tells you from Watermelon's side is that they're going to have a smooth cruise in that early game, and they will have some room for scaling. That Jace could still go over mid lane. That has been seen from El Major a couple of times before. So Smurf has got quite a lot of opportunities here. If he wants to go for things like the Nami, it's still going to be decent. Maybe not the best pick, but Smurf, we've seen him on the trash before, and I'm excited for this pick itself. Watermelon, they just really want to ensure that when it comes down to fights, you drop that explosive cast and then start it off with all these pokes coming out of the culling, as well as the shock blast of the Jace, then follow up by the Jax to clean everybody up with the counter strike. But here it goes. Final pick, and it's going to be on that Riven. Now, the question here is, who's going where? Okay.
They're trying to test us here. They're
very likely
test
Riven
us here.
jungle.
I mean, the Riven jungle is playable, but overall as a team composition, I think Watermelon drafts is way better than Phantom6 in terms that they have a more how do you say that, a more conclusive damage profile here. And as for Phantom6, the way they drafted for is they want to play around the Riven or even the Zed, possible split pushings right here, but I don't think it's gonna really go their way, because when the support pick from Watermelon came in, it was the Trash, and Trash alongside Lucian is just gonna punish the bot lane here. I mean, Galio as well as Morgana, they're not gonna have a good time against these two down there, especially in the level ones when you have the Light Slinger, double shot, as well as the Flay. And we have seen Smurf played a insane Trash. So I gotta say, level ones and the early games, it's definitely gonna be eyes on the Dragon lane here.
Indeed, and when you look at ease of execution, I would say Watermelon has got that down in the back, where you press a couple of buttons versus the chain combos that you have to pull off on the Zed or even the Riven. So early game, definitely it's gonna be decent for P6 to say the very least. But when it comes down to team fights, it's gonna be hard for them to single out any target at all. Plus, who's exactly the designated tank? Sure, Darius could still do a lot of damage while building a little bit of a semi-tank build, but then again, if any members from Team Watermelon gets ahead, it's gonna be really hard for Yoshi to soak all the damage up, so they really have to rely on Iggy's potential in many of all these team fights. But with that Gragas, I think that it's really easy for them to beat this position. So pickoffs, team fights, Phantom6 really has to decide. Watermelon here looking pretty solid. I love the ideas, and now as we start our journey here in this best of 3, I guess that Watermelon's basically sticking to the usual, not really going for any sort of radical ideas like Nasus down on the support role. So I guess that's still gonna be fun to see down the road, but Watermelon knows that this is serious business. They want to ensure that they finish up strong, and this is the best chance to secure that top 3 spot over in the group stage. And this is Team Watermelon versus Phantom6 here on a Sunday run of the WCS MYSG. As we kick off on the first game, you can follow us on Wild Esports MYSG on Facebook. And of course, that's where we keep you updated with all the good stuff happening across the region. A little bit of poke happening over the top side here. This might just be costly.
Well, Jinkai, he has to flash away, so that's one battle spell down. And if Watermelon, they don't keep track of this, Phantom6, they might just continue on to pressure on Jinkai on the top lane here.
That's right. And of course, with a little bit of the tussle, it doesn't really hurt them too much. But then again, a flash being blown so early onto Jinkai, he could easily be punished from here onwards. So Nyx could further double down on his pursuit.
Yeah, but if you look at the match, you know, the matchup isolatedly, Jinkai and Yoshi's matchup would definitely, you know, favor Jinkai a little bit more, as the Jace is, you know, at the end of the day, a range versus a melee champ. Depends on which mode you want to play Jace on. So Jinkai, he should be able to have a little bit more of a prio in the Baron lane, and as we said that, he immediately clears up the waves, goes back and takes a serrated dirt for himself. Well, Watermelon looks like they have priority in all the lanes so far. They will push in right here and help Vendetta on the scuttle clear here. So Vendetta looks to, you know, try and speed up his farms here. Make sure he gets a level 5 as soon as he can. Okay, we have a cross jungle play here, and Nyx, he's gonna clear up the blue while Vendetta takes his blue from the other side of the camp as well. So nothing much so far. I would like to see Vendetta, you know, clear up this side of the jungle and immediately heads down towards the bot side to clear up the you know, Momo as well as Iggy. But Watermelon, they clear up all the waves, and Phantom6, they know that this is going on. They know that Vendetta is nearby, so they clear up the waves and they back away.
Man, just take a look at how deep Nyx is going into the jungle, and I'm not too sure if he's going to be punished for it, but the Jax is going to walk into the jungle and just find a couple of all these sites being cleared, but now Nyx gets spotted out, and oh my, he could have canceled off the recall, but didn't react it just on that split second. But there's an opportunity over mid as he's looking for a gank.
Well, Deathmark has been used. He's gonna jump onto Haki, so that's one ultimate down, and a flash I assume was used from Haki. Yep, definitely flashed use. So, you know, Vendetta can look to do that again.
Well, I guess that Hockey could always rely on his shadows whenever it's off cooldown. But Yoshi now gets jumped on, and there's more members of Watermelon coming in.
Oh, Smurf, he's gonna use the Flame Flash, has been used by Yoshi, and the Death Sentence coming in from Smurf is so on point. And First Blood will be given over to Watermelon.
Great reaction, but Yoshi might have actually, well, not burn anything at all. Here's another fight.
Well, the box has been used. Nix, he's gonna have to flash away. Jinkai as well, and Phantom6, they trade 1-for-1 up here. The immediate rotation coming in from Phantom6 was more than enough to answer back a kill onto Vendetta.
Yeah, and back to my point, which, of course, I've kind of fumbled a little bit. Yoshi, he's kind of done for, it was 3 versus 1 after all. He didn't have to burn both the flash as well as the barrier, because he's definitely not going to survive. Now, 2 objectives are left on the table, and that fight over on the top side definitely looked a little bit scuffed. Oh, what's Iggy doing there?
Well, break an egg is what it is. So it's like Humpty Dumpty, right? Break, and we'll never put him back together again for another 5 seconds as he heads to the respawn point. But Watermelon, they have complete control of this Shirley Pit here, and they will claim the Rift Herald right here. So P6, they're not able to exchange any objectives right here. Watermelon immediately hits towards the Infernal Dragon here.
That's quite a clean take coming in from Watermelon, and you know, you talk about crack eggs and Eggy being there. Is that also the reason why your IGN is the egg? Because when you're in game, you're so broken?
No, I get broken.
You get broken. That's not good news. Time for an IGN change.
Well, it depends. Here comes the cast. It's gonna throw Nix away, but it doesn't matter. Oh, the apprehend lands. Here comes the hero's entrance. Vendetta, he is still up and alive, and looks like Watermelon, they trade 2-for-1. Vendetta dies towards that ignite, but Watermelon, at the end of the day, they lose the dragon. And I would say this is a good trade for Phantom6.
I would say it's decent. They got themselves that break, which is definitely essential for them to hit into the late game. But then again, you look at that late game potential. Where is the DPS coming out from? It's only going to be Yoshi as well as Nix. And okay, it does help that you do have a Zed on your side. But as for now, if we look into the itemization and the gold distribution, I would still say that it's barely denting any members of Watermelon by just picking up Vendetta. They lose 2 members on that skirmish. It could have been a little bit cleaner, I would say, for Phantom6. But I guess if they were given a little bit more leeway, it's going to be going good. 1v1 up top.
Oh, Yoshi immediately backs away here. He doesn't have the items. He's gonna back and probably buy after this, but no, he decides, so yeah, there he goes. He's gonna recall. Oh no, he cancels it. Now Phantom6, they look to attack this bottom lane with only El Major holding here.
I'm not too sure how long he could hold though. And none of the members of Watermelon is giving him any sort of assistance. He's just trying to buy a little bit more time while the rest of them go for the exchange up top. So he's just loitering around, getting in some EXP, and hopefully not get taken down by any members of P6. While they continue on their pursuit, there's just not going to be any sort of resistance coming in from Phantom6 as they go in for another rotation up mid. So it's time for Phantom6 to basically respond, or else they basically lose one objective after another.
Well, Watermelon play that out really good, and they put, you know, El Major there to just stop and make sure that P6 invests more people into demolishing the tower, and he played it out well because he did not overextend. He knew his potential, he knew his limits. He just tries to kill off as many minions as he can. While doing that, he did not die. And Watermelon, this is the macro plays that we talked about. You know, they just take one turret, they immediately rotates down, throws down Shelly on the bot side and gets a turret for themselves. But P6, they're gonna respond with a tower of themselves as well.
The river though, something's happening down there, and oh my goodness, Morgana's already out.
Well, flash for flash here. Vendetta tries to get to Eggy. That sentence not gonna land. Watermelon, they get one kill, they back away, they even though they lost that tier 1 top turret, it doesn't matter because they have more control over the map, and it looks like they will take this tier 1 mid as well.
Yeah, and it's gonna get rougher for P6. They just lost all the tier 1s, and they still have another challenge up here on the Herald, which you can clearly see its vision control well established all across. So Watermelon, they could choose to delay and look for those picks. Unfortunately, that death sentence did not connect onto any members at all, but they could definitely try it again. Now, let's see whether or not can they bait out the rest of Phantom6 while they have Jinkai going on a split push. That will be met with a little bit more of a resistance, but what is Eggy doing? Burning off his ult? Well, that's not the way to start it off.
That's definitely not the ticket into, you know, the pit here. Nyx getting caught out. The box has been used. That Deathmark gets one for himself, but Nyx is popping up on the backline. Yoshi is still up and alive. Scarlet Petal uses that Light Slinger to try and deter any more engages coming in from Phantom6. At the end of the day, 2 for 2 traded by Watermelon. They got that Rift Herald.
And now they're also popping in immediately over a mid lane, and then they'll siege that Drake later on. That's quite some quick work coming in from Watermelon, and it looks like clockwork, something that they've done time and time again. So they're just gonna go for some quick reset, but P6, they're gonna hold on to this Drake entry point. But they do get spotted out though. Maybe just securing that scuttle will give them a little bit more of, you know, some vision to work around with. And I'm not certain if they were to really trickle down the health bars of the Drake, because the rest of Watermelon, they're in the way.
Apprehend lands on the 2. The taunt's not gonna land, but the death sentence does. Nyx getting chunked out right here. Here comes the cast. The wrong way it goes, but doesn't matter because Phantom6, they're backing off. Watermelon done their work. They push the whole team of P6 away from this Dragon Pig, but all of the ultimates, most of them has been used. Only Scarlet Petal has his up and available. But Watermelon, with that play, they have control over the mid lane, and they will look to secure the Dragon.
Well, they've definitely done enough damage to put Phantom6 behind. There's no way that they could possibly win that fight after all those pokes were given out. And whether or not if that explosive cast pulled them all the way back, I think that it's already good enough for Watermelon. And if it lands the other way, sure, they may pick up 1 or 2 kills. But just having this steady pace that's working out for Watermelon so far, it's basically them just solidifying their chokehold on every front of these lanes. So with, of course, the Omni-Vam going over on to Vendetta, it's gonna make things so much harder, especially when he builds the Death Dance as well as the Sterox Gauge later on.
Well, he just picked up his Triforce, so he's gonna hit pretty hard with that lamppost here. So no objectives up so far. Both teams, they're just going back to the stalemate here. As we look at the goal lead right here, it is about 7,000 in the favor of Watermelon. Looks like they are readying for a pickup here.
Oh, they do have the Twin Shadows. They do land the Dark Finding, and they are initiating onto them.
Oh, Smurf, he's getting poked out. He's going down. Scarlet Petal, he's on the wrong side of the map. Yoshi, he splits the fight into 2, and Vendetta, he's getting poked out. Chunk down, goes down. P6, they catch Smurf, and they catch the whole Watermelon team right here. Breaks him apart and slice them for breakfast.
But then again, they're still giving a little bit of chase. Oh, perfect flash taunt though onto both members, but they still have enough distance to cover up. Unfortunately, even with those picks, P6, they're basically burning a lot of resources just to get a few members out there. But I guess it's good going for them as they try to stabilize themselves. Now they walk back to purchase a status enchantment so that they have a little bit more survivability. Now, on P6 side, it definitely looked great, especially when it comes down to that single-out target of Smurf. It forced him to flash away, and eventually they immediately pounce onto Vendetta, knowing that there's nobody else surrounding him, and Yoshi definitely did a splendid work, basically negating all that pressure away from his teammates.
Yeah, gotta commend Yoshi on that play. He immediately splits Watermelon into two sides of the map, and Vendetta, even though he has the Triforce, he has the Blade of the Ruin King, it's still not enough damage to take down 3. You're still not the late game Jax, which you can just go in, jump in, helicopter and bonk somebody in the head and they just die. It's not there yet. So P6, even though they get a few kills here and there, it doesn't really matter in my opinion, because there's no objectives in the map for them to take.
Indeed, and I guess it's still hard for Watermelon to call. They wanted to fall back to the same idea where you really want to get the Jax ahead, but after a little bit of a rough skirmish in many of all these team fights, now all the other members are definitely stepping up to plate. And look at P6, they're doing it again. They're sneaking this Baron, and nobody's there to basically sniff them out. Hockey's pretty low, though. All they need is a smite, and that should be good enough. Phantom6 just hiding in the shadows.
How do they keep doing this, man?
I just have no clue at all. What I would say, though, is that great vision control. They ensured that they clear all the necessary rewards around the pit, and when you least expect them to do so, that's where Phantom6 strikes from the shadow yet again. But with the dragon up online, they're not even paying mind to this dragon takedown. They're basically shoving the lanes instead. They say, you can have the dragon any day you want. I'm just gonna siege from top all the way down to bottom. But there's gonna be Eggy now, almost getting caught. That's Smurf missing out that death sentence.
Well, it is a good 1-3-1 here coming in from P6. They managed to push out and shove up all the lanes, and look at the Zed here. Haki doing work. Yoshi, he tries to do that dunk, but it's not enough. But Nyx comes in and cleans up duty. Scarlet Petal has to flash away. Phantom6, they are winning in all fronts. They get the Baron, they get the power play, they get the turret, and even... Oh, Haki might have overstepped here, but Vendetta, he might look to take down the kills. And looks like Watermelon, they managed to, at least stop the bleedings that P6 are poking them.
It's pretty insane just to pull out some bold moves once again. Phantom6 and their Baron power plays is something that you really have to keep watch on for every single matchup. Now, they may have actually lost a few members out there. Hockey will not have the buff, but then again, it doesn't really last all too long. They haven't yet to break open the tier 1 over mid lane, but first, with a little bit of help, that should be no issues at all. And that apprehend did not land on the Smurf. He'll walk away without too much hassle.
Well, if that apprehend would have landed, that's another death going in for Smurf here. So as we look at the Baron power play here, P6, they still not managed to close the gold gap. It's still about 5,000, but as compared to the previous 7,000, they managed to close it at 2,000. But it doesn't really matter, because out of the dragon stacks, right, the more important one are the Infernal and the Mountain, I would say, because it gives extra damage as well as the shielding here. And Watermelon, if they keep stacking onto this dragon, the last Elder Dragon might, come back and bite P6 later. Here comes the death sentence, and it's, well, there goes the Zed. Even though he's a Zed, it's not able to run too far away from Watermelon.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially when you're dealing with Vendetta right now. Jinkai, he's got the edge of Knight running, so he could easily negate any form of crowd control. 20 seconds till the next Baron. And I think that P6, they're going to suffer a little bit without the presence of Hockey. So Nyx now getting caught out. There's not much room for him to wiggle with, but he's going to get flayed back. And that is a perfectly timed stasis.
Oh, looks like they tried to disengage, but Vendetta with that stun comes in, and the heroic entrance to follow. Yoshi, he's still up and available. They all clump up. That's the amount of damage that Momo can put in, and the taunt is so pretty coming in from Eggy, but it's not enough to finish up the work. Momo, he got huge value with that Tormentor Shadows, but it's not enough to end. Watermelon.
quite a response coming in from P6, but that wasn't enough. Watermelon have gotten enough spacing in that past team fight where you saw Yoshi tries to buy a little bit more time, goes on to stasis, and you saw Iggy tries to pull it all the way back just to align that hero's entrance, but Watermelon responded with their own stasis as well. 3 of them popped at the same time, negating that big ultimate to drop upon their head, and with that sort of play, it was just basically millimeters away for 2 of their members to not only survive to tell the tale, but of course win that team fight. It's still a close call. Now you have that Elder Cloud Dragon that's going to be up for grabs. First dips by Phantom6, but the rest of the members are nowhere close by. So basically, they just have to draw a little bit of tension coming in from Team Watermelon so that they will be pulled right in. And look at what they're doing again. They're going back to the Baron.
Will they trade it though? If they trade this Elder for the Baron, their split pushing potential is still there. The Z can deal a lot of damage towards the turret, but I don't know, man. So far in War Rift, the Dragons aren't really, you know, prioritized so far.
Well, it depends on which team that you're going to be looking at. For Phantom6, they definitely do like to play around the Baron a whole lot more. Now, Watermelon, they don't seem to have any priority when it comes down to the vision control. So they're basically just relying on this Trash Lantern. And Iggy just tries to spot one out. El Major just waiting on the other quarter of the brush. While they do have a little bit of slight rotation coming in from the rest of Watermelon as they choose to shove up mid and forcing P6 to respond, to fall back, and it's gonna get harder from here. Now, with just a simple move, they take over the Elder Drake position.
Yeah, but the little wanderer there, you know, that little ward is there for P6 to know what is going on towards the dragon. Here comes a flash torn from Iggy, and looks like the steal will come in. What a play coming in, but it's not over yet. The stasis is keeping him alive, but Scarlet Panther finally goes down. Vendetta, he lost that smite fight, and now he's gonna lose his fight. He's gonna lose his life. What a play coming in from Haki.
Hockey, not only did they manage to get that steal, he also got a triple kill off of that fight. Now they move over to the Baron. I really want to break down that fight later on to really see what happens. That flash in coming in from Eggy to get those stun was that golden moment for Phantom6 to strike. And then the rest of P6 basically rushed in. Momo came in with that perfect soul shackle and then forcing them to flash away or else take the brunt of the damage. Now, results may say 12-12, but the team fights, the macro plays, definitely something that we've been waiting to witness. And between these 2 teams, of course, it's still hard to tell who's the clear winners here. Watermelon may have that lead, but it was Phantom6 that kept pulling all these tricks behind their sleeves on their back pocket, and they are still in the game, up and running. And now all that gold may not matter anymore because we're hitting 20 minutes of play. But next though, face check-in.
Oh, face checking and evaporating, that's what it is.
Just when we were complimenting on P6 a whole lot, I guess things do happen, but there's a push up mid. Here comes the taunt.
Oh, Iggy, he's getting locked up forever here, but manages to, you know, take a kill for himself with the ignite. We have battles in all fronts here, but your base, Watermelon, your base, it's going down. Oh my god, that's 2 inhibitor turrets down, and looks like P6, they're pushing for an end here.
Oh, it's going to be pretty tough for them to end this right here, right now. But they do have a little bit of chip damage onto the Nexus, dropping it to close to 50%. Now, Hockey's doing a phenomenal work just to distract all of them. And now they're hitting the Nexus already. They will close out the first game of the series. It's Phantom6 taking the lead.
Wow, that's really well played. Well, Wild Rift right here from Phantom6, they get all the objectives that matter. It doesn't matter if you stack up the dragons, man. I got the Baron, I got the Elder still, and you gotta give it to Eggy, man. That 4-man taunt was what won them the game right there. They got the Elder, they transitioned over to the Baron, they got the Baron, and all after that was to just stop those backs coming in from Watermelon. And Yoshi, he was doing work on the top side, on the mid lane as well, and you gotta give it to P6. That's really good understanding of the macro plays here.
2 Barons falling in the hands of Phantom6, and that final minute of a steal coming in from Hockey. I think that was some unbelievable plays coming out of Phantom6 that came up clutching the match. And not only that, it finished off with Hockey just buying so much time and getting all of them distracted, having nobody else to watch the base but that Gragas didn't really help the rest of Watermelon to get what they needed, just to stall time for the rest of the members to come back up. But of course, we're going to talk a whole lot more about this series. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back.
Here we go now. Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thriller slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes, Lord. I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middleman, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
Here we go now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, all viewers, to the second match between Watermelon and Phantom6. I am the Egg, this is Contra here with me, and we just finished off the first game between these two teams, and I gotta say, what a roller coaster ride.
Indeed it was. There was a lot of back and forth fights, but of course, very clean, decisive ones being taken by Watermelon in that early game skirmish. But later on, the side of P6 have basically left us baffled with not only that sneaky Baron play, they've got the second Baron as well, and then they went in for that steal on that Drake, which was something that we have not expected to see coming out of Phantom6 with their draft. And well, of course, now that they're up ahead, we really want to check out how would they fare later on. Now, Watermelon definitely is going to be bouncing back up from this deficit, so I think that this is probably shaking them a little bit. But of course, let's give the Egg a little bit of time before, of course, he comes back to join us. And before that, well, I'm feeling a little bit of a sneeze coming true, so if you don't mind me. I think that somebody's cussing me from the back. It's like, hey, guys, you should have voted for Team Phantom6 instead. So, well, we definitely have to see what happens from here. Once we wait for D8 to come back up online, you could possibly join me here, Contra, as we'll talk to you about that past matchup. So the drafts really look great for Watermelon as well as for Phantom6. And once we thought that they may have lacked in terms of DPS damage, not running a marksman onto that composition, it still worked out fine for them at the very end. Though they did get a couple of all these pokes coming from Lucian as well as the Chase, I think that by the late game, they've already gotten good enough of builds to eventually respond. But it's all down to that macro play that has really given that edge back in favor of Phantom6 at the end of the day. Of course, with that in mind, I really want to see what's going to be changing later as we go into the draft. When, of course, before we get into the draft, let's take a look at the post-game stats that we do have. Like Jinkai, we can see that he was playing an exceptional performance on Jace, where he basically had that full build and not even dropping a single death to the hands of Phantom6 at all. But the problem definitely was Haki, who's not only the guy to steal the Drake away, but he managed to outplay majority of their opponents when it comes down to all these sort of skirmish, and also brought enough attention when he goes in for those split push. Vendetta, this time around, as much as he put in the damage, he hasn't really landed those killing blows that he's been looking for. And you also have to compliment on Eggy on the ways that he start off fights with the perfect taunt onto majority of the members of Team Watermelon. And great to have you back, the Egg. I hope that you didn't miss out on much.
Yeah, I could hear you, but you know, my PC kind of, broke apart like an egg here. So no worries, I'm back. So yeah, like I was really amazed to see that the Watermelon Jays went 6-0-6 and still lost the game.
Well, I think end of the day, it's really down to how you play it out as a team. And it's not to say that there were major flaws on the way that Watermelon is attempting many of all these approaches, but it's more of those sort of team fights that could have been played out much cleaner than we hoped to, of course, see in that past matchup. So, Watermelon, do you think that there's going to be major changes on what they already have at hand? Because when it comes down to draft, I think it looks pretty straightforward that on paper, it should have worked out much better. But Vendetta kept on getting punished by Phantom6. Maybe they might need to look at a certain layer of defense all in the front lines where they do have the trash, but it's not always the case that you want that trash to start on those fights. So let's head over to Champ Select to see what we've got.
Well, I don't necessarily think that it was the draft that was the issue for Watermelon. It was kind of just the in-game execution. We could saw them had the lead, early in the game, early to mid, they had control. But it was starting from the mid to late that P6 starts to make those more decisive, the decisions. They go for the Baron immediately when they see Watermelon on the other side of the map, and then the steal that came in from the Elder Drake was what really changed that tide of the battles for Phantom6. But putting that game one aside, we are now starting fresh in game number 2, and as we see Watermelon on the blue and P6 will be starting on the red side. This time around, they ban away pretty much a similar bans here coming in. It will be the Olaf followed by the Vayne as well as the Fiora from Phantom6 banning away.
Pretty standard stuff that we are expecting coming out of Watermelon bans. Out there, Momo have shown that he could play a decent Vayne to hit into the battle. So without that Yuumi, you don't really have to worry too much about an overfed Jax or even the Fiora that's already being banned away. So if you really want to go further down the list, is Morgana worth the ban? Instead, Watermelon have identified the issue in the past few team fights. It was Iggy that was being so proactive, basically flashing forward, getting all that perfect taunt onto members of Watermelon that have basically disrupted their potential in the majority of all these fights. So with that in mind, maybe without that Gallo that's going to be in the Rift, they could go for that Jax pick once more without having to worry all too much.
It will still be the same first pick right here. It is the Flex Gragas that is picked up from Watermelon. What will P6 respond with? Will they respond it once again with the Jax, or maybe this time around the Camille is left open? So if they look to secure Nexus champion pool, they might look to lock in the Camille first before anything starts off. But it will be the Morgana that is being picked up. Will they pair it up with Aegis Rakando? It's pretty much does the same thing, about the same thing as a Galio would do.
Well, I don't think that you really want to reveal the Rakan so early into the draft, even if you like it or not. So they would opt for a pick that's leaning towards something a little bit more flexible. But then again, I guess you're right. After all, that Rakan will be showing up. I'll put the money where my mouth is.
Well, right here, so P6, they have already revealed what their Dragon Lane will be, but Watermelon, the immediate response with the picks of themselves, they will pick up the trash once again, the Flays, the Box, as well as the Death Sentence. All these kits in trash is able to disrupt, these engages coming in from the Rakan. So, right here, they will once again lock in the Lucian, so pretty strong dual lane right here, once again for Watermelon.
Yeah, nothing seems to have changed for Team Watermelon. They want to secure the bottom lane before anything else, before they have list of bans coming through on the second phase. So Kaisa paired along with Rakan will always be stable. Of course, the trash gets to dictate the early level 1 and level 2 until, of course, the Rakan gets to turn the tides around. But then again, Kaisa, as compared to Lucian, we may not have that high output of damage when she's so item dependent, and of course the cooldown of spells may not be as high. But when we go down the list of bans, we got Jace being banned away, and Rangar as well. Interesting enough, that still opens up the Kha'Zix on the table, so we'll have to see whether that comes true. While we have the Garen being opened up, and that definitely will be a comfort pick for Yoshi, or he could still go up in the mid lane if they were to basically brick wall a Gragas up mid.
Well, with the Garen pick right here, we won't be seeing any Zed, I assume, because the Garen is so good at, you know, soaking up all those damage that a Zed can pull out. So the last two picks coming in from Watermelon will be the Renekton as well as the Lee Sin here. So Vendetta, he is able to, you know, do some playmaking with the Lee Sin. You know, the inside kicks is something to watch out for, and we do have the Renekton to be the mid shield for the team, and the Gragas will most probably go mid as well. So really well-rounded team composition here, right, from Watermelon. But P6 this time around, they will play the Jax for themselves. So overall drafts are pretty much, you know, similar, but the execution wise will be a little bit more heavy on P6's side.
Well, I gotta say that the sort of changes that they brought to the table may either break the tempo of what P6 have already had in that past game. So having a Jax here looks to be ideal for them, but when you have the Lee Sin on the other side, if you get Dragon's Rage away when it comes down to those objective takedowns, there's basically no clear answer. It doesn't matter if you have to counter strike or not, and the only reliable source of an opening when it comes down to picking up a fight for Phantom6 is only down to the Rakan. So Iggy has a lot of pressure heading into this matchup as compared to that past game where you have Hockey doing a little bit more of a slick move where you could basically pull attention away at the very least. Now, they don't really have that sort of source of opening that we would like to see. So when it comes down to initiating, I would say that Team Watermelon definitely fancy their chances coming in for those reliable pickups. You can start off with Renekton, slicing, dicing, going up just to get that stun off, or better yet, you just basically combo it with the explosive cast to ensure that you single out one of these targets from Phantom6 and render them useless before those sort of team fight. So when it comes down to this match, I would still prefer what Watermelon has on the table, because when it comes down to execution, once again, it doesn't seem too smooth for Phantom6, but if they could possibly prove us wrong the past matchup, they could do it again.
Well, if they prove us wrong, all of the casters will be having a slap on the face right here, because I think all of us voted for Watermelon, and P6, they are here to show up, and they are here to, you know, live by their slogan, which they say, we will rise above all. So they shown us that they can do it in game 1. They might pull it off in game number 2 as well. And Aki on the Rakan, I gotta mention, man, that steals, that interrupts that he can provide, the charms that he lands, is gonna be so crucial going into these team fights.
It will be, and of course, as we dive right into the rift yet again, I want to hear your thoughts on the chat as we have Watermelon facing off against Phantom6. Are we going into game 3, the egg? We really have to find out from here onwards. So let's see what they bring to the table.
Well, once again, I think Watermelon, they will look to play for the early to mid game. Well, Phantom6, they can wait it out, they can skill it out. They do have the, you know, more scaling composition here with the Jax, the Garen, as well as Haki on the Morgana. So immediately, Watermelon, they have the early prio here in the Dragon lane. I'm not sure why they sent 2% just to clear up the waves and shove it in for Harky. This is a little bit odd.
Well, basically, you just want to give a little bit more of an extra EXP as well as resources back to your bottom laner. So that's going to give a little bit more edge to Bobo eventually, as you can see from that EXP bar. Yeah, you may miss 1 million or 2, but if you're basically sharing it, some sort of resources, it's not going to hurt Hockey too much, especially when you're going up against a Gragas, where if there's going to be any case of explosive cast, yeah, you got basically with Black Shield to just block that one away. but honestly, just like resources management doesn't really add up to too much. As you can evidently see from the goal, it's only about 100 of difference, but here comes Vendetta though, looking for a gank.
Oh, the Black Shield has been expanded, but the Flash as well to follow. Haki, that's one big spell down already, so Vendetta, he can look to play towards the mid lane even more the second time that it comes. Haki's not gonna have his Flash.
Yeah, and that's a really good start for Vendetta, at least knowing that this Morgana is going to be a little bit more vulnerable. That allows a little bit more room for Al Major if he wants to look for a gank. Speaking of gank though, Nyx now hiding behind that turret, looks for a dive.
Yeah, they're gonna shove in the wave, they're gonna dive and then ignite as well, as the spin will do the work. And first kill over to P6.
Wow, some clean dive right there. Not that he expects it on 2-minute mark, where El Major comes in to just soak in a little bit of EXP, nothing he can do towards Yoshi or even Nyx. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Nyx. He looks relatively comfortable, even with the transition from support, heading to the jungle, doing exactly what Ozora Vecchi has done in the past season, and heading into the new one. I think that's definitely looking to be quite the sort of trend coming from some of these pro players.
Well, this is definitely good for you know, the region itself. We have so versatile players. They can play multiple lanes and still excel in it. So that's really good growth for the region itself. But let's put that aside and talk about this bottom lane match. I mean, the Dragon lane matchup here. Scarlet Petal as well as Smurf, can they pull out a more significant lead towards this Kai'Sa? Because we know how Kai'Sa is so item dependent. She has to go multiple you know, components before she purchases a core component, so that's gonna be a power spike that is gonna come in really late into the game.
Exactly, and of course you really want to get those extra charge on those missiles that she's gonna be sending off. Eggy is waiting for a little bit of backing. Not much that Yoshi could possibly offer though, as he's just basically sneaking his way through. Maybe they're just buying a little bit more time. When Nyx is done with the camp, he will possibly pay a visit, but that's a good grand entrance just to scare Jinkai off. He did not burn the flash, thankfully, but with Who's here? Smurf's coming.
Well, the slice and dice is a really good escape mechanism.
True enough, and that's just about enough for them to easily get back into safety. But look what we have here. A really good way to start off our second game with the Infernal Drake up online. So will there be priority on either side? We'll have to wait to see if that's going to be the case. But Watermelon opts to start off to startle the Herald. But it's going to be Phantom6 that hops over the wall to take over the pit.
Well, this is gonna escalate pretty soon, you know. Vendetta is gonna look for the steals, but the quickness comes in and the grand entrance, the divine judgment takes one down. Jinkai on the other side of the map, he's on the wrong side, he goes down. Scarlet Petal, he's not able to do much. Dark Binding lands onto El Major, but it is Scarlet Petal who claims the kill. P6 might have gone too far here. Oh, what a kill coming in from the Gragas. He goes down in return, but at the end of the day, P6, they get the kills and they get the Herald.
My goodness, that was so sick! Nyx with that flash stun, that was something else, and oh my goodness, Vendetta have just arrived, but he's still gonna be able to pick up the kill. Haki was the one that gets punished. 1 HP left onto Eggy. Vendetta will try to chase for the kill, but I guess it's a little bit too far off. Watermelon tries to salvage the situation by heading over to the Drake. Vendetta's a little bit far off though, so that also leaves a little bit more room for P6 to respawn. But Dragon's dropping low. They try to catch onto the Lee Sin, and this is where it's at.
Well, the cast immediately throws the entire team backwards and leave Yoshi to die right there. What a play coming in from Watermelon. It was kind of clean, I would say, but not even Eggy has anything else to say about it. Oh, they're gonna disengage, and looks like the Infernal will go over to Watermelon.
Yeah, show's over. He didn't really have to dive deeper in the jungle, but I really do like the sort of responses that Warmelon's coming up with, especially after suffering that huge loss. 5 of their members all get deleted by that Herald, so at least just getting that Infernal would basically help them breeze through that late game if ever they reach through that point, which most likely will be the case, especially when you do have a lot of all these units that they've picked up that's going to be beefier as compared to Phantom6 members out there. So Jinkai now gets a little bit more room for a split push, and Iggy's coming in for a far flank, but he will be followed by Smurf that's coming in from the back of the brush.
Well, this is another rotation that we see coming in from P6. They're gonna pull in Momo as well to assist Yoshi on the side lane here. He stays in the brush. Not sure if Watermelon knows that he is there. And they're gonna shove in the wave and look to push this tier 1 bottom turret.
Oh, it's a 3 versus 4 though. They're gonna be looking for this fight.
And the quickness followed by the Divine Judgment, instant deletion of Jinkai right there. P6, they played out the bait so well right there. What can Jinkai do, man? He didn't even have the time to pop his ultimate.
And, you know, the bane of a Renekton's existence is always any spell that could possibly cause silence. I'm not telling you to go Soraka Baron lane, but the answer to that is always going to be a Garen. But oh, that solo kill was beautiful from Nyx.
Well, Nyx is he's starting to solidify his his role as a jungle. That he's here to play. He's here to show us that I can role swap and I can play well. He's going on a rampage here. Nobody's gonna, skill check him. Nobody's gonna stop him from split pushing. And this is gonna start to be an issue for Watermelon as well. We know how powerful a Jack split pushing is.
Indeed. And I guess it's not only the Jacks that they really have to worry of. Bobo has gotten so much of a lead. Now he's the richest player in the Rift right now. So Vendetta, he's got to start picking up the pace from here on. 23 seconds as we are looking at the pit where the Herald's going to be spawning up pretty soon. While there's going to be a little bit of segregation going on. Yoshi, he wants to decide whether or not will he defend the turret. Now he spots Vendetta stealing away the blue buff. That allows Phantom6 to get that perfect hit start onto the Herald. But there's still ample of time for them to respond. Giving over the turret, which is already brittle, is going to be a wise choice. So Phantom6, they get this one for free.
That's a really good play coming in from Phantom6. They got the information as to where Vendetta is, immediately sends Nyx to deal with the Rift Herald, and Shirley immediately goes down without any contest. And they're gonna look to shove in the wave, probably reset 10 seconds before the next dragon comes up.
That's right. A few seconds from now, I really want to see how Watermelon responds. And then with only 2 deep ports placed into the jungle, they don't really get to see much, especially when they're pathing towards the mid lane brush. But here comes that jump!
Flash and stuns comes in. The Divine Judgment will do the damage for Momo to clean him up. But the other side of the map, Haki is gonna have to deal with Vendetta. Look at the damage coming in from Nyx.
That's just basically one leap strike coming out of the Jags. 200 HP back on the turret, and it looks like Watermelon, they're scattered all over the place. This is not what we usually see from the team, but they're basically desperate to pull off those moves and just hoping to get as much resources as possible. But somebody's got to attend to that bottom lane shove as well. So Watermelon, they got to set those vision up because they understand that P6, any chance they could get the Baron, they won't do so. Now, that's going to be a-okay for Yoshi to deal with Jinkai, but the damage output looks to be pretty lethal as he's hopping on board. Yoshi, can he heal up? Oh, not enough with the fruits!
Well, that's the power of the Ignite right there. He was taken down. He was, you know what Ignite does? It stops him from healing up. So the fruit's not gonna matter. And Jinkai, he gets his revenge right after 11 minutes into the game. He finally gets his first kill.
Ooh.
But looks like the Lee Sin might not. Oh, he walks away though.
Yeah, I guess that was perfectly timed, and for his great assistance coming from El Major, but they did blow the explosive cast. Jinkai looking for leads, having that split push working in his favor, while the rest of Phantom6 is working towards the mid lane. Haven't been able to crack it open just yet, but if they do, that's gonna be great. Here comes the pickoff.
Oh, Eggy, he's able to battle dance away. The Ignite, I believe, has been used from Smurf. So that's one battle spell down. Watermelon, they look to push and shove in, try to get the tier 1 mid turret. But P6, they have decent amount of wave clear, so it's not gonna be an issue anytime soon.
Yeah, as you take a look at the goal graph, well, technically there's no graph. They're basically even now. Watermelon, though they have lost some of all these team fights, they are taking one after another. But Phantom6, they got this pick well for them, so they could just basically rinse and repeat the same sort of process and not really have to worry too much. Watermelon, they know that if the structure goes down, they will lose so much of that advantage that they've got across the map, and makes it so much harder for them to go for a split push. But take a look at Vendetta. He's hoping for a dive, but there is one happening down bot as they take down the structure.
Oh, the kick comes in onto Haki, misses Momo, but it doesn't matter because they are not able to follow up. That's 2 ultimates down already from Watermelon. And look at Yoshi, he's just tanking the turrets with no issue. The battle dance and the quickness follows up onto Smurfs. 2 goes down, the dual lane of Watermelon disappears into smithereen. And P6 looks like they will look to start on this Baron.
3 versus 5. It's going to be pretty tough for Watermelon to do it, but they are convoying their way, beelining into the pit, but there's so little time left. Can they do it, though? Can they steal away from Phantom6? No, they will not. And Phantom6, they hop on board, looking for Vendetta.
Well, Vendetta, he's Lee Sin. We'll see if he makes the great escape. Goes into Stasis and Chance. And a 5-man piling on and give the man some space. You're bullying him, man. God, that's just so sad.
You know, it felt like a bunch of paparazzis just surrounded Vendetta. Hey, guys, I need some space. Please don't. And basically, he just got swarmed by all these phantoms. But you know, that's one Baron off of the list. Phantom6, they gotta make good use out of this, though. And with the Drake coming up next, that also signifies that the final Drake will be an Elder Ocean Drake, which will definitely help them a whole lot, especially if it lands over the hands of Nyx, making him a whole lot more unkillable. I'm not projecting into anything at all. There's still chances for Watermelon to pull off a good defense as they are forcing Phantom6 to retreat.
Contra, do you think that ninjas eat fruits?
I think they do.
Because looks to me like Phantom6, they're slicing and dicing onto Watermelon here. But hold that thought, here comes the battle dance. Once again, the quickness lands onto Vendetta, and he's not able to do any more damage as he has to run away. And looks like, yeah, Phantom6 definitely are starting to crack open his Watermelon base.
Yeah, and all they have to do is just to basically go on this 1-3-1 split and wait for those opening there. Smurf getting the play on, but they aren't doing enough damage. That's one structure blown up. No inhibitors up top. Mid lane is where they can brute force their way. So Watermelon needs to find a do or die situation right here, right now.
Okay, as the Dark Binding lands onto Jinkai, they will back away. It looks like Phantom6, they know how to, you know, press on their brakes. They don't want to flip it. They get all the inhibitor turrets, they back away, the Baron expires, and they will take this Drake for themselves.
Well, I've never really seen Phantom6 basically playing such a good macro control game against a team so formidable. Watermelon starting to lose all that sort of establishment that they've built onto. And well, now with the barrier base open wide, it's gonna be hard for them to defend. Even though they do have decent resources on the table, it's really hard to stop them. And speaking of which,
Jinkai getting charmed up right here. Momo, he's gonna throw up so much damage, and the killer instinct is so well played there. And unstoppable will be the AD carry from Phantom6. Yo, this might be a little bit of an overextension, but the kick comes in onto Eggy. Momo is still up and ready to do the free firing. Oh, explosive cast onto Yoshi. Oh, the black shield. What a good timing here, Smurfs. He proto belts in, tries to get Yoshi. Yoshi leaves him to die, but who's getting caught out with who is the question, as Nyx is gonna... He's gonna jump onto Smurf right here, and Smurf, the play is not enough. Momo gets another kill for himself, and looks to me like this will be the end of the game, and Phantom6 2-0 Watermelon out in the dust.
well, oh well, that definitely deserves a round of applause. How they've basically kept everything under control from the contest for all these major objectives. So those sort of team fights that were executed by Phantom6 definitely look sublime. They knew how to basically target lock onto all these core targets, such as Vendetta in some of all these scenarios. And speaking of Vendetta, we haven't really seen them going proactively to jump onto all these black line units. But then again, it's Kaisa. It's really hard to catch her out, especially when she does have that killer instinct online. So I just felt that there was maybe a little bit of a tough decision for them to basically call, especially when it comes down to the 50-50s, right? Well, if it's going to be the Herald or the Dragon, or some of all these instances where you have to trade those turrets, it felt like they've finally been cracked under pressure. So Watermelon taking this 2-0 definitely doesn't feel all too great, but Phantom6 so far looking better than ever. Every step of the way, you saw on the start of the season, on those sort of standings, Phantom6 basically were all the way down bottom, which we didn't expect at all, and they just basically climb and climb. Now, they are currently sitting on the top 3 through the standings.
This is a matchup that I think a lot of us are really excited to see, and it's just so surprised that Watermelon dropping 2 games to Phantom6. And these two teams, they have really good macros and all of that, but I'm sure it will show up a little bit better as we take a look at the graphs right here. One thing to point out is that Jinkai was shut down in this matchup. He wasn't able to play the game. Every time he shows his face on the map, he was immediately, charmed up, knocked up, silenced, and the crocodile becomes the handbag 6 times in this game.
Yeah, and you really gotta give a big round of applause to Eggy, where he was the one that was basically keeping this crocodile at bay. You saw that camp in that top lane, negating Jinkai from doing anything at all, but just to stay underneath the turret. And Nyx even went in for those dives. Things are looking pretty good. I like Nyx in the jungle a whole lot more. That allows so much more spacing for them to work around with. Momo becomes an unstoppable force by the end of the matchup. But if you take a look, everybody from the members of Phantom6 have contributed well. It was still a matchup that was pretty much even up to the mid game, but late game decisions, it was all about pressure that's coming in from Phantom6 that led their way to this 2-0 victory. So of course, later on we'll be speaking to one of the members of Phantom6. Of course, yesterday I managed to have a chat with Hockey. Let's invite him once again. Welcome back, Hockey. So just want to check in on you real quick. How does it feel taking on members of Team Watermelon and you guys walk away with that beautiful 2-0 victory?
Definitely was a good win, but still, good game to them, good game to them. I respect them as well, yeah.
Yeah, you know, like both games really went pretty close, and
Yeah.
I guess first game we were really surprised that once again you guys went in for those major objectives and without those sort of challenge, and then you guys found that lead, though you guys were on that deficit. So was there any point of worry when it comes down to maybe the drafts itself, where game one they look to draft something that's really solid?
Yeah, I mean, definitely they had a really, really solid draft over there. But I don't think like what we should be worrying about what they pick. We should be worrying about how we play our macro and how we play our team composition out. That is what matters the most. I feel.
Yeah, and I love that, you know, last season it was about picking up the puzzles and eventually you guys emerged to the top. You guys had really a rough start because we're also facing up some of the toughest opponents. Now, you know, at the start of the first week, you guys were at the bottom. Now, you guys are at the top 3 of the standings after this massive win. Does this mean anything to any of you guys here at Phantom6?
I mean, it matters. It matters a lot because we are definitely aiming to win this upcoming WCS SGMY as well. Yeah. So we are hoping to keep our results and gameplay consistent throughout the entire tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that things are looking so well on your end. And yesterday we speak about Nick's role inside of the jungle. Today, Iggy was looking phenomenal on his Rakan, especially on that second game. So, was he basically tasked to do a specific thing in that second match that we've just witnessed?
I mean, not that he was tasked, but it was just his task that he knew what to do. Yeah. So, yeah.
Sure enough. Well. So far, any questions from you, Diek?
Well, I guess that basically covers everything. I was about to ask, what did the team really discuss that really start to bring Nyx into the jungle and Iggy into the support, which really changed the momentum and the synergy of the Phantom6 playstyle?
I mean, overall, I guess we just needed a better lead in the team. So we kind of just placed Nyx into the jungle, and from there we just. I mean, not that Iggy can't lead, but our main leads will be support and jungle usually lah. So having them swap roles. We were trying out both of them swap roles and see how we will feed into our communications and our macro play as well. So it went well over like our past practices. So we're definitely sticking with that.
All right, and you face off against so many of all these teams here in the WCS MYSG. So I want to hear your thoughts since you've already matched up against so many of all these mid laners. I'll come back to this question real quick. So we got the MVP real quick, so maybe we could discuss it all together as we flash. Who will be the MVP for this whole series? And of course, it's gonna be Nyx here with that 80% participation in all these team fights. Of course, disregarding the damage per minute, I think that Nyx definitely had a vital role to play when it comes down to 2 of all these matchups. So, just going back to champion pools of Nyx, so far when it comes down to practice, he actually had enough time to try as much champions as he would like to in your scrims.
I think definitely, like not just in scrims, like in rank as well. So that was the other getaway for him as well. Like not just in scrims, he'll practice in rank games as well for his other champions.
Yeah. Well, of course, that's all self-discipline and, of course, a whole lot of hard work. Now, back to the question that I initially wanted to ask you. So you face a lot of all these teams here. So you probably have a gauge of, all the opponents that you were facing up in the mid lane. So could you list out, like, 3 of the toughest mid laners that gave you a tough time up in the mid lane? Or you feel like, it's been pretty okay?
I mean, I feel it's pretty okay because coming to the meta right now, like mid lane is usually like a still mid game. Like I'm pretty sure you can like see from the past few games. Usually, mid lane is not the one that will have anything going on. Like usually it's like pre-form mids. It's gonna be ganking like the top lane or the dragon lane. So yeah, I think like for matchups like that, I think it'll be it'll be better to say like top lane and dragon lane will have like harder matchups like as compared to mid lane. Yeah.
All right. Well, of course, that's a good read on the current meta, on how it has shifted as compared to the past few seasons itself. So, of course, next week there's more matches for you, Hockey, but you guys definitely ended this weekend on a high note. So, once again, of course, the floor is yours if you have any words for fans out there that's supporting Phantom6.
I'll just say we'll continue doing our best. Yeah, and aiming for the win in WCS as well. Yeah.
All right, we'll of course be cheering you on once again, and we will see what goes on for the upcoming weeks out there. Thank you so much, Hockey, and of course, all the best for Phantom6 once again.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Bye bye.
Wow,
Well, I guess
it's
the.
great.
I mean,
I love the insights that he's been giving all along. He even when I asked him who's the top 3 mid, he's like, man, I can't tell now. The meta is not really shifting towards the mid laners, so yeah, it's all about the jungle, top, and how much they could possibly offer in these matchups.
but I think he also answers a few of the questions whether Nyx is, having a wide enough champion pool to play in the jungle role. So far, we've seen him play the Camille, the Jax, and it went well. So it's not gonna be an issue whether his champion pool will be a question if the teams starts to target bans his champions. We hear from Haki that he's been practicing, so all the best to Phantom6, and this weekend they showed off a pretty good games as compared to previous week, and I believe that Phantom6 they are starting to get their grooves and get their what do you say, get their grooves and get into what's the word I'm looking for? Get into character. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Get into character. And let's see if in the second round of the round robin, when they meet up against team like LFO or Sem9, they can push through and maybe get a win.
That's right. They may have already found their character right now, so to speak, after all those sort of changes. Now, I wonder if Upcar Esports could do the same, because they're about to face off the scariest Tigers on the block. We got Sem9 coming up next as well. So don't miss out on this matchup. We'll have to see whether if Upcar will be the team that beats out Sem9 by the very end of that. So we will possibly back in after a few minutes. So Contra as well as the Egg, we'll catch you then.
Let's throw down. All words are fighting words.
Here we go now.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
Welcome back once again as we move towards our second set of the series for today. You are currently watching the Wild Rift Champions Southeast Asia for the MYSG region. Here with me is my name's Contra. You can follow us on our social media platform, the Facebook pages, so make sure you, of course, follow us, show us some love, and of course, show all the players as well as everyone involved a bit of support. You can also watch all of our live streams every weekend here on Twitch as well as YouTube for the English broadcast. And if you happen to prefer the Malay language itself, it's on WCS MYSG, as that will be up and running on Facebook as well as YouTube. Now, of course, going back to where we're at, this is where we're going to be moving into our upcoming series, Sem9 versus Upcar Esports.
Well, before that, we do have a Wild Rift trivia right here. The question will be, what is the name of the fictional world where Wild Rift takes place? A. Demacia, B. Arcanum, C. Muramana, and D. Runeterra. This is a little bit hard.
Well, I kind of wish that there's even more walls other than one of the answers out there. I'm not going to expose it to those of you who have been left wondering which one is the correct answer, but imagine if there's more than just one world. Imagine there's planets for the League of Legends franchise itself. So just giving ideas, Rito, maybe in the future that could possibly be some pretty huge expansion, but of course we'll leave you to it as we are going to be diving into one of the hottest teams of MYSG, and let's check out Sem9.
And there we have it, Sem9, the current undefeated team in WCS MYSG. This will be their lineup. We have RH standing on the Baron lane. We have Ozaraveki leading the team in the jungle. Chili, Sagi, as well as the Winter will be playing for Sem9 today. And I gotta say, this lineup is a stoke.
Definitely, and you know, so far there's so many of all these styles of play that they've already shown us, whether if they want to rely on Ozorveki or make plays with Chili up in the mid lane, or basically funnel anything down to Sagi over the bottom, or basically have the trash that says, don't worry, I'll carry this game behind my back. They could do it all. So let's see what could Upcar Esports bring against Sem9 as we take a look at the roster for today. Well,
Upcar Esports. I'm sorry, Contra. You can take it away.
No worries, man. I just wanted to say that this matchup's going to be pretty exciting because Zisune, ex-member of Bajara Dragons, will be facing off against his fellow teammates from the past. And, of course, we also have Arashi to be joining alongside him. Raven's up in the mid lane, who has previously played for Sem9 before. Then look at Redemption Arc. You are Coffee. That's what we have known him for. Now plays for Upcar Esports along with Beyond. So I really wonder whether if Coffee finally gets his grasp onto playing a Vayne, or could it be a setup in the draft to go up against him. And of course, to face off against Coffee, it will have to be Saki.
Well, this will be the stats between these two Dragon laners. As we look at the kill participation, Coffee definitely leading with about 78% of kill participation, while Sagi only has 68, but that is still a very large number. As for KDA, Sagi will be leading the KDA with a 9.3 scoreline, but everything else is just Coffee right here. The damage per minute is on Coffee's side, 1,301, and average. I think this is just showing us that the playstyle that these both teams have, Sem9 and Upcar Esports. Upcar Esports, they play around Coffee quite a lot. This is why we see the kill participations as well, as the damage per minute really stacks up right there for Coffee.
Yeah, and also, if you really want to compare the stats, it's still very impressive for Coffee. I'm not discounting the fact that Sagi have done his work for the team, where, of course, they go undefeated. But it has shown you that Sagi's a lot more selfless. Sagi could still go into those mage roles down the Dragon lane as compared to the traditional marksman, where you need to rely on a lot of resources for himself. But of course, same goes to Coffee. There were times that he went on Morgana and managed to flip those games upside down, and of course bring those matches back towards Upcar Esports. Now, Upcar Esports, one thing that I really admire about them is their ability to clutch, but when it comes down to prediction, we've already fumbled on our first matchup. Let's not fumble it again. This time, we got all the Tigers here for the casters, Omo as well as Huskies the same. The egg, I think this doesn't need much of an explanation, because it's just a very thought that Upcar Esports is just going to be facing, and it's really down to them to prove us wrong, or not can they really find the weaknesses of Sem9.
Well, you say find the weaknesses of Sem9, but I'm not sure if Sem9 has those weaknesses to be exploited in game. They might fumble in the first game, but as we can see yesterday, they fumbled the second game against LFO, but they came back even more fierce, even stronger in the third game, and immediately demolishes LFO in the third game. So I'm not sure if Upcar Esports has what it takes to take down this titan of a tiger here, but we could be wrong. We already have our fair shares of upsets today in the first game, where everybody votes for the the favorites, but the other team takes the win. So we might have one right here coming in against in the game in Sem9 versus Upcar Esports. But nevertheless, let's go right into the pick ban phases right here. Sem9 opening up the banning phase with the Vayne. So your question whether Coffee gets to play his Vayne is already answered here.
Yeah, I guess that he's just gonna continue starting just like he does on my left. Now, Camille being banned, so that basically does not allow RH or even Becky to come in sliding with those hook shots. More and more of all these jungle picks are being taken off the list as well. And I think it's really safe to take out Set so that Zisune has a little bit more time over on that Baron lane. So far, RH have not only overcome some of all these demons of the Rift over on that Baron lane, even Tipper have to take a step back. Now, I really wonder if Zisune is going to go for something more offensive to challenge Arhedge, who's got quite a pool of champions on his list. No Yumi, so Arhedge will be babysitting Ozorveki.
Well, opening up the picks right here from the blue sides will be the Gragas once again. That triple flex pick will be picked up right here. So, not sure where it's going here. So, it's gonna be up to Upcar Esports to, you know, think about it, where these Gragas will go. And looks like they will lock in the Ziggs. To pair it up with the Ziggs might be the Galio or even the Rakan, you know, going down to the Dragon lane here. But we're still not sure whether this Ziggs is going to the Dragon. Most probably will be there, but they're gonna pick up the jungle pick before it get bans out right here. So the Kazakhs will be taken up by Upcar Esports.
It's really interesting to see that one of the options for Zorveki has been taken off the list as well. Arashi definitely looks really good on that Kha'Zix as compared to all the other champions, and I think it's quite the comfort pick that Sports is looking back into. We've seen Coffee going for Ziggs multiple times before. Winter is gonna move into the role where he will dive in for those opening with the grand entrance whenever he was given the chance to do so. Now, that Jace could still go up over the mid lane. Chili has played it before, so still plenty of options left on the table. Nothing is set in stone just about yet, but I really want to see what Upcar brings in for the final pick of the first phase of the picks and bans. So, just having a few seconds left on the clock, they opt to go in for the Lucian. That means that Ziggs will eventually move up to the mid lane. So I guess there's a little bit of dodging action happening over the mid lane if that Jace is going to be facing up against the Ziggs. Well, I guess second phaser, we still really want to take a look at all the other plethora of options left on the table because of all these flex picks over on the side of Sem9. They decided to take away that Zed, which is a very safe option. So without a Rakan, Beyond's gonna struggle to face off against this pick of the Rakan. But then again, you still have things like the Morgana that they can still consider to be a reliable option if they want for it.
Well, the trash being banned out right here from Sem9 is actually really smart. As to see, you know, Rakan is so good at engaging, and one of those champions that can stop him from jumping in is the Flay from the trash, as well as the concussive blows and the ultimate from Brom can stop those engages coming in. So they ban away, but there is still the LSR that can, you know, hit but pulverize anybody who wants to try and jump onto the Ziggs as well as the Lucian. So good pick coming in here from Upcar Esports. Sem9, what will they respond with?
I really love the sort of pull that they went for, and Saki goes for the Ashe that has been played out from yesterday's run. So they filled something with a whole list of crowd control that was flash on the screen in a few moments time. So the egg, the last that we saw, a really good adaptation coming out of Upcar Esports. A lot of lists of supports have been removed, and yet again they found the Alistair to be pretty useful, especially going up against the Rakan. It's going to be pretty hard for him to execute some of all these grand entrants along with the quickness, so long as you have that hit but pulverize as well as the unbreakable will available. So things are looking to be pretty personal to Upcar Esports because they still want to make that mark, and if they can find maybe a 2-1 or a 2-0, they could possibly come up close to Phantom6, who's currently sitting on the third spot by the end of that past match.
Well, yesterday LFO drew blood to Sem9, so we know that they can be defeated. It's just a matter of how, and how well can your team execute against them. So, you know, Upcar Esports, they're gonna have to really put their hands on the steering wheel and drive well here. So this will be the final draft that has come in from both sides of the team. So RH will be playing Jace on the top lane against Zisune's Fiora, and Arashi, like you mentioned, is pretty well versed on the Kha'Zix pick here. So Orzaraveki, however, will be playing, you know, the Gragas into the jungle here. I'm not really sure how this matchup is gonna turn out, especially in the mid lane where we have the Garen against the Ziggs. The Ziggs will probably outpoke the Garen early stages in the game, but as he gets his items, it's gonna be hard to chunk down this Garen.
That's right, and I'm interested to find out how Chili pulls off this Garen up over mid lane. It renders the Ziggs to basically sit in the lane and just waste all his mana on all the minions instead, because as much as you want to bring the Garen down, he could always regenerate with his passive. But of course, let's hop over to all the good looking boys as we're going to hit into the rift.
This will be the first game between Sem9 and Upcar Esports. The first game between the undefeated and also the team that are tussling for the third placing. Who will draw first blood in this matchup? We will have to wait and see. And draft for both teams looking pretty different as to how they want to execute here. Immediate lane swaps coming in here, man. What?
Well, Ravens now moving towards the bottom lane just to deal with a Garen who basically couldn't do anything against the Lucian up mid. So I like the ideas that's coming, and this is why I tell you, they definitely have a personal I'm not talking about watermelon, just a little bit more of feistiness being shown by ex-members of Sem9 or Bajar Dragons on the opposing end. So Becky is just going to take a sweet time, but Zisude, though, is getting chunked out, has to force the flash.
Well, the flash is being burned is definitely going to favor Sem9 on the Baron lane. Oh, look at the mid though. Looks like the Lucian is getting close in from here. And the quickness, I mean the Grand Entrance gets the knockup, and the first blood will be secured by Sem9. And as you mentioned, you know, Coffee on the Lucian is going to bully the Garen out of the lane. Immediately Sem9 sends 2 backup to make sure that the Garen doesn't fall too far behind.
You know, there's been a lot of discussion about Winter, and he's like the best support while top lane gets another annihilation. With a good body slam, that will be another pick. Alright, she gets one. Same goes to Becky.
Well, Sagi's gonna get chunked out right here by the same, you know, treatment that they give on the top side of the map for Upcar Esports. So Ziggs is gonna claim that kill and, you know, pull a little bit more coins as going into his pocket. So Sagi is gonna continue to play from behind here.
Well, I guess it's just a little bit of a trade-off here, but it's still 700 gold in favor of Sem9. Just going back to what I really want to discuss was Winter being possibly the best support we've seen throughout the league so far. And it wasn't really a constant measure when we come into the past season. He was having a little bit of a shake-up here, especially when it comes down to the meta that was being played out. Now you see Winter being one of the most aggressive support, playing all over the map. Did you even notice how he basically started all of that fight, forcing this Lucian to move into the jungle, and Coffee gets punished just like that?
Well, I think Upcar Esports, they have done their homework against Sem9. Look at the lines of vision onto the bot side of the map. There are three he sails by without anything, but not the same could be saved from the explosive cast. But going back to the point where I was mentioning, look at the lines of the visions that they have in the blue side jungle. It's just so, it lights up so clearly that they can track where Winter is, and Upcar Esports, they definitely done their homework as to where and how Winter likes to play.
Yeah, I think that is really important to come prepared to face off against Sem9. Whichever team that you're facing up against. Oh, not enough damage coming up from Chili. Oh, he gets chased and eventually will fall in the hands of Arashi. Oh my goodness, the flash! He fell for Arashi! He survives, but Beyond commits! And that's 2 flash for her life. Can you take it any day? Alright, can he get out? Here comes Headbutt Pulverize. Well, not really, it's just a body slam, but that's good enough. They bring down 2 members of Sem9.
Ooh, that failed flash thought that Upcar Esports, they gonna stop the play, but Beyond, he immediately commits his flash as well, and Zisune, he has a prior really on the top side, so he comes down, gets the kill for himself as well. But Sem9, they will look to start this Rift Herald a little bit, you know, dangerous here as Ravens continue to throw off the bombs from the other side of the pit.
Oh my, it's already hitting Winter a whole lot, so both sides being forced to retreat. They don't really have sufficient health to continue on with this battle, but Coffee is paying attention away. He tries to solo the Drake, but is this going to be a wise choice? So the rest of Upcar Esports might be called in, and it seems like the case. But Saki spots him out. Good Hawkeye vision, as they would drop it right through the brushes. Here comes the challenge crystal arrow dropping onto the 6.
Oh, the cast gets him as well, but the bomb, he gets himself to safety, but not enough. Winter goes in with the charm as well as that quickness gets him, and that's one down for Upcar, and they will look to start off this Baron.
Well, not Baron just yet. Still a little Shelly. It's not really liking visitors all too much. They're going to be exchanging this. Arashi gets the trick instead. I guess a little bit more mobility will definitely help Upcar Esports, which is not really the worst of things to grasp in the early game. But Zisune, though, is lurking from behind while somebody gets punished from down bottom.
Sheila goes down. Upcar, both teams are racing to get the first turret here. Oh, Ozoraweki goes down. Zisune pulls out a 1 versus 2. Looks like Shelly will get the charge onto the top side, but the first blood turret has been claimed by Upcar Esports. So trade is not good for Sem9 here.
Yeah, you just look at how well Upcar Esports is. Just like you said early on, vision control was set perfectly and suited in perfectly inside the brush for that golden opportunity. There wasn't any minute left, so they were just relying on that Herald to hold on. So it was perfectly prime time. Ravens was also around, so they managed to pop that Mega Inferno Bomb into place. So that easy burst. So just to look at how Upcar Esports have been working this one out, it feels like Sem9 also have been quite sloppy in a couple of these maneuvers, especially on those Herald attempts that they've been going for, which could have been much cleaner. While advantage given over to Zisune, I want to see how the rest of Upcar Esports can keep him at check. Well, that's one missed arrow, and that's good enough to navigate.
Well, Arashi is gonna get caught out here, but Winter, he expands that ulti just to catch onto Arashi, but he is a tough buck to catch here.
Well, if you see Kha'Zix in the wall, I'm not even sure if you really want to catch it, but it's Rakan, technically a Vastayan, looks like a bird, and I guess that's why he's hunting out for a little bit of food. But mid lane though, getting shoved. Here comes Becky.
Upcar Esports, oh, Beyond getting caught on the other side of the map. He's gonna try to chunk him down. One kill over to Chile already. Divine Judgment claims the kill. Arashi uses the ultimate but gets interrupted by that grand entrance. Looks like Sem9 to get 2 kills for themselves, but look at the other side of the map. Zizune gets the turret for himself.
Great work from Zizune, but that was also really weird instance for Upcar Esports. They don't really have to be all too far forward trying to take down that turret plating. Was it worth the cost? Not exactly. Now Sem9 looks to trade it right back. So rest of Upcar Esports, they respond. Here comes Mega Infernal Bomb.
Well, Coffee is getting chunked out real low here. RH, can he get that shock blast? Not quite. Decides to back away. There's no turret to take care of them if they get flanked here. Looks like Arashi as well as Ravens. Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto him, but it's a 4-man from Upcar Esports. Not a fight you want to take any time of the day from Sem9. Body slam onto Arashi. He goes down, and Sem9 trades 1 for 1.
Well, Upcar Esports still hold a slight lead, but all these trades basically going back and forth is not really working out too well. And simply forced to react and respond. They were hoping to get themselves at least that turret down bottom and hold on to that mid lane. Now, there's going to be a little bit of split decision once again, and this is going to be an Infernal trade, which will be really tough for Sem9 to lose over. You see those huge burst potential coming out of Ravens, Arashi, and also from Zizune. Were forced into this pit that they really fight for it. So, want to see how Upcar respond to certain aggression. But Coffee going far forward, getting spotted by Ward already. Zizune basically pulling all the attention over the top side. While it's not too much of a worry, Chile could easily get himself back into the mid lane later on. But with that brittle turret over the mid, Ravens could easily go up in front, use the satchel charge, break it up, and then start to go for those fights. But not in this current position where Sem9 tries it. When exactly could Upcar Esports go in for the challenge?
Well, Sem9, they already lost the second Rift Herald here. If they don't pull the trigger, they might lose even the mid turret as well as the dragons here. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Grand entrance lands onto Arashi, but the Stasis comes in. Raven, he finally goes down. Sagi dealing damage from the back line. He gets onto Coffee, but Beyond is right there to be the mid shield for the team. Zizune was nowhere to be found, and Sem9, they get 1-2 kills for themselves and look to pressure onto the turret as well. Body slam onto Coffee. Beyond, he gets silenced. He's not gonna live through to tell the tale. He goes down as a steak for lunch, and Sem9, they get the kill, they get the mid turret, and they go on to the dragon.
Spotted by a ward though. Zizune, once he knows that RH is pretty low, if he gets a good reset, it's going to be pretty good. He does have Grand Challenge. He's going to pop it, looking for Sagi all the way to the back, but he will not be able to slice that dragon away. Now he gets picked off, but the members of Sem9 is low. Here comes Upcar Esports.
Well, they're gonna leave him there to die. RH nowhere to run. He will go back in a gray screen, but he purchases the Edge of Night. So the amount of pokes that Raven is gonna throw out might be negated a little bit every time, you know, the shield is up. And Chile, he grabs his Sterix, so he's gonna be even harder to kill right now. But Upcar Esports, they kind of already lost their lead here. Sem9 getting back the goals.
Yeah, and Upcar Esports may have lost a little bit of lead, especially on a team fight that looked like it's going to be going good on their case. They kind of give too much spacing for to take over the river control. And, well, maybe later we'll have a glimpse of what really went down for the team fight once again, but that collision I felt, and Zizune being left up alone, might as well he went in for those split push, which could have brought back a little bit more goal, and there's a bit of potential here for Upcar Esports.
Well, potential is just potential, as nothing is gonna come out of Yasagi. A little bit too far forward here. You're not a tank, you're just an Ash. He tries to, you know, clear up the wave, but the satchel charge gets Raven to safety. Oh, this is gonna be quite intense for both teams, as Arashi, he thinks about it, but he backs away. The split pushing coming in from Coffee as well, as Zisune is bringing fruits to Upcar Esports' table here.
That's right. And for the moment, Sem9 just tries to pull a little bit more room for themselves. But there is our hedge. Basically 1v1 Zisune, and actually walked away a lot. Sums as well. My oh my, he's only left with less than DHP.
Oh, that's something you don't want to see as a Fiora. You know, you lose that 1v1 against the Jace. Your split pushing days are not gonna be as good as you want them to. So a little bit of a upset here coming from Sem9 against Upcar Esports. They are gonna try to clear up the visions around the Baron pit, but there is two visions, you know, on the other side here. Okay, grand entrance on the Beyond. He pops the Unbreakable Will. He tries to dash away, and once again, Winter, he has to use the flash and the grand entrance, followed by the cast. Knocks the Lucian back. 2 kills into Sem9 to pocket, and Upcar Esports, they're gonna have to back away.
What a golden cast that was. They basically earned every element that they have on their arsenal, and now look to pull the rest of Upcar Esports into the Baron pit. They do have a ward spawning them out, but it's all down to Veki. Can he hold Arashi back? Arashi has only got 50% of HP. He doesn't really have a good entry point, but they're gonna try nonetheless. Here comes Winter.
Grand entrance already forcing out the stasis onto Arashi. He's gonna come in, but he's gonna get silenced, and he's gonna go down. Sem9, they get the Baron, and they walk away once again. One major objective down. Sem9, they get the Baron, and they look to push.
What a bait and switch. Did you just see how Winter went in, Grant, and then that allows a little bit more room for Veki to move back into the pit so that he can off properly, and then the rest of Sem9 basically tries to poke through. Now, they take over control. It's still a very slight lead. Upcar Esports honestly has been doing a pretty solid work throughout the matchup while they're only 1,000 gold behind, but with this Baron power play, that can back another 4,000. So, Veki leading the charge up mid, but there is a dragon left available, which Upcar Esports, they cannot contest at all. But look at Zisune, he's still pushing up top.
He's gonna try to do a split push and pull the members of Sem9 away from his base, but I don't think that's a trade you want to take. Ziggs is gonna throw up the ultimate just to clear up the waves, as well as, you know, Coffee throwing out his bullets as well. And Zisune, he's definitely doing work here. They're gonna send RH. They're gonna send RH to deal with Zisune here. Silence as well as the Ignite gonna land on the Beyond, and a good stasis here from the Lucian. Coffee. Oh no, the grand entrance did not land on Winter. He missed that one, but it doesn't matter because they have the Baron, and out of nowhere, RH is back with his team.
He TP'd back over to pit side. Now it's all fans of Sem9 pummeling it down, but he's been forced to retreat once again to deal with that split push. But they've managed to break 2 inhibitors down. And yet again, Zisune, after that split push, he barely broke that inhibitor. It's still left standing. Now, perfect time for that dragon.
Sagi as well as the entire Sem9 will be able to grab this Ocean Dragon without any contest, and with the, you know, Omni Ram coming in, it's definitely gonna favor Ozaraweki as well as Chili, so that's a good dragon for them to pick up. They even have the Infernal in their pockets, so, you know, Sagi, as the game goes by, he's gonna start to deal a little bit more damage and being able to kite out the composition from Upcar Esports here. Upcar Esports, they had the lead. They are now losing to Sem9 about 3,000 gold.
Well, it's honestly not too shabby. One white of the Baron power play. But the problem here is those consistent shove of the wave that will be coming in from mid as well as bottom. Speaking of mid, here comes the arrow, but Winter doesn't seem to target that he desired. So he's just going to peel right back. But here comes Arashi, breaking the edge of night. Not too much of pressure onto our hedge as they slowly work their way up top. So space is about to be there if Sem9 gets any opening picks.
Zisune is still in the bottom lane trying to split push once again, but you can't do that. They have the super minions this time around. It's gonna be harder and it's gonna take longer just to clear up the waves here. I don't think Zisune should continue on doing this. It's yeah, sure, you get RH away from the team, but your team doesn't have your damage to clear up Sem9 as well. Once again, beyond pops that unbreakable will too early here. That's one ultimate down, and that ultimate goes down means that Upcar Esports, they don't have that engaged potential.
It's going to be really hard, especially when the Furor doesn't really build things like the Mortal Reminder. It's going to be tough to peel through all the units, especially having Ozorveki as well as Chili all the way up front. But here comes Winter!
Oh, here comes Winter, and here goes Winter. Here goes Coffee. He disintegrates right away. All those CC that they throw onto him is just enough to take his life away. And look at Zisune. He's lying in a wait. Do you think he can steal this Baron though? I don't think so.
It's going to be pretty tough, but then again, he still have Ravens, but he does not have Becky Bomb. They're trying to rotate over, and Becky knows that there's going to be a one member that's going to be lurking right by. He turns golden, and the chase is on.
Arashi is gonna get caught outright. That Winter goes about 20% health. He goes down, and the Ash is dead. Beyond, as well as Zisune chasing onto the other side of the map. Ravens is still up and alive out of nowhere. Upcar Esports, they wipe Sem9, and that's a flip coming in from Sem9. Upcar, what in the world was that?
Well, what a pleasant sight. As Upcar Esports 3v5 their way to get themselves this lead. Let's have a look again. They hop over onto Veki. He turns golden, but they massive punish not only him, but Winter eventually flashed over. Though that wasn't the prize. They needed the A's work on that later on. Now they've broken over the inhibitor and march into the Nexus. Can they end it right here? They TP it in, and again, they won! Upcar Esports! They took it away from Sem9!
They took it away from Sem9! Out of nowhere, the victory came in, and what in the world was that? They got the kills, they didn't even look at the Baron, and they pushed all onto the Baron lane and got the win!
I don't think anybody have expected it at all. There's no way they could possibly turn it around. All little mistakes coming in from those members, clicking onto the statuses and everything else. It felt like the sudden choke from Sem9. Things that happened all fell down in a blink of an eye. We were just asking, can Upcar Esports do it? Lo and behold, your questions left answered, and gotta give it down to Zisune this time. You were questioning, oh, he's not in team fights. Look what he does when he does enter the fray. Well, the damage was good. The setup was perfectly in. Arashi also singling out all the right targets, resolve his jumps, and after that, basically there was just no room for escape. Sem9 didn't even have time to respond to that ultra aggression, that flip of a switch from Upcar Esports. And well, this might just be the day Sem9 defeat.
Well, that might be a possibility, but we gotta keep in mind it's the best of 3. Sem9, they still have room to, try and get themselves back into the game. But before that, we will, take a breath, chill it out a little bit, and all of us will go for a little break before we come back and talk a little bit more about the game that is going on between Upcar Esports and Sem9.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
Welcome back once again. This is the WCS Southeast Asia, and my name is Contra. This is the Egg, and we are currently watching the MYSG bout together. And of course, we're gonna have a really good time where we just saw an upset, a tragedy for Sem9 in a blink of an eye, a flip over that Baron, and it was all Upcar Esports that started off with their massive win on game 1 in this best of 3.
Well, Upcar Esports definitely stepping up the game right here against the giant of Sem9. I don't know what car they're driving today, but they definitely know their way, and all the GPSs are turned on, and they kind of guided the Tiger back into the zoo here.
Tigers into the zoo. Well, that's definitely a good way to put it up. So I really wonder if this is gonna be a streak that they could possibly pull off. And you saw it was who was basically pulling off all that split push and all that effort, which we questioned early on, eventually paid off by the end of that matchup. So I do think that not only he did great in that past match, Arashi have definitely stood out in that self in order to get that lead. So going back to the drawing board, we're going straight into the picks and bans, as we see the constant ban will always be on that vein.
Well, ban away the Vayne, it doesn't matter because Coffee, he's a professional player, right? You ban away his Vayne, yeah, sure, he doesn't get his comfort picks, but it doesn't matter. He knows how to play the other champions here. As we can see how he played out, the Lucian, it was demolishing the mid lane, and it was his positioning during the team fights a lot of the times were really good as well. And I gotta say, the Lucian pick was actually really good because Sem9, they had so much lockdown, and what you need with your damage, your carries are, these mobilities. You have the flash, you have the dash coming in from Lucian, and it was what kept Coffee alive in a lot of those situations, a lot of those close calls coming in. Winter, he had to expand so much of his battle spells just to get that quickness onto the carries of Upcar Esports. And in the last Baron flip right there, we could see what happened. And Upcar Esports, they just immediately turned the game around. But enough of the previous games right here. Sem9 this time around, they will ban away the Vayne Olaf, and looks like Zisune's Fiora will be banned away this time.
Well, a couple of matches which we saw Sam going in for a run against LFO. That was the closest anybody's gotten to taking down Sem9. They only dropped one game. After that, it has awakened the Tigers and eventually storm everybody out, and there was only like one or two kills given over to LFO.
Two.
And did we expect that? Not at all. Okay, 2 kills. I think that Upcar Esports here, they kind of found all that possibility of what Sem9 could possibly bring out. Like you said, the preparation for that early game, trying to weed off any sort of all these pickup potentials of Sem9 have definitely gotten them up ahead. Do it again is the question. Back to what they have been used to. So they start off with the Ziggs as well as Kha'Zix. Double Ziggs here just to ensure that those health bars won't melt off when it comes down to those team fights.
Well, this time around, Sem9, they knew that the beefy boy of a Alistar was one of the issues that they couldn't really engage on to Upcar Esports, so they will take it up for themselves if they can't ban it away. No, don't want Beyond to be picking it up once again, and they will finish off their first phase of the picks and bans here with the Darius and Upcar Esports. They will pick up the treasure around this time.
That's right, and we have Ravens here. They will secure it for Beyond. Last game, Crash was being banned away, if I'm not mistaken, and I guess that without the Alistar, I think Crash could possibly offer especially same sort of stuff. Now that Winter is going to be the one that will be the one giving those the headbutts back towards the side of Upcar Esports. Now, 3 very beefy units on the side of Sem9, and we have yet to see what exactly will be the main source of damage output. Our Hedge, who has been playing very well on that Darius. So the bans are now focused on to Coffee taking out Caitlyn, something that he falls back into, but Coffee will play things like Morgana. I'm still thinking that this may not really affect Coffee all too much. So used to being target banned, but good call coming from Upcar Esports as they take a few of all these assassin picks, but they're bringing in the Akshan. We love a return and come up the champion that signifies a huge comeback potential, and of course that in your face smack it right back and tell Sem9 that we don't deserve to be kicked away from the squad.
Okay, right there. Akshan as a champion is definitely very annoying if you have made him in the pop games. It's just so that his mobility is there. He has a shield. He has a really long range boomerang that can just hit off the minions and comes back. And worst of all is his passive. He has that revive potential if he takes down the enemies that kill his teammates. So that revive in a team fight, in a game, is definitely game changing. So once again, Sam9, they will look to, take down the Akshan with everything they got this time, and they will lock in their last pick here with the Diana. So the engaged potential from Sam9 is real here. They have the cast, they have the hitball, polarize, the apprehend, even the moonfall.
A good way to actually set the tempo, because Upcar Esports, they saw that Melon, they've been defeated, and it was Phantom6 that took over the reins of number 3. Now they can still give chase. If they do win this against Sem9 too much, they're still going to be either number 1 or drawn with all these other players. But Zisune is the one that goes on the action. So my question here is there going to be a switch of lanes again? Zisune, if he goes up our hedge, sure, you can poke him as much as you want in the early game. But once he hits level 5, you don't want to be anywhere near this Darius. So Veki, once again, going back on that Gragas. I think it's a no-brainer that Chili's going up on that Diana. But going against the Renekton will not really be the most ideal of a matchup for Diana. It's going to be hard for her to have that same sustainability as compared to Renekton, especially when dominance gets popped.
Well, this is a point I like to point out. RH in the previous games, he was targeted to shut down the team, right? They just constantly gang RH. So I'm wondering if this will be the play that Upcar Esports will bring up. Put the action as well as the Kazakhs. Just to poke the Darius down up. Just enough for the Kazakhs to come and clean up duty and put RH, just as behind as he can, and make sure he doesn't get to play the game. That's how one of the teams, LFO, gets a victory against Sam9. They shut down RH. They make sure his Darius couldn't really roam around and do as much as he wants to. So Upcar Esports, they might have done their homework, and we'll have to wait to see whether they commit to this kind of playstyle. Shut down RH, make sure Sam9 doesn't have their hyper carry on the top side.
But then again, if you look back into Esports Draft, it's a very resource-reliant champions that they do have on all fronts, right? You have, of course, the Akshans, a whole lot of time to farm, and of course, Renekton that needs those big items. So everything needs to be on track. Upcar Esports, they're the ones holding on to the steering wheel. Can they have enough gas length to just make it to the finish line?
Well, this will be a very important match right here. If you're just joining us, dear viewers, this is the second game between Sam9 and Upcar Esports, and Upcar Esports currently 1 up against Sam9. Will this be the upset that everyone has been waiting for? Will Upcar Esports make all the casters here today lose another rounds of their predictions here against the favorite? We will have to wait and see as the game goes by. 40 seconds in about 1 minute, nothing much. It's just gonna be farming all across the lanes.
Well, it's just a little bit of calm before the storm. It's interesting to note that Sagi, he has played so many different types of marksmen this time around. This season, he opts for something that's out of the ordinary, but you gotta also take notice that the Ashe Alistar combo is something that is really lethal on the lane itself. So what happens at level 5, you will ask? Unbreakable will just ignore whatever the trash does, and you have basically the Ashe Arrow hitting either or, the Ziggs or the trash, and you could just basically work magic with enough crowd control. So basically, you just really want to pick them off one after another. A little bit of action coming down over topside river as they have 3 members committed just to take that Scuttle Crab. And of course, will be exchange, 1 for each member, well, or each team, I suppose. And interesting enough, you just have to really keep an eye out on this matchup where our hedge is juggling fine. You see, that sort of poke damage that we are hoping to see from Zisune is not really showing so much in the early game.
Well, It's just how shows us how tanky a terrorist is and how good his sustain is when he has his axe swinging around the minions. So he will just you know, take his health back up and just sustain throughout. And right now, Beyond, he's gonna put in a really deep ward here just to track where Ozara Veki is. And Winter, this game around 2.5 minutes in, usually we already see him, you know, running across the map, doing plays, getting kills for his teams, but that's not the case for this game. He's stuck right down here just to deal with Coffee as well as Beyond and make sure that Sagi doesn't fall too far behind and, you know, give up the kills for themselves. But this, I'd like to point out that this game as well, Sem9, this time around, they are the one who plays the vision game really well. Look at the blue wards on the red side jungle. They know where the enemy is this time around.
Exactly. The key point for Sem9 here is to play a very safe early game. You don't want Arashi to get any leads, or even worse, either one of all these lanes that's currently held by Upcar Esports to get some advantages. But the robes are coming through. They've already spotted some moments. Beyond hoping to catch out to Diana, but she is being very, very disciplined, just hiding underneath the turret. You can see they've already gotten leads just by getting those last hits. Nothing too much have happened other than that. No invasions whatsoever. This is the safest that we've ever seen Sem9 play in a while, and for very good reasons, because they have one objective in mind, is where they want to funnel down onto this bottom lane, spots out Ravens, but the rest of Upcar Esports, they're coming in the way. Here comes the tower.
And the cast throws the Ravens back into the face of Sagi. He walks away with the slice and dies right now. Sagi is getting caught between two hard places. The beat goes down and looks like Upcar Esports, they get 3 kills for nothing. And Ravens, he's back, he's healthy, and he's here to play.
You know, Sagi had no minutes left. He flashed forward. He still did not get the kill on Ravens, where Ravens was so low. But of course, Kaldameek does get you a little bit to the back. Easy work for Arashi to secure the Drake. Upcar Esports, they take everything on it.
Well, bot side of the map is definitely Upcar Esports wants to claim. Sem9, they're looking to play on the other side of the map, tries to get this Rift Arrow, but look at the Dragon lane here. They have 3 person here, look to push in and maybe crash onto the tier 2, but a little bit too early for that. The tower still has quite an amount of a resistance against a early game, you know, 3-man dive onto the turret. It's harder to take so early into the game.
Right, Sem9. Now, falling on the back foot, this is a team that's well experienced. We've already met a couple of times before. Akshan's going to be able to disrupt the recall with the ward being placed there, so she's just going to stay longer in that sort of motion. Death Sentence barely connecting. Beyond playing a vital role in all these pickups, where he was definitely involved in all those 3 kills that they've accumulated over the bottom lane. Now, keep in mind that it will take a little time for Sem9 to scale, but once they do, that's where they will be able to show up pretty huge with some good burst damage coming in from Veki, who's building AP instead of, which is also ideal for the Gragas to really make plays. But Arashi has gotten spotted out by, and yeah, just a little bit of a checking with the Void Spikes. Typical thing that Kazakhs do overall. But I've never seen Sem9 really turtle in so hard. And it's really all up to Upcar East making plays happen. But my problem here is that it depended on Veki as well as Chili if they really want to qualify. The last time they did, they botched it down to the bottom. That kind of affected that confidence a little bit, and it's very telling that they're honestly just hoping for something. So Winter is just gonna be that sort of B feel. If they could possibly get this pickup against Zisude over and over again, that could possibly be one of the tickets that simply get from certain situations. Death Brush picks that up. Coffee is the target, but Coffee is just gonna be taking his sweet time. He doesn't really have to tell for anything at all.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite tough for Sem9 to, weather the storm, go through the early to mid game. Here's Zisune, he might get caught out here. He's gonna try to do... Oh, what? That cast actually saved his life.
Well, he also swung along the lines with the turret intact, but Winter's getting caught out.
Well, the Unbreakable will be there to keep him alive, as the the missiles from Akshan wasn't enough to take him down. So both teams shakes hands and just continue to walk away. But Upcar Esports, they do have the advantage, as I said that the wave gets cleared out immediately.
Yeah, and remember when we first started off week 1 and I mentioned that Upcar Esports probably is one of the team with that scrappy energy and they thrive in all the chaoticness. Last game was basically a traditional way of how Upcar Esports will surprise wins out of nowhere, just like how they've upset some other teams before. But it's always down to the final lap that they either choke or so. This time, they're not showing any signs of weakness. That's what I really do like. And speaking of which, RH now being caught up all alone. He drives all the attention towards himself. Top lane getting sieged though. So 1-0 down by.
Well, RH goes down. This gives Upcar Esports the control over the Dragon Pit right here. They will look to secure this Dragon without any contest. More like Sem9 doesn't want to contest it. They want to take the top side of the map. The first Shelly crashes down. Akshan is getting caught out right here. Zisune goes down, and Sem9, they get some retaliation and some gold on the top side of the map. Once again, they are the first one to reach towards this second Rift Herald.
Yeah, and folks back at home, if you're thinking of playing Akshan top, this is what teams will do to you. That's the first thing I would say. The rotation coming out of Upcar Esports, they know that they couldn't really match up to the pace on the top side. So therefore, after the Drake, they move down towards the tier 2 thing. And they've gotten themselves an advantageous goal lead by taking out the turret. Now they could easily put a little bit more pressure up mid until the next objective spawns. So Coffee eventually will be given this blue buff. Zisune honestly didn't look like he's all too comfortable on this Akshan pick. Again, he hasn't participated in those team fights. Team fights is where Akshans do excel. So problem here is he has to ensure that Winter is nowhere close by. He just have to dance around every other enemies of Sem9 that face up against. So the other members of Sem9 that could easily burst him down is going to be chilly. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. As for they really have to focus on either one target, because you have damage coming in from all 4 members here. But the one that hits like a truck right now would probably be the Kha'Zix, who's completed the Dustblade with Rocktar as well as the Black Cleaver.
Well, Sem9, they are setting their eyes onto this tier 1 mid turret. If they get this turret, they get a little bit more control over the lanes as well as the jungle here. RH, it's a little bit of a recall you don't want to take, as the death sentence catches him, and that cast shoots that trash into the enemy lines, and Winter, he's still up and alive with the Unbreakable Will. He is alive, but too far. Ozaraveki, he's going down. He goes down. Arashi, he's trying to catch on to Saki, and Saki will fall once again. Upcar Esports out of nowhere wins another team fight for themselves.
That was definitely on the members of Sem9. Veki was recalling there, and for what? Was it RH? Was it Veki? Let's look again. It was RH. So he was basically sitting on that bush, and it's towards the enemy's line. So that makes things so much easier. Upcar Esports come in with that collateral that they've basically garnered, and Arashi timed it so well, he didn't really have to worry too much. Eventually they worked towards Sagi, but this dance around that turret could have been a little bit if there was more involvement coming.
Yeah, and it's just so it's the out positioning coming in from RH that was the problem here. That the lazy recall, and he didn't know that Upcar Esports had saw him there, and that death sentence definitely played a big part here coming in from beyond. And out of the team play, that replay right there, we did saw that the Zisune's passive comeback come to life. You know, Beyond was dead for about 20 seconds, and then he just immediately revives him. This is why we saw the entire Upcar Esports was already back on the map the moment Sem9 disappears. Okay, Chili's gonna try and get a kill onto Ravens, but not able to do so. Upcar Esports, they are starting to run out of control here.
Okay, I really want to look at the builds and explain what's really going on. There's lack of damage coming out of the members of Sem9. Going for Rod of Ages, Crystalline Scepter, and slowly working in towards maybe a Rabadon's, but it's taking far too. Nobody has enough damage to deal with Ravens, and not even Ravens alone. If Beyond's getting in the way, if Zisuna is gonna dance around you, how are you supposed to get anybody person? Doesn't matter how many bodies you throw at Upcar Esports from this point onwards. It's 8,000 gold up. This Baron's gonna be easily taken by Upcar Esports if they want to, but they just want to now, you know, try to bleed Sem9 members dry whenever they go for the attempt one whole line of vision setup over onto Baron. So not too much for them to worry about. So next objective is going to be very important for Sem9. If they lose that Elder Drake, they're still going to hurt. And if they lose that Baron, be shelf every other lane as well. So I don't really see how Sem9 could actually get away with this. So 2-0 is very possible.
Wow, here comes the engage from Beyond. He goes into the back line. The Unbreakable Will has been used. Winter, he's so low, but it's not dead just yet. Saki, he's gonna try to get a kill, but the Arashi has a good time stasis here. The entire Sem9, they're about to go down. But the same could be said for Upcar Esports. Amazing how both teams walked away from that fight without anyone dying.
Yeah, and I thought that they will possibly get this turn. Sem9, they look like they could have actually picked up 2 kills right there and then. But you saw Upcar Esports, they were well disciplined. They blow the flashes when it's necessary. Rashi getting back on track. And, well, they started playing more of a macro game. This is where RH starts his push, but then again, you're dealing with it who's already got the Solar Blade as well as the Blade of Red King up online and slowly working towards more items, looking like an Infinity Edge that's coming up online. But 1 versus 1, easy dunks coming in, and RH will not get it. Flash is coming in just in time.
On the arrow!
A giant arrow! Not enough damage though.
This game is taking years of my life here. Oh, here comes the hit by Power Rise. Learn to coffee, flashes away. Winter, he's caught between 2. The box has been used, and he's getting popped back into the other side of the map. He has the Unbreakable Wheel, so hard to kill, but finally goes down. Coffee's the one to claim the kill. Without that engage mechanism on the team of Sem9, they will look to lose this objective.
But they are up mid lane though. Could they possibly get anything at all? Here comes Ravens just charging right over to our hedge. They're still working on the Baron, but here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow absolutely whiffing. They all dodge it, but
well, this might be the flip that cost Upcar Esports the game, but they decide to back away. They don't want to be the next Sem9 in the previous game, so they good call for backing away right there.
Well, this is definitely getting on my nerves a little bit. I mean, not in an angry way, but like I'm feeling nervous for both teams because Upcar Esports, they look like they can close off fights, but there are certain times where Sem9 held it right back, and it's getting harder and harder to deal with Sagi. It's hitting it towards the lake. He's gonna have those items up to dish enough damage to melt those health bars off. So now it's really down to how they juggle the pressure. Winter inside Pixel Brush.
Well, both
Not
teams
gonna balance yet, but the rest of Upcar Esports, they're just holding down the line. There's somebody up inside. Because Megalyn for a bomb, only chipping down the health bars of Sagi.
Oh, Winter!
Pulverize!
Zisune getting caught out too far. He will go down, and Winter is still alive. This has been the first overstep that we've seen from Upcar Esports. Ozrabeki goes golden. He goes down. Rampage for Coffee. Chili is on the back line. Ravens tries to mid shield for his team. Here comes Coffee yet again, and the Flay will be the one to claim the kill. Upcar Esports, they look like they lost the match. Okay. No smite here for Sem9. They want to flip it. Sagi, go! That bomb is gonna take life out of his ears, and the Kazik just jumps in and out of the fight. He gets another kill for himself, and Sem9, they are forced away from the Dragon. Dragon no more. RH, can he do this? That slam dunk didn't came in time. Arashi, he's 10% health. He's 10% health. What in
10% health doesn't matter anymore because they could end the game right here, right now if they want to. Death Armor is up, but they're working on that Baron. They don't have those health bars, but it's all down to Veki trying to defend up mid. Do they have just about enough to secure the Baron? Looks like they do. Here comes the Sean. But Sem9, they have a little bit more of a breathing room left. But how much more can they get away with? Now, this goalie balloons for Upcar Esports. They got all the Drake. They got all the objectives. It's just one final touch for them to blow that Nexus apart. And that fight, it was basically forced in by Sagi. The moment that they soak in that Mega Inferno Bomb, that's where that opportunity and Arashi jumped in and out. Basically, just stay. And then got themselves that Elder Drake. Phase check once again for decision from Winter. Turn around.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto Renekton. It doesn't matter. Zisune is on the flank. He's catching on to Sagi. Flash to follow, and the moonfall doesn't matter because the damage is not there. Sem9, they lose all of their members. Upcar Esports will be the first one to upset Sem9. Claims the victory, makes the undefeated no more as Sem9 sent back into the zoo by the cars from Upcar Esports. What a game! What an upset coming in from Upcar.
Could you believe it? All the predictions of the casters, just get rid of it. There's no need for predictions anymore. Upcar Esports are the Titan Slayers this time around, and there's no clean slate for either LFO or even Sem9 left. So now the competition is on. That number one spot can be grasped by any team from here on. And Upcar has proved that they can do it. And later, we'll definitely get to speak to the players. What goes to the prep? How did they take out the Giants that look to be undefeatable throughout the season? And this is just the start of it. Upcar Sports, well, oh well, it's their time to shine. And, well, I guess that everyone on the chat probably has been stunned, baffled. If there were to be any sort of predictions for, you know, channel points or stuff on Twitch, yeah, it's all gone. It's all... There's just no coming back from this. Upcar, the enigma of the WCS MYSG.
Well, they've managed to done what other teams couldn't. They not just draw first blood against Sem9, they draw the first defeat that Sem9 has tasted in the WCS MYSG, and it just shows you how versatile the MYSG is. When everyone was just saying Sem9 looks undefeated, they look so strong, Upcar Esports comes to you with, I don't know what car they're driving today, BMW, Mercedes, or even just their own brand of a car, and just slams Sem9 on the face, and Sem9 no more. I gotta say that first game was a steal that managed to get them into the game, but this game number 2, it was, they had their hands on the driver's seats from the early game till the end of the game.
Yeah, and Other than that, it also felt like Sem9 have gotten a little bit more lenient with a few of their play. There was a couple of mistakes, and we've seen, even coming in from RH, especially in this game, he didn't actually contribute as much as he wanted to. Zisune, yeah, he may have had a little bit of trouble on his laning phase, but heading into the mid game, we've expected this player to shine later on. But it was basically to Arashi, who basically called every shot perfectly. Ravens as well as Coffee were basically working in tandem. Anyone gets stunned, okay, just call in the Mega and you'll be able to get rid of somebody else. Sagi dished out the damage, but in those kills, he only has the Blade of the Ruin King being set up, and then later on the Solari Charge Blade. But it's still hard for you to basically deal with so many pressure, and there's only Winter to rely on to give him that peel that he needs. Where else is Ozorveki as well as Arhit trying to create those space, but is it a draft problem? Is it a misplay problem? I felt like when it comes down to build, Chile definitely were leaning towards a little bit more of a sustained build into the composition. Yes, he does have, but it wasn't really enough to take down from Upcar Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the build boys from Sem9, they were really, trying to survive through the burst that Upcar Esports are gonna, throw out onto their faces. And even Sagi, he went for Black Cleaver first item instead of the Blade of the Ruin King. So a lot of those team fights early on, he couldn't really do much, and there wasn't enough damage to, take down even beyond to, for example, I believe he did not die or just die a single time in the entire game. And this is Upcar Esports, and Coffee, he's definitely doing work right there with 30,000 damage, and that's a number that we expect to see from a Ziggs, right? The amount of poke that you can do and the cooldowns, the wave clears, is just so hard to try to get close onto Coffee. And with Trash, with the Lantern, he's always safe onto the backline. A lot of times we see the crystal arrow landing onto him. The entire Sem9 tries to collapse onto him, but that damage, like you mentioned, wasn't enough. And he has the flash, he has the dark passage, he walks away, turns his face back around, and starts throwing bombs in your face. And Upcar Esports, they did it. I'm just really genuinely surprised that they did it.
And in fact, I'm happy that we were all proven wrong again. Everybody voted for one. Yep. We got upset. This time, who would have thought, we were basically having some discussion. Yes, this may be a really close game, and I did mention to you that pride is at stake. These were basically ex-members that hailed from, Sem9 as Bajara Dragons back in the days. Now, just having a point here to prove once again that, they weren't really secondary, whatever the roster of Sem9 is, and they're here to start another legacy of their own under a new banner. Upcar Esports, whatever they're driving, I want to hop on board because I'm very convinced that they could possibly go into the playoff and make a good run on the upper bracket.
Yeah, it's just that I want to point out once again that Upcar Esports, they definitely did their homework against Sem9 right here. In the first game, we saw the vision that they put down. They were tracking where Winter was. They were tracking where Ozorveki was. In the second game, their macro games were just so good. But let's take a moment and let's ask Arashi, who is ready for the interview, what did they do to prep against Sem9 and got themselves this victory? Hi,
hello?
Arashi.
Hey, Arashi! Congratulations! You have beaten the Titans of Sem9, the first team to get them dented. So how does it feel for not only you, but the entire Upcar Esports after that series? It's a 2-0 victory!
To be honest, we're out of words. We didn't really expect that we could win. But then right now, we were just so happy and just jumping all over the place after we won the game.
And of course, most of the teammates are not situated at the same spot, and I could imagine the atmosphere if you guys were in the same house celebrating right now. But this definitely means a whole lot for you. You played phenomenally well on your Kha'Zix pick so far. I want to know, how much time and what do you guys do to prepare against Sem9, which many teams have not been able to rack, but you guys have finally did?
For a long time, we actually tried to practice our own draft and make it so that it will be easy and comfortable for us to play. And then we tried to play it perfectly and avoid mistakes. So maybe that's why how we get the win today.
Yeah, and I think that everything was pulled into perfection. I think game one, it was still kind of like a 50-50. Was there anyone in your team that kind of give any words that gave you guys a little bit of confidence? Could you tell me a little bit of some of the comms that go down in those matches?
Actually, I can just say it's a team effort. Everyone keeps shot calling what we can do, what can we do better during the game. And maybe that's how we got the win for today.
Well, that's definitely great. Well, and of course, previously you have played in Bajara Dragons, or also ex-team members that you have possibly have and respected as well. So by fighting against them and taking, do you possibly have any words to Sem9 now that you've basically won them over?
Technically, I don't really have much to say against them. I still think they're a good team, and they still have a chance. And maybe we shouldn't underestimate them, even if we win today.
Yeah, I definitely would say that you're absolutely humble and still, of course, understand how much potential they have. Let's also talk about the MVP of the match. So, could you take a good guess on who's the MVP of Upcar Esports for the season?
I think for today, I could brag that it could be me. I really played well today, and I'm confident about myself.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm on the same page. I'm on the Arashi train or car. Okay, get to the MVP. What car would Upcar Esports be driving? Oh, they snatched it away from you! How dare they! So it was Zisune that took your limelight. Maybe it was because of game one, where he did a lot of split push. He enabled a lot of things, but I think it was basically you that basically pulled that Baron steal as well. And of course, that attempt on those team fights. I hope you don't feel too sour about it. I think you guys definitely worked really hard to get to where you. Yeah. So Zisune, of course, contributed a whole lot in this matchup as well. Could you talk about some of the things that you've learned about Zisune as you've been playing with him throughout the couple of seasons? Like, does he have like bad habits? Is he like funny guy? How's Zisune like in person?
I can say Zizune is like the big brother of the group since he's one of the oldest. Maybe during in-game he gave us more time to relax if we're losing a game. And maybe we can still come back.
Yeah, that's good of a mindset. Like, at least like you know that there's always this guy that will be giving pretty calm words out there. From the start, I have always looked at this roster and say, hey, this is a roster with so much potential to go all the way. So I want to hear about, your goals, your dreams, especially playing for a few seasons already. What's the aim other than, going to Southeast Asia? Is there any personal goals for yourself?
For myself, I want to be known as a good jungler, not like a ordinary, just like one of the best among all the junglers in Asia.
Well, you've gone up against Vecchi and you've also won against him. I think you're well on your way to become one of the greatest junglers out there. So, congratulations to you as well as the rest of Upcar Esports. The Egg, any other questions you have for Arashi before we wrap this one up?
I guess that's about everything. I would like to just say congratulations to Upcar Esports for driving towards your goal and crossing the finish line in victory for this week. And I wish all the best for Upcar Esports in the coming games.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Arashi. It's a pleasure having you on board. So we'll continue on with the progress and we'll see you next week. Thank you, Arashi. Wow. Quite you can tell that, he's definitely emotionally good way that they find finally been able to achieve quite an upset against Sem9. And of course, with that dominant performance, is it even an upset when basically they played much better and are the first ones to show that even the Tigers could be clawed down? So up next, we will have another set of series where we'll be having Omo joining us on the caster's desk. So I guess we have here Dieg as well as Contra. We hope that both of you guys all at home have been able to enjoy the matches today. 2 matches with an upset, and I wonder what is in store for us here on the Sunday turn of events in the WCS Southeast Asia MYSG. And well, we'll take a break and we'll see you after this.
talking pure satisfaction. We give you pure satisfaction. And yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Hey yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold. Truth be told, we coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Go crazy. Warriors, notorious, war with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious, they the warriors, we the warriors, we the warriors. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champion C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
And welcome back once again to the WCS MYSG, and I have with me Omo. My name's Contra. Welcome, and how's your so far?
Let me tell you, Contra, that is the wrong question. It's going horribly. I caught COVID yesterday. I got tested positive today, but I'm still here. I'm still waiting to watch some great games, and we just witnessed I don't know what we should call it, a blinder of a game, I guess.
Yeah, I'm really upset that, our
Oh, yeah.
so
Yeah.
it adds up to a pretty bad day for some of us here.
Yeah.
I do hope that, you recover soon. I hope that it aren't all bad. I guess for those of you watching back,
Stay safe.
so,
Mask up, yeah. Yeah, so with that in mind, let's focus on the games here today. I think we've got some pretty exciting ones coming up for us as well. We just saw Sem9 get upsetted. Their opponents yesterday, LFO, they're going to be playing against PathSeeker here today. You think any chance we're in for an upset as well?
time around, I still have a prediction, and it's still faith on top of LFO. So
Nice.
this solid game play. PathSeeker really convinced me other than their individual prowess. So I guess we'll just really have to wait and see. So early on today, we had this trivia. I'm sure if you got this one right. Whereas I believe we've delved into the world for quite a tad bit. So
Yeah.
correct answer is Runeterra, but imagine a world where there's other planets
Okay.
and Brahmana as another universe.
We'll
That's
get there,
it.
we'll get there. Maybe that's where Valorant is, you never really know. Maybe they're like neighboring planets or something along those lines. I don't want to read too much into the lore, but a Muramana planet, that would be pretty cool as well. All blue and white and glowy. That's nice.
Yeah, I guess there's only like sea champions that's gonna be.
Oh yeah, ice and
right
sea.
there.
Yeah, for sure.
This, huh?
It would be cool for sure. It would be cool. LFO against PathSeeker. I want to talk a bit about this matchup. Especially, I want to talk a bit about PathSeeker. They started off a little bit slow. They lost their first set to Upcar, and then we thought they were on the upswing again. Now that we look back at their score lines across the last couple of weeks, I think it actually lines up pretty well and makes a lot of sense. We assumed they were on the downswing, we assumed they were on the upswing, but they just lost to teams that turned out to be really good, Upcar and Phantom6.
Yeah, that it's not really on their fault anyways. And Emotion, LXY, Kevin, Swift, as well as Evolution so far have shown that they do have a certain coherence that's being displayed. I think that down to decision making that has resulted in a good pavement to victory or a downfall of a defeat. So, of course, the backbone of the team is lying back on how Emotion as well as LXY really all the sort of advantage for the team.
Yeah, Emotion and LXY definitely key players in this team. Let's take a look at LFO across the board. They're up against Tipper and Shinsekai. This is going to be a pretty tough opponent for them as well, but if you look across this roster, there's really no weak point you can point out to. CWJ was a monster on Zed in their win against Sem9 yesterday. Raven and Rich, not much needs to be said. One of the most dominant bot lanes here as well, even though they did lose lane pretty bad against Sem9 yesterday.
That was against Sem9, and of
Yeah.
course, we can discount them on that because
It's a little
every
different, yeah.
other day, they just look on to be the best team for the only barrier that Tipper has lost to Tech is at this time versus Emotion. Is there going to be any sort of challenge for Tipper himself?
Look, I'm gonna be real with you here. I think even Ahedge isn't a challenge individually for Tipper. I feel like this guy is just a class above every other Baron laner. I would love to see a stat for Tipper in the future where we see a goal difference at 10, goal difference at 5, something along those lines. I want to see how much better he's doing than his opponents on average. Because even in the matchup against Sem9 yesterday, I feel like he was just forcing Ahedge out of lane every single game.
I guess that it's more of Sem9 having to find ways to work around it to lead back to those advantages. Now, definitely have a little bit of a tall task
Yeah.
to ensure that Tipper doesn't all over the map everybody across the Runeterra. Well, in
Yeah.
specific. My question is this the day that LFO gets to experiment with something new? Because there's not too much pressure going down to this match. But yet again, if they were to give too much advantages, I think that there's ways that LXY as well as Emotion could upset this sort of prediction that, you know, we're going on the same hype train of LFO. So is there any way that we could be wrong here?
I'll be real with you here. I think there's no way that the members of PathSeeker, they take down the juggernauts in LFO. This is a team which I think is a bit figured out by now. I feel like PathSeeker, their formula, people kind of know what they're going to play. Emotion's going to be on a carry. If they're on red side, they're going to save him counterpick. Kevin's going to be on Zed or Diana. The bottom lane is going to play something which is stable. You're going to play Varus, you're going to play Morgana, you're going to play Senna. This is a team which is very formulaic, and you can't fault them because the formula works. Where in regular season, you're in for the long haul, you want to play what works. But I feel like a team like LFO, they would have identified this by now, and they would have the answers.
That's right. We're going to be moving swiftly into this time around. So, we are seeing things mentioned. Senna, a key party pick for LFO, immediately gets taken away. We won't be seeing too much of a Simsakai signature, say. And, well, I guess that there's more down the list that he could possibly opt for, so he doesn't really have to worry whether or not if he goes down those sort of champion select.
Yeah, I feel like the Senna ban is something you gotta do. We saw Sem9 heavily punish LFO's early pick Senna yesterday. But the thing is, if you want to punish a Senna lane, you have to pick something very aggressive, very volatile. Sem9 did it with Ashe Trash. PathSeeker, their bot lane, not known for that volatility. They want to be a bit more stable. They don't want to go down that route. It's a good ban. Of course, get rid of Jace as well. LFO, they are correctly identifying the early Gragas prio that a lot of these teams have been showing. Getting rid of that as well. What's curious to me, though, is you let Yuumi slip to second pick here. You're not first picking that, huh, PSK?
That's interesting. See what it's getting paired with. So, whether it's the Baron lane support, I think they're still going to have a very decent way to start off this draft, not really revealing all too much, having a little bit more flexibility, of course, at least in the jungle, most often than not. But with the trash coming into play, if it's going to be a Yuumi that's down towards the bottom lane, it also leaves this marksman vulnerable to all that could be to the pressure of the lane itself. I guess this is where PSK forced something out of LFO, but with a Diana pick over the title. What do you think about this sort of that you could possibly come up with?
Oh man, I mean, the Diana is a staple for Kevin. He's not really gonna go too far away from picks like that. What I'm curious about is this trash pick. I feel like that's gonna determine a lot because this Yuumi, 99% it's going to Rich. We're not gonna see Tipper play Yuumi. Varus is a good ban here. You get rid of that lane dominance. Maybe consider an Ashe as well after what happened to them yesterday. Raven here, though, he might very well be playing the Lucian. That's one of the best traditional marksman pairings with the Yuumi. We could still see Lucian flexed away, but I highly doubt it. I think what we're going to be seeing is that Lucian-Yuumi combo. Now, that begs the question, what's going to be the answer here for PathSeeker? Varus banned away, Ziggs banned away, Senna, one of your staples as well, banned away. Is it going to be something like a Morgana? Because then you're not going to be able to punish bot lane anyway.
Yeah,
so what's the trash
I think
for?
that's a mention now. They're still left up available. That's something that Tipper has played countless of times before. I think that there's still a pool that he could possibly work with. Akali also a pick that he loves, especially when you do see targets that he could possibly burst down. But this time, it may not be so clear-cut as you have a Zion opposite end. I am going to build it to do something that's a little bit beefier with either our Wit Scepter. So it's kind of where they stole that ribbon away. So this is getting the plot even thicker on the side of PSK.
Yeah, Emotion, we know he likes to play the carries as well. But against Tipper, snatching away the ribbon, and now Tipper throws down the gauntlet. I would challenge you, with a Tryndamere pickup. That's not something we really see. Tipper, the only one to play Tryndamere here. I believe CWJ, one of the only 2 players in our league to play Fizz. The pocket picks coming out for LFO. You said earlier, Contra, are we going to see them experiment a bit today? And that seems like exactly what we're seeing. A traditional marksman for Raven as well. The only thing here that's standard about LFO's draft is that Yuumi Lee Sin combo. Other than that, this is all pretty new stuff. Not brand new, but pretty new stuff.
I think it's definitely refreshing. It's another alternative to the brand new Uncomp, right? So imagine if you have the Undying Rage, which lays the death of the Tryndamere. Then you have this Yuumi that gives him stacks of health every single time he drops low. It gets so annoying. Like, maybe Tryndamere is the answer to the demise of PathSeeker, or maybe with something more standard, they could still basically punish this Tryndamere to oblivion. So we just really have to head that Tipper. I don't know.
I feel like he's a smart enough player that he should be able to dodge these ganks, but with that said, Riven Camille, that's a very punishing top jungle combo. If Tipper missteps, if Tipper slips up, we could see Emotion as well as LXY, 2 key pieces in the previous successes of PathSeeker really pop up here today. We'll see if they manage to accomplish that, or if Tipper and the rest of LFO manage to pull another dub out of their hats.
That's right, and of course, this is that's set into place. Best of 3, PathSeeker has an uphill battle here, but I think that they're rather convincing that some of the comp picks falling back on their side.
Yeah.
So, is this experiment radical almost, or do you feel like it could have been wilder than that?
It could definitely go wilder than that, especially considering that LFO have showed off these picks before. What I'm personally curious about is Swift on this. Oh, we're going to see a bit of a lane swapperinos here, actually. It's going to be the Camille top. Sorry, I just assumed it was Riven top. But LXY going to be on that Riven. I think it doesn't make a big difference either way. Camille's a little bit better at running away from the Tryndamere. But the focus of this for me is going to be that Dragon lane. We talked a lot about Tipper and Emotion. We talked a lot about LXY. I feel like Raven and Rich here, this is a combo which has a lot of 2v2 potential, but you have to play very carefully around the trash. He locks you up with any form of crowd control. One flay, you can't reattach as to the Yuumi. The Xayah feathers are going to come in, you're going to have a very hard time. So I want to pay attention to this matchup, and I want to pay attention to Swift, because this is one of the few times he's deviated away from supportive Dragon laners.
Yeah, that's a really fair point. Even though he deviated, he falls back to a marksman that's so safe play out, but the weakness of Xayah probably have been scrutinized by from North America quite a number of times before.
Yeah.
That she's so item reliant. Yeah, you could possibly have the Feather Storm and you dodge one element. That's cool. Could you possibly run away from Tryndamere if it's now? Maybe not still. You still have to rely back onto the snares that she could possibly pull up. So I guess we just really have to see how well can PathSeekers actually play against members of LFO.
Yeah, and I want to look up for her to the skies as well. That's going to be a big one. Completely negates the Fizz ultimate. That's the main thing I think they picked the Xayah for. Other than that, I'm not really sure what the purpose here is. Maybe a Morgana would be better. But here we are in game Contra. Let's get it.
What is we have Tipper having a good time up here top lane, facing off against Emotion. Oh no, you know, that swap of I do generally think that Riven, the whole skill set that she has, would generally do better against the Tryndamere. Perhaps they have different plans set into place. Like you said, Camille could easily, or even dash into fight, but he gets basically right-click his way to victory.
Look at the crits right there. If he had Ignite, he goes for that all-in for sure, but with the barrier, he's not really going to be able to all-in it. He still wins this though, I think.
Yeah,
right.
like, hands down, he's basically just slashing his way. He dare Emotion to come closer, and this is the reason why that Riven, at least at level 2, possibly either go chains of stuns or even have a big fat shield that could possibly sustain against a Tryndamere. So maybe Emotion was just feeling rather at low powereds. Much more, but
oh no.
Though. That lands on, but
he's
their
dead.
target is Rich. Here comes SSK right back. Split. Goes over to LFO. Make that 2. And they will take down even the Riven Cabin here. As he
You
goes
can't
in
win
for a
this.
challenge.
You don't
I'm not
win
too
this.
sure. Why exactly is he getting? He puts the flash as well. SSK, he will get one more back into the hands of LFO. CWJ goes to trickster damage. Good enough to go for a reversal. Flash being burned out. Thunderstorm being popped up as well. Quite a topsy-turvy right now.
That was something. That was a bit of a skirmish. Now, let's break down the play. What went right there for PathSeeker? They chained the crowd. Oh, look at that snipe through the minion wave from Raven.
Even sure if he actually stayed longer. That is a good attempt of a death sentence. But as you were saying, that fight looks all over the place.
Yeah, it was.
I want to know, what is Kevin thinking?
Yeah, I think Kevin got a little bit too greedy right there. Maybe if you don't account for the fact that there's a Yuumi, you think you can win that fight, but with a Yuumi there, you definitely can't with the shielding, with the healing. That fight started off so well for PathSeeker. They chained CC Rich, got him down to a tip of health, but a good early use of heal before the Ignite came in really kept him alive. I feel like PathSeeker, they should have committed, they should have just gone all in. In the end, they don't get more than just 2 kills. I feel like they could have gotten at least 3 right there. But yeah, like you mentioned, the ending from Kevin, as well as Swift with the overstay, getting sniped out by Raven. A little bit greedy.
Yeah, and I guess they did get a few trades. Really not worth the cost. Lost some burn.
Man, look at this.
Well, right clicks galore, and Tipper is just basically freezing the lane and, well, spinning. TikTok.
It's an absolute brawl. Oh, I hate that song. Look at this. That's the combo.
Here comes final chapter. Enough to basically him down. It's a killing spree for Raven. 80 minutes into the game.
Yeah, the final culling combo comes out. That's something we've seen for years on League PC. Just such huge range. You just chunk them down from a screen away. Nowhere for Evolution to run. If you don't have flash, you're dead. If you have flash, you have to flash away. It's a tough spot to be in, and that's the combo. Raven and Rich playing it so well. The synergy from these two.
Yeah,
man,
Tipper. 3,000 gold lead out of that. Tipper basically they got
yeah.
So far, still after all, in motion, he might as well just recall, but he's just waiting to come right in. Hook shot.
Tipper still has the ultimate, has the barrier. He's gonna play it a bit safe. You don't want to jump on the Trinomir. You know what he can do to you if he turns the fight around. But looks like they will actually get the Rift Herald here on the side of PathSeeker. LFO going for a bit of a late recall. Instead, they're not gonna be here in time. This is a macro punish from the members of PathSeeker.
Yeah, I think that is a really good call, especially when the ultimates are down. Raven as well as Rich, they don't really have it just about yet. Else they could possibly go in with challenge. SSK could just slide in, but of course, it's done and dusted. So the next objective here, I really want to see how LFO responds to this now that, you know, they've already off.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of room over the bottom side. They've shoved in the wave as well. So it's really all about the setups, vision control. Definitely back to the top lane.
Yeah,
Tipper is just basically proxying right now.
Yeah, he is. He's not afraid of anything. He knows there's no possible punish that could come in on him because they have to answer the wave in the bot side. LFO, I feel like they weren't happy giving up their Rift Herald, but that's something that you're okay with. No copium, genuinely, because Tipper has been getting the plate. You're getting a bit of a farm lead for CWJ. What I think they could have done better though on the side of LFO, be more proactive with pushing the other side of the map. If you have CWJ there earlier pushing out the waves, that Herald loss doesn't really hurt you so much because PSK, they don't really even have anywhere to drop it. All lanes are getting pushed in right now.
Exactly, and this is also my concern. And if you're talking about winning lane over top side, just dream about it. That's not going to be happening. Yeah. But here comes LXY. He may run it in. He does have all the charges, but here comes the final chapter. Getting Star Riven gets blown to bits. Not even a chance to close the dragon by SSK Storm. Oh, right down there. And this is now a member of LFO breaking out Raven, but that will be SSK on his crosshair. He will try to go in for the trade. Yumi's gonna be there to save. Still surviving. No kills with James. Ash will be having enough damage to burst them all out. Only down to Evolution. They should be able to pick this one up, but no need for overcommitment. There's still the Riven at the back.
Still the Riven at the back, but while all this was going down, Tipper got a solo kill got a turret. Yeah, he died. That's true. He did die. But he got the turret while he was at it as well. I think that's something that you definitely call worth right there. The dragon goes over to LFO as well. And we see such good usage of the final culling combo from Raven and Rich. A little bit of a misplay at the end there. They got tagged up by Desire Featherstorm. Other than that, pretty good team fights coming in from LFO. 4K gold lead already.
Yeah, and back to the stat. If LFO can conclude this series 2-0, they will overtake Sem9. If Sem9 suffered, it's last time they finished off. Oh, I'm gonna hold that back for now. I'll give a tickle onto Raven. Yeah, so that's definitely gonna be shaking up this whole as you can possibly have LFO top of the standings.
That's definitely a possibility. We gotta consider we're in for a marathon. I've said this so many times. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, double round robin. We've got 3 more weeks of regular season. I think 2 more weeks of regular season as well. So first place, still definitely very much up for grabs. LFO still one of our front runners here for sure. We'll have to see how it plays out though. PSK, they're not out of this one just yet. They still have win conditions. A Zaya tree item would pick a Camille Riven combo later on in the game could be huge as well. But Tryndamere, now that's a problem you're gonna have to deal with. Oh, look at this.
Buff, Swift gets it, but at the cost of the support. Evolution gave life up for it, not really worth the cost. While Kevin's just basically farming up.
Wait,
side.
Emotion died again. He killed Emotion again.
What? On tier 2?
On tier 2?
That's ridiculous. Alright.
So Tippa's gonna get
here
jumped.
Here comes LXY though. Swift, he's just trying to hold off against Raven, but he's just hoping to pull something back. Featherstorm popped up. Flash coming in from SSK. Secures it though. Hook shot lands onto SSK. Here comes.
Oh, Rich is there too.
This as well. So that's decent of a trade, but Rich will survive for a bit. Gives over the kill to It's a little bit more goal, I guess.
A little bit of an overdrive there for LFO. You should have called that worth the moment you got Zaya's ultimate. That's a very long cooldown spell. But they went a bit too greedy. Shinsekai went for the kick flash combo. No way out after that. That's going to be a second Rip Herald here. But while all this is going on, this is something that Tipper always does. This is something that CWJ does regularly as well. They are side laning. They're getting the turrets without the need for a Rift Herald. They're trading evenly while still getting more in the side lanes.
Yeah, at this rate, I hits harder than the Rift Herald, if you ask me. So somebody really has him on a leash. So the only one that has that sort of leash is that Trish, but we'll keep of what he has to offer. And then Emotion dropping down to a corner. Okay, let's see it. Well, he does have the Undying Rage, but they are all in the turret. But LXY really wants to go at reversal, but he will be met with Raven. Make it easy for
No way. You definitely don't flash there. You know culling's still available, but yeah, Tipper buying enough time for his teammates to rotate over.
Pretty much easy to treat, but that forces a flash on the mid side as well. I guess it's pretty much alright. Evolution playing all the run, but Grab coming from LFO. Can they sneak it though?
They've already started at PSK. They're doing the right thing. They're trying to fight from mid prio, but LFO being a bit sneaky here. Fizz in the bush. Jumps on Kevin.
From the water slam, and it kicks him off the radar, away from the lantern. That's one way to get rid of the mid laner.
Yeah.
So without Kevin's presence, this is going to be harder for LXY. The last time around, it was the final chapter. Could it be once more? Final chapter to close it off again. They pop over to Evolution. That flash will come off handy, but he will still fall. Here comes Stepper! Oh my! LXY, he's going down, but it's going to be the Featherstorm. He pulled back. Same goes with the flash as well. Swift only
the static shift.
He still go down!
Oh man.
What is somebody's step? And I guess that somebody is going to be Kevin. We'll see if the flash commit well. Just to pick Tipper off. Good shutdown goal, I guess.
Yeah, it's something. It's a consolation prize, but you're already seeing this Tryndamere online 10 minutes into the game. The static shift, the Blade of the Ruin King, just doing insane damage right now. The kill on Swift through the minion wave with the static shift, that was something. All the while, he didn't even have Yumi on top of him. That was Tipper doing it basically by himself, getting Kevin's flash at the end of that one as well. Man, it's gonna be a tough situation for PSK right now. I don't really know what answers they have to this Tryndamere with how far behind their duelists are.
Yeah, 2 members hitting the 10k mark individually. Like here, Harold, I guess that will CWJ for only the slot it. Has to get this one. This game, like the rest of LFO, is interested in the fray, but eventually, if we want to look at reversal coming out of PSK, is there any sort of move that they could possibly pull off?
They need to catch Raven. They need to catch Raven. They need to catch Rich. It's so hard to catch CWJ on this Fizz. It's so hard to catch Tipper on this Tryndamere. You have to punish Raven and Rich's aggressive positioning this game. They have not been backing off when they didn't have the priors. They've just been going ham constantly in the mid lane, in the jungle. You need to make a pick there. You need to give up side prio for a second because you're not going to contest it anyway. Give up your side waves, lose a bit of tempo there, make a play on the mid lane, make a play on Raven and Rich. Look at how aggressively they're playing.
Oh, looks like it's just harder and harder for PSK to get this lane stabilized.
Look at Tipper!
Dive Tipper! Just have no worry of his own life.
Oh, this could be
but
big.
The rest of PSK is going to turn it around. They flash forward. They have the ultimate onto SSK, but nobody else to help him out. LXY tries to go and to take him down. Rich still being left alive, but that won't be him. Just turning it back to LXY. It's just to possibly pull this one off.
Oh.
But they will take him down. They top the waters. Have hit. And here comes the shark bait. Can only stay around. Will dash forward, but that to be for LFO.
It's not gonna be the game, but it's definitely gonna be an inhibitor, I think. Keep in mind, while all this was going on, CWJ was split pushing to his heart's content, getting the mid lane inhibitor down as well. He only came at the tail end of the fight to mop up, and all of that started Tipper between tier 2 and tier 3 turrets while the tier 2 was still up. This man just does not care right now, going for the huge dives. Now, when LFO wins games, this is how they do it. They play aggressively on every single lane. They mechanics check you, they skill check you, they take fights with numbers, disadvantages. Now, is this the best way to play the game? Is this the cleanest way to play the game? Definitely not. Does it look pretty? It sure does.
Yeah. You just basically put it in perspective, you know, like that fight inside the jungle is how well we outplay their opponents in terms of mechanics.
Look at Tipper, he's just staunching them 1v3.
Right, just one man could possibly hold everybody from entering this Baron. Evolution doesn't even want to go for a death sentence. He goes for the Camille all the way back, dropping into 50%. Tipper, now Evolution.
Oh, that's a combo, that's a combo.
More. Oh, here we go. Again, nope, not gonna be able to get underneath the turret, but when you have Tipper running right at you, there's nothing much that you could possibly do. So I would only say, only get richer, especially with the Baron.
In life and generally in game as well, the rich do get richer. Rich himself as well, 10k gold, he's basically richer than 4 members out of PSK. This is your support right now. 11,000 gold with the Baron. He's on par with Kevin, making him as rich as anyone in PSK. The rich definitely are getting richer. Inferno Dragon, I think LFO as a team, they are just not even gonna care about that. They just want the kills right now, and they're gonna find LXY.
Not.
Oh, Rich got it!
Okay, Rabadon's Yumi.
Yeah.
That's
the way, that's the way. Genuinely.
Yeah. Absolutely love it. You know, like, I'm pretty sure that the Diana is that just got that Rabadons up much earlier.
Yeah.
I guess it's all down to its defense. Can PSK off? Min waves crashing in all fronts, bring it down to the bottom of the hip. Tipper! Need to go going for a dive, but here comes the ultimate. And final chapter to be popped up as well. Also going to be Kevin. He could for only the slot has been burned off eventually. Looking for Rich, but Rich will be off, but will still go down. This will be an egg for LFO to close off game 1.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but was Emotion the one that's ranked himself second of all the Baron laners above Tipper?
Right.
Well, there's not much for me to say, is there?
Yeah, I can't have to rub too much salt.
Yeah.
Well, this is really the case, game 2, if he really wants to prove that he is a laner, why didn't he opt for that Riven, which he could possibly have a decent chance against a Tryndamere lane?
Man.
You don't really have to wait for a level 5. You basically have all the tools necessary to have whatever a Tryndamere could possibly offer.
I'm actually not sure which of these matchups is better into Tryndamere. I feel like they're both pretty even. Neither one of them have a great winning lane. I feel like both Camille as well as Riven actually are a bit winning, like 55-45, 60-40, but still it wasn't enough. Tryndamere, a champ that's supposed to scale, was online from the get-go, as well as the rest of the team played so well too.
But when it comes down to all these sort of kit, I think like to land that hook shot on a tournament, just spin it away, it's so much more easier, you know. Like, but
yeah,
into some discussion later on. We'll go for a quick break and we'll come back with game 2.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Welcome back. This is the WCS Wild Rifts Champion Series, Southeast Asia for Malaysia and Singapore. Contra is now out. I am now in. And of course, I'm Husky alongside Omo once more. And for the third time in a row since we started working together, our colors matched. And we just witnessed LFO take on PathSeeker. And of course, the Dinosaurs got game one.
We didn't manage to get our outfits to match today, but the very least I could do, being sick and everything, was getting the colors to match.
Yeah.
The bare minimum.
Hopefully you're feeling better. You sound great as always, and nothing.
I sound terrible right now. My head is so nasally. But the good news is, the takeaway from all this is at least COVID made my voice deeper, so I sound manlier today.
Yeah, you definitely do. Of course, the good Wild Rift Games is gonna keep us fueled up, ready to rock and roll. But of course, we saw game one. We saw the power of the Yuumi. We saw how Tipper was able to kind of put emotion in its place, despite emotion did give some fighting words before. LFO looking great as always. And yesterday they did drop to Sem9, but they were able to draw some blood, and today they came in strong as we expected them to be.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that the Sem9 matchup was likely going to go the way of Sem9, given the way they've been looking. But no one could have expected today, Sem9 dropping 2-0 to Upcar Esports. Now, LFO, they don't seem to be wanting to repeat that pattern. They're looking for a very strong, very dominant 2-0 here over PathSeeker, who frankly have been struggling the last couple of weeks. We said they had a bit of an upswing. Now we're back on the downswing again. It's a downtrend for the members of PathSeeker, and today it's not looking to be any different.
Yeah, and I think for game number 2, we actually got some info, right? We will have, I think, a swap for the middle lane, but let's take a look at the stats, at least for game number 1. LFO on pretty much a roll, 29 kills to 11. I mean, Tipper just flexing that Tryndamere. Yeah. We saw this from Reach the Peak, right? Tryndamere jungle for Shelby, and then you have the Yuumi support, but this one is a bit more refined.
Yeah, 90% of the time, Tipper, he was basically playing without the Yuumi as well. Rich spent most of its time with Raven, getting control in the mid lane, playing so aggressive as a two-man unit despite not having backup. And this is what we always say about LFO. You give them an inch, they will push it to a mile in every single lane. And then you have to mechanics check them. Can you beat them individually? If the answer to that is no, then LFO, they're going to take your whole map away. They're not as clean as Sem9. They're not as structured as Sem9. But do they look good when they play their style?
Yeah, they 100% do. And I honestly thought that, Ravens from Upcar is going to be the only one that flexes the fist. But we see CWJ on that champion, and I don't blame him, right? Fist also got some love for this new patch, and it's great to see that some more players play that champion. But for game number 2, Kevin will be out and William will come in. We actually have not seen much of William thus far. Last year during Icon Seasons 4, William has been instrumental playing champions like Twisted Fate, playing champions like Oriana, and I just wonder how this is gonna patch up the mistakes of PathSeeker in game 1, because I think the first time we saw him, he played AP Leona, so I'm just gonna pretend that I did not see that.
That's the big one, right? We didn't see him at all, and then the one time we see him, he plays Leona mid lane. It's just raising a lot of question marks for me. I hope we see a better showing from Williams. If I'm gonna be frank with you, I've been a little bit underwhelmed by Kevin's. He's had some decent games, but a lot of the time I feel he's been quite underwhelming. His champion pool is also pretty limited. Now I want to see what Williams can do. Can he step up and be the big man that's needed for his team, or is Kevin still gonna prove to be the superior mid laner for PathSeeker here?
Yeah. And we also actually got to speak, at least for me, I got to speak to Swift, I believe, in week 1, and we kind of talked about how PathSeeker is looking, right? And I think Swift said that him and Emotion are the more experienced one, and then you have LXY. I think this guy is 18 years of age, very young, very talented, but they are lacking in terms of those macro plays, right? Something that I think Swift and Emotion have been doing their best to guide the team on, and that inexperience had really showed in that game 1. But we will see if game 2 will be different. LFO this time will be on that blue side. They will get that first pick. They will also get the chance to look at what to ban out what PSK likes.
Yeah, and please ban away that Yumi. I feel like it's so absurd that that champion just keeps getting away without getting banned. She's a little bit too strong right now. I know you need a lot of bans when you're playing against a team like LFO, but just get... There we go. I love to see it.
Yeah, when we saw the buff, we thought that, okay, Yumi top is going to be even more oppressive, but this also allows Yumi to be as oppressive as she is right now in the Dragon Lane, right? You pop up, get a couple of taps in, you hop back into your Dragon Lane, everything just looks so annoying. So I'm glad, I agree with you. You said you're the Yumi aficionado. I think
it's a love-hate relationship.
I'm starting to feel lethargic, seeing Yumi. No Kha'Zix, no set. This is going to be a fresher game, I believe, for PSK. At least they don't have to do with Nitro Charge, Hyper Carry from LFO.
Yeah, that's not going to be an option. Banning away the set here as well. Flex pick for Zipper, SSK, CWJ, Rich, they all play this set. You want to get rid of one of the strongest flexes here for LFO. Makes a lot of sense. Now, Camille being banned away. A bit interesting here from side of LFO. I think they just don't want to deal with that flex pick. But Camille, to me, wasn't really an issue in the last game at all. So let's see what LFO want to first pick here. Gragas being banned away. So first pick options, rather limited right off the bat. Gonna be Rich on that trash. He says, I'm gonna show you how it's done.
Yeah, and I believe you also highlighted Rich not only in the support role, but also the champions that he can bring out, right? Thresh being one of the few that is super impactful. We've seen a couple of support players play the Thresh, but no one plays it as effective as Rich. Jax being picked up on the side of PathSeeker, kind of saw this coming. It's either them or SSK, so I would say it's a steal pick for PathSeeker.
They weren't able to do it last game with the mechanics check champions in the forms of Jax, in the form of Riven and Camille. This time around, they're doubling down with the Jax Fiora. That's going to be a very strong combo for them, very intimidating if they get a lead. But once again, Raven and Rich, you love to see it, the Draven Trash combo.
We have seen this, we've seen the iteration of Draven being introduced a couple of times while Rabbit played it. Raven played it before, but of course, Raven, he won his game with the Draven, and now that Riven being brought out, can be played in the jungle, can be played in Baron lane. We saw Tipper on the Riven and he was virtually unkillable. And PathSeeker, they bring out the Corki, and I know that you have some feedback regarding Corki, right?
I don't think he's a great champion. I just think he's a bad champion. And if you're playing Corki into a Draven Trash lane, you should mentally prepare yourself to be shafted right from the get-go. Maybe it's a mid Corki though. We know William likes these picks.
Yeah. But if it's not, then I think both of us can agree unanimously that the Varus would be the better pick, right? And we have not seen that. I don't understand why. But we do see Lee Sin ban out. Lulu also taken out by LFO as well, getting rid of those Enchanter supports.
Nice. Good bans. I mean, you want to get rid of the Enchanters because of the synergy that they should possibly have with the Jax, with the Fiora. You don't want to allow them to pop off in this game. Lulu's a very good ban. Lee Sin and Zed, good bans as well. I'm quite liking what we're seeing so far. These are picks very favored by CWJ and SSK. Get rid of it.
Yeah. And contrary to game number 1, LFO, they take out the Rakan as well, so you don't have this initiative support for PathSeeker. There's obviously still the Alistar available, a more popular one compared to most other initiators that we've seen. But on the side of LFO, I think I'm not too worried about that champion pool. Without the Zed, there's always the Diana, there's always the Akali and the Fizz. We saw CWJ play all of those champions, but PathSeeker will go for the Nami for Evolution.
A big change of pace here. What we typically see PathSeeker succeed with is when Evolution is on a beefy champion that has crowd control, like that Gragas. This is a huge switch up. That's also a huge switch up. Evelyn for SSK here.
Yeah, and
interesting.
What did you think about Evelyn, right? We have not seen this champion for ages.
She's pretty weak in the early game, right? But I think the logic here coming in from SSK is that I'm playing against Jax, I'm playing against Fiora. I'm not afraid to just have a slow farming early game, and then later on, they want to brawl me. I don't allow them to brawl me just by the nature of how my champion plays. I get in, I get out, try to assassinate people. Now, this Twisted Fate pickup is good though, because you right away get the review on Evelyn.
Yeah, you get the Destiny, Evelyn gets, position gets compromised, and it's also one of William's best pick, right? He was known for that Twisted Fate last year, finally showing, one of his trump cards, and I think this... Not Leona, thankfully. I mean, God forbid we see that Leona pick again. But I do want to see how William is going to pilot this Twisted Fate, right? Because I think a lot of responsibility is going to be on him at level 5 to make that first rotation with the Destiny and get something out of that.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look at the rest of his team composition as well, Jax wants to scale, Fiora wants to scale, Cocky wants to scale. It comes down to him to make the early moves happen, to work in tandem with LXY to make it happen early game. I think a Jax, I would like to see a Jax as well as Twisted Fate mid jungle. I think that's the strongest combo that they have. A lot of stuns, a lot of lockdown. If they catch someone, they might be able to burst them out. So that's what I want to look out for. I want to see William and LXY be active on the map here, because I really don't like the Cocky pick. I don't like the fact that you have triple scaling. I think it's greedy. I think it's going to be tough to survive against LFO, but we'll see if William can be what they need to make it happen.
Yeah, and that triple scaling lineup kind of feeds into your earlier point, right? SSK, he can just do whatever he wants with that Evelyn. He has the essence of time, right? I don't think they are running against the clock. And come late game, they also have heavy scaling champions that can get the job done. Obviously, if you need to play fast, the Draven Thresh is always that option. Something that I think, and Jace, right? Something that PathSeeker doesn't really have the luxury to fall back to. If William can't really make an impact, I think we can see LFO running over them in this game.
Could be. It's a very real possibility as well. We'll see if LFO, and especially the side lanes, make it happen. I forgot the mid pick. Do you remember what CWJ was playing?
We have a Riven, we have a Jace, we have a Draven,
Jace Smith,
and Evelyn. It's a Jace Smith. So, Tipper Riven.
Tipper Riven, it's old classic, it's old familiar, nothing gonna be surprising here. But what I do like more about LFO's draft is they balance out the late game, they balance out the slow champs with faster champs. Evelyn is slow, Jace is fast. Draven Trash, they're fast. Riven, a little bit slower, can scale, decent early game. It's a nice blend of champion archetypes here. PSK though, it's basically all inning on late game plus a Twisted Fate. So that's a bit curious to me. But if they survive the early mid game, if they survive the 4-minute fights, the 6-minute fights, I think they're going to be really scary on the side lane.
Yeah, you wanted to see the Jax in the jungle because there's more synergy, right, in the side lanes, especially with William, but we're not seeing that. And I can understand this coming from, PathSeeker's perspective. Emotion has always been the guy that they will leave on an island, he will brawl as much as he wants, he gets a hit, he carries the game. So the priority now shifts to William and Emotion, something that we saw when they were playing under SDGR in the fall season last year. So back to square one, back to basics for PathSeeker. But the question is, can it get it done? Because now we have a Fiora jungle, that pressure on the side lanes, at least in synergy with the jungler, will be a bit lesser than what we wanted.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, right? I would have loved to see Jax Twisted Fate, but I feel like the rationale here is that Jax is a bit of a better matchup. Oh wait, what am I talking about? It's not even Jace Baron lane. I don't really know. I feel like this is just a situation where they double pick these bruises and they say, which one do you want to play? And Emotion says, I want Jax. LXY says, I want Fiora. Okay, done. Next.
We'll see if this is going to go any different for PathSeeker, and I particularly want to just look at William himself, right? Has the exhaust, so you can survive the burst from CWJ or any sort of burst.
SSK, yeah, it's great.
Or SSK, right? I mean, Evelyn jumps in, does have the ultimate to get out, but the exhaust can mitigate a lot of those outputs. But this is the chance for William to prove himself. Meanwhile, Evolution getting flayed back. No death sentence just yet, but the pressure that you mentioned early on is starting to come true.
Yeah, this is the pressure, right? One flay. Cocky is so short range. This is what we talk about with champions like Cocky, like Xayah. You have to walk into flay range to auto attack the last hit, which is why it's so dangerous against a matchup like Draven Trash.
Meanwhile, I think that with how the jungler has been, just to divert a bit, I feel like LXY, not only will he not be able to pressure too much, I don't think SSK is going to be too bothered, right? He is going to show up in lane, but he won't be too compelled to have any responsibility to make those early rotations. And of course, if he gets it, it will be a bonus, but without it, he is just as fine.
Yeah, he just gets some extra farm for himself as well, extra EXP for himself, but this is very standard. We always see both junglers contesting for this, but pay attention to the topside Scuttle Crab right now. This is going to be a big point of contention, and Evelyn is weak now.
You see Swift flowing both of his sums, the pressure continues. Meanwhile, in the lane, CWJ, they all jump on LXY, who flashes backwards, but Emotion can't help him, so first blood goes over the CWJ. Emotion has the counter strike,
they're all
gets the start of the CWJ, but why are they fighting this? I don't understand. The haste spikes from SSK, dropping Emotion low, he deep strikes away. Evolution comes in clutch with the Aerie and the Ebb and Tide, and a good go-kart to CWJ. He still smashes Willem in the face, but at least they get some trade back.
A little bit greedy there from CWJ, but he will be able to get the trade back like you mentioned. SSK right now, greedy as well to both of these guys. Just having a bit of fun.
Good news for Emotion. 2-0, 2-0 on this Jax. It does lose a bit of wave. Tipper gets some space, but Emotion, the fact that he committed so much resources, he should be happy with that result. LXY wants the Scuttle Crab, but Rich will not let him get that. In fact, they won't let Raven take the Lantern. LXY has the repulse, but he's only level 3. Lunges across the wall, smites the Scuttle Crab, get the health back, but Swift is now in no man's land. The Flay doesn't connect, and both of them will be chased away.
Yeah, trying to save the Flay there, I think, to cancel the Valkyrie, but doesn't quite manage to get it off. LXY gets the crab, he'll be happy with that. And what was initially a huge win for LFO turns into a pretty even trade, surprisingly. A bit greedy from both CWJ and SSK, going for the dives 2v3.
And now level 5, Destiny is online for William. Waiting to see if he can make any sort of rotation. That top lane does look a bit tasty though. Tipper not really in the best state, doesn't have the flash, and Destiny immediately pop. William is going to show up with that gold card. That's going to be the Blade of the, well, the Blade of the Exile, but Tipper still goes down in motion. He might show his live leap strikes away, but the burn from SSK will finish him off, and William does stun SSK with the gold card, but his damage has ran dry, and CWJ will come in from the side. They will finish him off and give SSK a double kill.
You love to see it, that roam coming in, but only one auto. Raven not taking the Lantern?
Yeah, might be a big mistake. Alex White has the grand challenge, but runs straight into Raven. They were ready for that, and Raven cashes in on that Adoration stack. And Swift is staying around a bit too long, but thankfully, you know, Raven has the backup of Rich. And Swift, I'm a bit worried.
It's definitely worrying, but if that big one hit from Swift, he might have been able to turn it around. Raven and Rich so greedy right now, playing with fire, but they will get away from that one. They kill LXY, that's a big deal. They kill Evolution, they get the cash in, and things are starting to work out now for LFO.
So far, looking at the objectives, they just spawn at the map. PathSeeker are 3,000 gold behind, and so, at least for the benefit of doubt for PathSeeker, Tipper isn't having that good of a game, right? And again, emotion going on to Tipper. Tipper flashed away. This is the matchup that we also like to see, right? Other than the villain, is emotion trying to give Tipper a run for his money. But I believe there's a fight happening somewhere. We're still keeping our eyes on the emotion, who just bashes Tipper in the face with the staff. He has a real weapon.
Yeah, it was the auto reset. Tipper didn't expect it. So well played from emotion there. But Tipper, I think that all in, he played it so cleanly as well. Dodged out the counter strike. The problem was he didn't have ultimate because he burned that when he got gang. That would have been the difference maker. If Tipper had his out available, he would have won that trade. But emotion, cleanly done there from him to pull himself ahead. 3-1-1 right now. He's got a statement to make here, and he's trying to do it.
And so far, he has been doing so with minimal help, right? It's just we're looking at this.
Well, he's at Twisted Fate a couple times.
Yeah, 2 times. Okay, 2 out of 3 times. All right, we can go with that. Inferno Drake though, something that PathSeeker would love to get their hands on, and I think LFO, they have the same idea.
Yeah, this is going to be a big fight, and we see Tipper making his rotation down already. Emotion, he's going to be a little bit late on this one, but has the Triforce, will be strong when he gets here. No one going to start this objective off. Late recall from CWJ, and it looks like both teams just going to be jostling for priority before anything else.
And I do love what PathSeeker is doing, right? Making sure that they are getting a bit more map control compared to most of the games that they've played, but like you say, right, the jostling, the tug of war in this Inferno Drake pit is going to be very intense. Emotion zoning CWJ away, but the rest of PathSeeker are not really in position. The LFO, they just walk in.
LFO, they just walk in, and PathSeeker, they had the control, they had the priority, but they have to give it all up. LFO not going to start this objective off though. PathSeeker, they want to look for a fight here, but where are they going? This is not it. A bit ambitious.
Yeah, very ambitious from William with the Destiny, and now without that ultimate, LFO will at least have the cover of the shadows, right? SSK will be playing near the Dragon Pit, and he has Rich to back him up. Proto Belt, Death Sentence, forces out the flash from William. That's one resource down for PathSeeker.
And that's
LFO it. Now, they are going to start the Inferno Drake. I don't think PathSeeker can make an entire. Emotion will try. He shows up, but they don't have Alex White with him though. He's not going to be in range. Tidal Whip comes right through, only hits onto SSK. Grand Challenge laid onto him, but Alex White, he's missing a lot of target, and that's going to be the Wind Slash. And the Draven are cutting through Tipper with a triple kill, and PathSeeker gets decimated.
I thought it was going to be the Evelyn ultimate there that cleans house, but it was Tipper with the Wind Slash, like you said. I think that was a bit of a miscalculation from PSK. They didn't want to start it off there. It was out of sight, out of mind situation. They don't see SSK. They assume he's not there. Wait, what just happened? Tipper goes a bit echo. He flashes forward and dies.
Yeah, and Swift had the heal, and Emotion, we know he likes to take this one, flashes it, but into the stand aside.
Oh, nice.
And indeed, he will be forced to stand aside. LXY flashes over the wall. This is just a bloodbath right now. Raven doesn't have his flash. They will stun him with the gold card, and William gets the pickup.
It was nice for a second there, but the flash from LSY gives them the cleanup. Emotion does drop to make that happen. This game a lot closer, a lot bloodier. LFO, they've gotten the first objective, but the gold is even. And I would say if we talk about scaling, PSK are definitely happy to scale in this game. It's basically a story of Riven Evelyn against Jax Fiora. Who's going to scale better? I think it's Jax Fiora. Emotion's going to be scary to look out for, but Tipper, he's caught up in gold and then some.
And at the same time, we are seeing this Black Cleaver built from Swift Corki, right? We saw this before, I believe, from Kuya when TODAK was playing, but yeah, it's going to be the dragon fight.
Yeah, it's a nice little dragon fight here. CWJ coming in from backline, Tipper coming in from backline. I thought this was the angle for Evelyn to get a triple kill with ultimate, but Shinsekai a bit too slow with that one. Means it's Rich that picks, oh sorry, it's Tipper that picks it up.
The last caress, I mean SSK ports backwards, but still gets hit by the tidal wave.
Oh boy.
PathSeeker picking up 2 big kills. Those are 2 members from LFO that you said we need to keep an eye on in terms of scaling, but they both went down.
They are definitely big kills right there. The problem is Shinsekai going in a bit too aggressive. PSK, they've been doing this thing the entire game where they commit more members of a team to a play. They get the kills, but they lose farm on the other side of the map. Now with LFO making individual mistakes, that's starting to work out for them. PSK are starting to get some more kills. Well, I say that, but Emotion and LXY, I think they just got caught out and got taken down.
Hard reset button, might I say.
Yeah, fast recall.
And LFO, they kind of stem the bleeding. Second Rift Herald online, PSK not in any position to contest this. The Cloud Drake will be up, just I believe in a minute or so. So PSK will still have some time to set up vision in the bot side. But Tipper, in the meantime, is already infiltrating the PathSeeker jungle as LFO will get the Rift Herald.
Wait, they give it over to Rich? That's a bit interesting. But yeah, Tipper forced to back away. He's got a good sense about him. Generally doesn't overstay. Doesn't generally get caught even when he's on the weak side of the map. Like you said, Dragon, still a bit of time to go. I want to see a bit of a swap up on the lane assignments though from the members of LFO. I want to see this Riven back into the Jax.
And on my side, I want to see how Rich does this. Protobell forward, misses a death sentence. It does bring Evolution low. The bubble, short in terms of range. On LFO, they definitely want to siege down this mid tier. One Swift is recalling in a very dangerous position. Pretty greedy, and William, he will show up alongside LXY, but LFO will back off.
Look at the minimap right now. Look at the state of the minimap. PSK, they always commit 5. They always commit at least 4. They're always here with more members. Now, if the fight doesn't happen, then LFO, that's gold earned for them on the other sides of the map. But generally, LFO, this game, they've not been playing very cautious. Like we said, they like to be aggressive even when they have no right to be. And they have been getting punished by PSK. Now this game, 8k gold difference, but it's looking a bit too even for me. Oh, not enough damage. Nice.
Over the wall, still doesn't survive, and CWJ will do the same. They really want this Nami dead, and Tipper is going to show up. Flash, broken plays, good 2-man upguard. The Whirling Death will cut through William, and Swift will not survive. They get the pull back onto LXY, who has the grand challenge, but it seems like the challenges that he issues have all been losses. And now with Emotion also joining him, they will just watch the tier 1 drop.
Yeah, this Rift Herald is full health. They might honestly go for the inhibitors right now. Might try to break the high ground here. I don't think they'll be aggressive about it. Yeah, 40 HP in Rift Herald charge. It basically did nothing. They honestly didn't even need it. That's something I would like to see teams be a bit more disciplined around, knowing where and when they need to use the Rift Herald. But LFO, well, I guess they earned 40 damage from that charge.
And we keep, we emphasize that LFO and PathSeeker, they are fighting left, right, and center. But the goal lead is being extended by LFO every single minute. It's just kind of a sight to behold, right? PSK, they get a kill, and LFO, they punish PathSeeker somewhere else. Kind of a tug of war that is slowly dragging PSK down the gutter.
Yeah, this game was close at a point. I think when Jax was getting solo kills on Riven, that's when you needed to identify your win condition and stop playing around it. Stop forcing your Jax to come to so many rotations. But this is something which I don't really expect, like most of the younger teams, to really understand as well. It's very easy to just say objective up, let's come in team fight, let's come in 5v5, but sometimes it's better if you don't, and that's something which LFO understand very well.
So we are just shy of a minute away from Baron Nation, and looking at that Baron fight, I think, what is the contingency plan for PathSeeker right now? Are they still trying to look for all these silent kills?
Yeah, what they're doing right now is correct.
It's going to be a tall task though. I mean, middle lane getting shoved in by LFO. They have 4 members there. And Swift and Emotion, I don't think they can do it alone. Oh, okay. Play of the X out by Tipper. He gets exhausted. A bit too ambitious from Tipper though. Yeah, he's going to give his life up. Emotion will die.
Look at this AD carry flank right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing a pretty messy game so far, but Raven, he is still playing on the edges. A good Valkyrie and Hugh. SSK just goes right in. Now there will be the Destiny by Willem. Can he get at least an exchange to wildcard? Just need one more. SSK dies. PathSeeker at least gets some sort of exchange.
What I think that started off well-ish for PathSeeker, they correctly identify we need to be hitting side lanes. Fiora Jax on the side lane, we combo that with Twisted Fate, that's the play we need to go for. What I don't like is that they're going towards the Twisted Fate, they're going towards the Fiora rather than towards the Jax. I want to see them play more towards this Jax. I want to see them try to kill Jace more, not Riven. This is they have the right idea, but the finishing touches, I would say, is where PathSeeker have been messing up.
So it's safe to say that we're not looking at Swift as much as we're looking at Emotion LXY, right? Those two are going to be your skating hyper carry.
As well as William, right? And how well he identifies where and when he needs to go.
Yeah, we have the rapid fire cannon for this Twisted Fate. Very classic, long range gold card. I think against the members of LFO, it's actually pretty darn good. The fact that some of them have to get up close and personal.
Yeah, it's really good. You get a lot of gold card off at a really acceptable range, so you don't have to put yourself in danger, and it's also so good at catching up people on the side lane. Now, look at the lane assignments right now. This is wrong. William cannot be there. He needs to be playing mid side or bot side and hovering towards Emotion. The Jax should not be able to push, the Jace should not be able to push waves for free, and they should be looking to actively punish CWJ.
We saw Ravens throw up their Whirling Death, and that should give them some info. At least LXY was tagged. Rich is alone in this brush. He will spot out LXY. Thankfully, Evolution will be there. The Death Sentence does go wide. They have to back up with Willem, but Willem has to be careful though. He can't walk up that close. And LFO continuing to exert their presence in this jungle. And that top tier 2 looks very juicy right now. LXY lunges in with the riposte, but he has to be careful. And thankfully, the Proto Belt will be there to help him, but SSK will come the flank. That's going to be the Whiplash and finish him off. Evolution forced to use the Tidal Wave, but SSK just have way too much damage.
Yeah, so much damage. Wait, Husky, is Evelyn E called Whiplash? How do you know that?
I have read up on it.
Student of the game. Yeah. Oh my god, I would have never known that. I don't know a single spell name from Evelyn, I think.
I initially...
look at this though.
We have Emotion.
Exhausted. A messy game.
Super messy. Tipper getting zoned away. Stu lunges over the wall, and Swift is in the worst possible position.
Yeah. He tried to save his teammates with the package, but it wasn't enough. Williams, I gotta say though, his exhaust has been very instrumental, but it's not quite enough.
There's only so much you can do, right? You exhaust SSK, it's gonna be Tipper. But just to quickly answer your question, I used to think that her ultimate is called Whiplash until I read up on it, and Whiplash is E, right? Yeah.
Wait, what is the ultimate called then?
Last Caress.
Man, it's so try-hard, dude.
It does sound nice, you know, like Last
Caress.
It's
pretty cool. Yeah.
Kills you. It's like,
one last caress. Okay, so then we have a quiz then. Do you know what the rest of the spells are? Hate Spikes.
The Hate Spikes and Alert.
I would never have guessed that.
Makes you fall in love.
Impressive.
But I would say not as obscure as Conflagration.
Yeah.
That's gonna be in my mind for a while.
Look at that. Swift just got taken down by Evelyn again.
Yeah,
you see, look at this. They're on the wrong side of the map. It needs to be Twisted Fate Jax doing this. They're making the plays with the wrong members.
They want Tipper though. Grand Challenge issue. Tipper flashes on top of Willems, but I don't think he's gonna have enough damage.
Yeah.
They don't need to exhaust for this, but middle lane is blown wide open.
The game.
So PathSeeker, they want Tipper, but Tipper was the bait. Emotion holding on with the counters, try to Tidal Wave completely missing. Worst tsunami I have ever seen, and Raven will outrun him now. Cashes in, LXY gets hooked back by the Death Sentence, and that would be it. Ravens with a triple kill, PathSeeker dropping the ball big time. They want Tipper, but Tipper is not the man of the hour. It is Raven, it is Rich, it is the rest of LFO. And it's safe to say they've gotten this game. It's a 2-0 series.
It's a 2-0 series, just like the Sem9 series was earlier today, just in a different direction than what we expected. We've got one more series coming up after this, but this match, I mean, it's just a typical LFO game, isn't it? It's just LFO doing what they do best.
Yep. And PathSeeker, they did try, but unfortunately it wasn't enough, right? We see what Willem was able to do on the Twisted Fate, but like you said, I think they were looking at Willem and LXY rather than Willem and Emotion.
Yes, exactly.
But it feels like a characteristic of from the past, right? Where Emotion is so used to being that one-man army that Willem didn't really thought of emotion as anything more than that. So perhaps that's what led to the downfall. But I would say the first Evelyn debut in WCS went pretty well for LFO.
Definitely went well there for LFO. Shinsekai having a grand old time. The damage output, it's basically close to a one-shot without even needing the ultimate. Great stuff coming in from the members of LFO. But PathSeeker, yet again, I think they have to go back to the drawing board. You've tried Kevin, you've tried Williams, different champion pools. Neither one has really worked out for you here today. They had a bit of upswing, now back on the downtrend. Can they recover from this? Can they learn their lesson and just re-identify what they need to do to win?
And thankfully for PathSeeker, the week is over, so they will have a couple of days to kind of work things out. I mean, there's still a lot of matches to go, right? We haven't passed the halfway point yet, but those rematches are about to happen pretty soon. So
next week,
PathSeeker
right? I think next week it starts being rematches.
Yes, yeah, it starts being rematches.
Nice.
I mean, they came really close to beating Upcar, and I know like normal mathematics don't really work in a round robin format. You can't look at Sem9 beating LFO and thinking that Sem9 can beat Upcar because that was just proven wrong.
Yeah.
But PathSeeker on this downwards trend is probably the more obvious one, and like you pointed out, they have a lot to work on.
They definitely do. They for sure do. And we've got a very exciting one coming up for the viewers as well, because everyone who thought that LFO against Sem9 was the match of the week, you're just completely wrong. Because the match of the week is coming up after this, where we have TODAK and RTP. But before we go too much about that, let's take a look at the post-game, Husky.
And the post-game basically says a lot about, I mean, again, 29 kills. They did it in game 1. They did it in game 2 as well. I feel like this is deja vu, but with a different draft from both teams.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different draft, but the way they played it ended up being the same. LFO will do LFO things regardless of what happens, what's thrown at them. And once again, Cocky not really delivering much. LXY having a tough series as well. I would say William looked pretty okay in this one, but PathSeeker, they tried something new in this game. It clearly did not work out for them. I would like to see them go back to what worked for them, which is utility ADs and some sort of a roamer here for Evolution, something where you can assist your playmakers in Emotion and LXY to really get things going.
Yeah, and just now we actually didn't have much time to have a more in-depth discussion, and I think this is where I want to borrow your expertise a bit. What allows team like LFO, Sem9 or Watermelon, I think it's particularly LFO or Watermelon, to keep taking these chaotic fights, to keep running at your face and somehow still come up with a lead? Like, what are they doing right with that?
It's really just mechanics check. That's number one, right? That's the easy answer. The mechanics check. They win individual mechanic checks 90% of the time, 70% of the times, and that's enough. But what I think LFO does very well, and that's something which is pointed out by some of the other analysts here as well, is that LFO are really good, especially at playing around Tipper on a side lane. This series, we saw a lot of them using CWJ on the side lane, but Tipper as well. When he's split pushing, the team knows generally when to push and pull, when they can commit, when they have to back off. They take a fight, they maybe trade 1-for-1, but all that while Tipper's hitting bot lane turrets, and that's something which this team understands very well. Now, when they were playing against a better team like Sem9, their clumsiness in executing the strategy did get punished, but we're starting to see maybe them get a little bit cleaner about it. I feel like Tipper doesn't have to take every 1v2 he's in, but I feel like when they're in a serious situation, the members of LFO, they will be able to figure it out.
Yeah, kind of what SSK said in his interview last week, right? I think I forgot who asked him, but one of the questions was, how do you guys play out that team composition? How do you guys work with someone like Tipper? And he just says, we just let Tipper do his thing. He likes to fight, we let him fight. He can do 1v5 if he likes, but we will get the job done. And well, I was just talking about him. I guess we will talk to him in a bit.
Man, this guy again. Yeah. We have an interview set up. Not with SSK actually, but today it's going to be with Raven again. We'll pull him in when everything's ready on that end. There we go. What's up?
Hello.
Hi, and congratulations on another win. Chaotic, but it's good chaos. I like it. I know Omo has a lot to talk to you guys about, so I'm gonna let Omo ask the first question.
My mind is actually so empty right now. Yeah, my head is empty right now. It's the COVID, it's the vid. I don't have any questions to really think of, but I guess I'll bring up one, right? I want to ask you your thoughts on the bot lane meta a little bit here, because today you put out Lucian, you put out Draven. Do you think these champions are just situational? Are you playing it because you're against maybe a weaker opponent? What's the rationale there?
I think right now the meta is really based on individual mechanics, because a lot of teams picked up a lot of AP mages like Morgana, Ziggs, and a lot of other teams will pick up like Vayne, and like for me it's Draven. So I think depends
pocket
on
pick.
the team. Yeah, so it depends on the team and the players. But there's not really a fixed meta, I feel.
Right, so yesterday you guys played against Sem9. It was a 2-1 series. Today Sem9 came in. They lost against Upcar Esports. Did you watch that game? Like, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think like that was an anomaly or? They're your biggest opponents, right? And first place is up for grabs yet again.
I mean, Upcar is a strong team for sure. They took one game against us as well.
True, yeah.
Let's not forget about that. But I think Sem9 just played worse than what they played yesterday. How they played yesterday, sorry.
Okay. So first place up for grabs. Are you gunning for that one? What's the thought process in the LFO camp right now?
I mean, honestly, I don't care which place we get as long as we make finals. That's our win condition right now.
It's about the destination, right? It's about no matter how you get there, you will get there. And I know Omo himself, he's not a big fan of Corki, and now I want to get your expertise on that. What do you think of that Corki Dragon lane in this meta?
Corki, I think
Kind of
it's
a shit champion, right?
It's a shit champion. I wouldn't play it in my life ever.
Okay.
There we go. You see, from the man himself.
You're right. I agree. I've been agreeing with you from the start, but I just want to get the confirmation, right?
Yeah.
Now every non-Corki main will be vindicated. But what's next for LFO? Because right now you guys basically play almost all of your matches. The rematches are going to come out starting next week. What do you think is going to be the steps moving forward, the mentality moving forward?
I think for now we'll just try to fix our issues and try to beat Sem9 because I mean obviously they are one of our strongest opponents in the league right now, and our goal is obviously to win them. So we try to fix our mistakes and hopefully we'll get a dub next time.
Nice. All the best for that. So we're gonna have the MVP screen pop up shortly. Who was your take on the MVP for that series for your team?
Wow. It's a hard one to choose today. I think everyone played well today.
I remember last time when you were presented with the question, you said that you're going to be the MVP. So, it's a bit closer. Right?
Quick, MVP's ready. Who is that?
I think SSK. I'll give him one.
Okay.
Let's see. Production agrees. They do.
It is SSK. So everyone on the team deserves, they will get one for themselves. Last time you said it was you and you hit it on the hit. This time you say it's SSK and you nailed it again. Perfect. I would say that your record on predicting who's the MVP has been phenomenal so far. But with that being said, I just want to lead back quickly to this question that we actually asked SSK last time about Tipper, right? How is Tipper kind of fitting into your team? Considering he is a guy likes action, likes to fight, does it well. How do you guys kind of acclimate to that?
I think most of the time, he fights a lot, which is obvious. And we'll just try to control him sometimes. Like we'll ask Rich to let him know that we can't fight here, we can't fight there. Like chill first, and we will help him out in the side lane whenever we can. And that's how we are playing right now, and it's going well.
So your prediction record has been really good. I have one very important question to ask you. Reach the Peak is playing against TODAK after this. Both teams have 0 wins. Who's gonna get the first dub?
Reach the Peak and TODAK.
Yeah.
I think TODAK 2-0.
Okay,
TODAK 2-0, right?
Nice.
Can you justify that? Because so far, our impression of these two teams have been a bit underwhelming. So I want to hear your thoughts on that. Why TODAK and why 2-0?
Actually we haven't played Reach the Peak yet, right? So...
No, you have. You play everyone.
Wait, we did? Oh.
Actually,
I think
let me
TODAK...
double check. I might be wrong.
Oh
no, you play them next week.
No.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, so we played TODAK in the qualifiers last time, so I think they were the better opponents. As in, they will be the better opponents, like mechanics wise. And I think if they play towards their win condition, they should be able to 2-0 easily.
Easily. I'm actually excited right now.
Yeah, I'm hyped. I told you it's the match of the week, Husky.
Yeah, it is. Like Omo has been like 2 days ago, Omo has been dreading this series, but we're gonna get there shortly. Thank you very much, Raven, for joining us. You have been phenomenal, and looking forward to more LFO matches down the road.
Good luck.
Thank you. You too.
All right. With that out of the way, we are now at. I can't even call this dessert, right? Because it's the match of the
It's
week.
the main course.
It's the main course, the
Yeah.
entree. Reach
This
the
is
peak
the
against
stick and
TODAK.
lobsters. It's all coming out.
Ravens. Yeah, Ravens said that TODAK will win 2-0.
Yeah.
I was expecting 3 games, and he said 2-0. So that's something that we can hold on to. Can we hold him accountable for
Husky,
that?
We definitely can. We'll pop his predictions in as well. Husky, I'm already sick as hell. I've got the vid. If this goes to 3 games, I might not make it. I genuinely might not make it.
So then we gotta hope one of these teams make it to a 2-0.
We'll take a look at
think that's
we'll take a look at the predictions later. We'll see who you guys all predicted for. I swapped up my vote, so we'll see how the rest of the casters feel about that one. Who did you think was gonna win?
Honestly, I came into this with a clean slate. I think that TODAK probably has a better chance, right?
Yeah.
Judging from what we've seen, at least TODAK had some games where they show signs of life, albeit being like a one-off fluke. But at least, if the conditions were met, if we just get to that 1% condition, we can still see that. So I think TODAK has a better chance. And I know some of the casters on the English panel also agree with that. I think TODAK actually has a lot of people backing them up today.
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of hopes for Reach the Peak, to be honest, but every time I've been let down. They've lost every single match I've voted them for, but I feel like this time around, they're not going to make it. It's going to be TODAK. My bet's on TODAK. I know I set it up to sound like I was going to root for Reach the Peak, but I think it's going to be a TODAK win here today.
It would be very ironic, right, if Reach the Peak wins this. But I think whoever wins that best of 3 will not only get the first win, but also at least show us where they stand right now. I really don't like to say this, but showing us where they stand isn't really a big deal because they are both at the bottom. So
yeah, that's true. Well, to be fair, PathSeeker are 2 and 3 right now. So whoever wins this match, if you have a better showing in the second round robin, you could still make it to playoffs. It's not impossible.
Oh yeah, true. That actually is a possibility. So I think the fight for the bottom 2 hasn't ended just yet. There is still some slots for teams who are not consistent to make it there, but it all starts with PathSeeker and TODAK, right? Like who will be used as a pedestal by the end of this best of 3. It will be a very interesting, 1-2 hours coming up. But we talk I think for TODAK it's like Shanks. Newgate actually had a good showing against Sem9 2 days ago, but for Reach the Peak, I feel like we haven't found that hidden gem yet.
No. Like CLB has tried to be the carrier a lot of the times. He's even played things like Tryndamere, but it just seems like him and the rest of the team are desynced in their attempts to win the game. And honestly, CLB himself, it seems like he's making so many desperation plays that I can't really see them winning it, because it just seems like the team themselves don't see a way to win the game.
Yeah, we've seen like a very fragmented team. And I remember Coffee yesterday in this interview when they play against TODAK. Coffee said that TODAK are like a pub game. So now we'll see. Now we'll see if that's true, right? I mean, their rematch will come out in the coming weeks. But let's save that suspense for later. We will go for a short break. And when we come back, Reach the Peak takes on TODAK. And we'll see who gets their first dub in this best of 3.
talking pure satisfaction. We give you pure satisfaction. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Hey yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold. Truth be told, we coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals. Yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Go crazy. Warriors, notorious. War with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious. They the warriors, we the warriors.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Champions Series for Southeast Asia. This is the region for Malaysia and Singapore, and we are about to witness the best series of week number 2. It's going to be TODAK against Reach the Peak. My name is Husky, and joining me to witness this glorious moment will be none other than Omo.
The COVIDed up Omo, we're here to watch some amazing Wild Rift action. The two teams that have yet to find a single win. We're not talking match wins here, we're talking about the two teams yet to find a single map win. 0 and 10 for the both of them. They're going to be facing off, and someone has to win here today.
Yeah, something has to change, right?
Yeah.
Someone has to emerge the winner. I know you have been dreading this since the start of the week. You were complaining that why are you getting all the TODAK game, but fate has it. We might witness them finally get their first W.
Yeah, all the
and
RTP
the RTP
games as
games.
well. I followed
It's
these
fated,
two teams.
Leonard.
I followed their journey very closely.
Okay. It's fated, Leonard. It's really fated. You will have to see one of them emerge on top today. But of course, we have to do the honors of introducing them. First off, let's start off with Reach the Peak. There we have it. We have Guard, Yue, Deathly, Shelby, and Guilty. And another iteration of the team. I mean, another role swap. Shelby in the Dragon Lane, Yue in the jungle. Deathly stays mid. Guilty back to support. So now we are looking at a Dragon Lane and jungle swap. How do you feel about this?
I have no idea, Husky. I have no idea what to tell you. I have no idea what to expect from this iteration of Reach the Peak. CLB, he's been the mainstay. He's been consistently in the jungle this entire time. And I believe Yue has played basically every game in Marksman as well, and Dragon Lane as well. So this swap up, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what it's gonna be like. Maybe we'll see a iteration of Reach the Peak that can actually win here today.
Yeah, and while we put our thoughts on Reach the Peak on hold for a while, we also need to look at their opponents. A team that also looking for their first dub is none other than TODAK, and this time they really are serious about getting that win because they bring in Wild Rabbit instead of Kuya with Shanks, Skylo, Newgate, and Crown, the usual lineup.
Yeah, Wild Rabbit stepping back in today. He had a pretty decent performance. The one game that I saw him on that Draven combo with Shanks on Trash. I hope this means that we're going to see a more aggressive form of TODAK's bottom lane. I feel like Wild Rabbit and Shanks, these two guys have a lot of potential to really pop off, and I would love to see it from them against a role-swapped CLB and Guilty.
Yeah, and right now I just want to pick your brain a bit, right? From what we have seen from Reach the Peak, CLB has always played at jungle, has always tried to take on the role as a hyper carry, and you also pointed out at the start of WCS that the Dragon Laner has the least impact overall. But now with CLB, relegating himself to that role, do you think that they have shot themselves in the foot? Because we're looking at the stats for Shelby versus Wild Rabbit, and I can tell you it's not looking good for Shelby.
It's not looking good for sure, but to be fair, CLB play like every game, and Wild Rabbit only play one game, so that tends to, or like 2 games, so that tends to skew the stats a little bit. But I feel like part of the reason that RTP has been having a hard time winning games is because of how selfish CLB plays. He's trying to carry the team, but to that end, he's playing extremely selfish. Now with a swap up, Yue might be willing to give up more for his laners. CLB might be able to get more resources as the selfish Dragon laner. Meta doesn't exactly favor it, but we'll have to see if it plays out. I can see the theory behind this. I don't think it's just a completely random lane swap, but do I think it's gonna be good? I can't tell you.
Maybe it's also to throw a curveball at TODAK, right? TODAK prepped like prepped the whole week for this encounter, and then they were like, okay, Shelby, he's gonna pick like Graves, Tryndamere, Xin Zhao, and then they see him in the Dragon lane. We're like, what the hell happened now?
Yeah.
Scrap that. We don't know what Yue is going to play.
Exactly,
we will just mind games.
Mind games indeed. Like, you have no idea what Yue is gonna play. That's the big one. I feel like Dragon Lane, at a point you don't really care. It's like, what's the wildest thing you can play? Vayne, Draven. It's also like relatively acceptable. And I feel like Shanks and Wild Rabbit, I feel like they can handle it. What do we always say when we talk about TODAK? We need to see Shanks on something that can roam and have initiative on the map. Hopefully he finds that option here today.
Yeah, and hopefully Newgate also demonstrates that his prowess, right? That one game against Sem9, I still can't get it out of my head. I look back every once in a while when I want to feel hopeful for TODAK. I want to see that Newgate. I want to see that Lee Sin play, proactiveness.
Yeah.
You said that when they do well individually, they really show some signs of life. But for Reach the Peak, it's less about, well, it kind of goes back to individual plays as well. But what they were lacking is that individual prowess. They just could not keep it together even when it's just them managing themselves.
Yeah, cohesion definitely not on the same page for the members of Reach the Peak. Predictions wise, Both of these teams are 0-10, but it seems like we're all Team TODAK.
Have you ran out of copium?
Yeah,
Do you need,
no
a fresh
copium
supply?
left. Yeah, maybe that's what gave me COVID. Maybe all that copium was what gave me COVID. But still, I think TODAK, we talk about signs of life for both of these teams because they're both 0-10. And to me, TODAK has definitely demonstrated more signs of life.
Yeah, and you have Raven to back you up with that statement. Right? Raven says that they were 2-0 this. LFO have not played Reach the Peak, so that judgment might be skewed a bit. But the fact that I think LFO have played TODAK in the group stage and also in the qualifiers, their judgment of TODAK can definitely be looked at as a reference point. So let's see if TODAK can prove everyone right. I think this is the first time that we all rally behind TODAK and look at Reach the Peak as the team to fall to them.
Yeah, I feel like Reach the Peak, this role swap, that's the biggest question, right? Is this going to save them? I feel like the answer to that's no. But is it going to make them look better? Perhaps. We haven't even seen, to me at least, I don't even remember seeing any signs of life from the members of Reach the Peak. So seeing them here today demonstrate some signs of life will already be a huge step up for them.
Yeah, and I just thought of something, right? I have been noting down all the drafts, on our Excel sheet. I just want to make a special column, like how many iterations of Reach the Peak have we seen? How many role swap have we seen? Because I feel like they are coming in, they're like a boy band that keeps changing members, right? Like the vocalist ain't doing well, we send him to drums, like our bassist now goes over to the keyboard. It's all over the place, and so far the mix and match has not been well. They keep mixing things, the concoction always comes up iffy. I don't know. Like the dish called Rojak, right? I think this one
I
has.
love Rojak,
they haven't found it. They haven't found it yet.
To me as well, one of the big things for Reach the Peak, the best iteration I believe we've seen from them is when God was playing support. This iteration with God in the Baron lane, I'm not fond of it. He's against Crown, who hasn't had the best performances individually as well, so I think that will be a pretty even matchup. But still, if you look at the rest of the members, Newgate on that Lee Sit, like you said, we want to see him back on something proactive. Hang on a second, I don't know if this is a bug yet again, or is Kaido actually playing?
Yeah, I highly doubt so, right? We are seeing the face of Shanks. So I'm gonna assume that it is still Shanks. I don't think that TODAK would want to put Kaido in for such an important match.
Yeah.
When I say important, it sounds funny to me, but
it's the match of the week, Husky.
It's the match of the week.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It is. Let's keep our head in the game.
To be fair, Reach the Peak did ban Rakan, which is one of the best champions for Shanks, so maybe it is Shanks playing.
Yeah, and we get the Fiora ban from TODAK. I think very standard ones, at least from the side of TODAK. I think Reach the Peak probably has more weight on their shoulders to kind of deal with what TODAK has shown so far. There is still the thresh for Shanks, right? And if Reach the Peak don't ban it, maybe they will consider picking it.
Yeah, definitely. Shanks as well. We know that Trash Draven combo is a big one for Wild Rabbit and him. We'll see if that's something they want to opt to play here today. RTP though, what is your first pick going to be? That's the big question. They're still banning Jackson Fiora, even though it's not CLB jungle.
Yeah, they banned the Zed and they picked the set. I do like this opening. I mean, the set can be flexed. And, if needed, if there is a thrash on TODAK's side, maybe Guilty can consider the set support, right? We've seen it a couple of times. I think Beyond used it and he had a phenomenal game with it. So I do like this opening. I think it doesn't review too much. And TODAK showing us the Gragas instead.
Greg is one of the premier openings as well because of the flex potential like we talked about. If it is Shanks playing, Gragas would not be too bad going over to him. Gragas Kha'Zix, this actually has a lot of inbuilt synergy because of the explosive cast, scattering the team fights. It gives Kha'Zix a lot of possible space to work, especially once he gets evolved wings much later on. Wait, why are you counter picking yourself? RTP just picked Olaf into Kha'Zix. I don't think that's a great matchup.
Yeah, and Kha'Zix loves people who are isolated, and Olaf is one of those that likes the man fight, right? And to add on to the point of explosive cast, it applies the isolation buff, a debuff. Newgate's gonna have a great time. Galio being picked up, this kind of makes a bit more sense. 3 beefy boys in front, you want to run into fight. The Sut can go for the slam dunk. Galio also has a slam dunk. Skylo now grabs the Darius, and Darius loves these kind of beefy boys.
Exactly, Husky. You've got the beefy boys. I've always been very complimentary of picking up tankier champions with a lot of CC. Makes your draft easy to play. But what champion loves playing to these tanky boys? It's Darius. So Crown, he's going to be on a much more stable pick here today. I spoke about how I don't like the Jace pickup for him. I feel like this Darius pick, I hope to see a lot more from him.
Yeah, and there's still a possibility for the Gragas to go into the support role, right?
Yeah.
So I think TODAK, this draft is looking pretty promising. Diana and Senna taken out. I think TODAK probably will be looking at the mid lane a bit more, and they will ban out the Akali.
Nice, get rid of the Akali counter pick as well to the Darius, and betting with the Trash, I think that's nice too. You don't want to play Set or Galio into Trash and risk getting kited. This also speaks to the fact that it really might be Shanks, because these are Shanks champions that they're banning away. Lulu being picked up here. Now this raises some questions, because that's not a Shanks champion. We've seen him play Enchanters. I've not been fond of it.
Yeah, Enchanted type supports, not really showing off what TODAK can actually do, but RTP, they do pick something that we've been dying to see.
Yes.
It is a Varus, utility Dragon Laner, lovely, has crowd control, has burst, skills well, and they get the Irelia for themselves. Now we wonder, right, like, where is this set going?
This is interesting. Yeah, I think it could be oh man, this is hard to say. This flex is honestly good because you really can't tell where any of the members of RTP are going. Whereas on the side of TODAK, they've reviewed their flex. It's going to be Gragas in the mid lane. So pick up the litter really for RTP. And I think with Gragas in the mid lane, you probably want, I think Set or Galio will be fine into that. And then I think you take the Irelia into Darius matchup, which is outplayable.
Yeah, we've seen the Irelia into Darius matchup once, right? I believe it was exactly played by Deathly. I think he played it into
But he dodged it, right? Didn't
Upcar.
they swap lanes or something? I don't recall.
Oh, they swapped lanes, so they got the Darius Irelia
yeah.
matchup, right? Maybe it was a mid lane,
Yes,
and then
yes,
Deathly
yes, right.
solo kills Izune. Yeah, something like that. But they still lost the game, so that's the unfortunate part for Reach the Peak. Maybe we will see the Deathly Irelia this time. I don't think God would want to get his hands on that.
Yeah,
He hasn't really shown too much promises, even on a champion like Jace, so that makes the picture a bit more clearer.
Yes, for sure. And what I'm very interested to see as well is how this Vayne Lulu is going to function. Before we talk much more about their bot lane, we need to get in game and see who's actually playing. Other than that, I think the draft is not bad from both of these teams. There's clear win conditions, there's clear identities of what your team comps want to do, and it should be an exciting first match.
Yeah, it definitely should be. I think that it's pretty refreshing to see both teams going in with their, not just with their own flair, but with picks that makes more sense, and also with a very solid lineup, right? We have all these flex potentials that all have good synergy together. I think Reach the Peak are thinking about all those run at your face, right? And they need to get in range to get those auto attacks off. It's going to find it to be a bit more challenging, but we actually get guard on the Irelia, so I guess I'm wrong about that. It's a definitely set mid.
Okay, that makes sense here. So that God on that Irelia, he's going to be taking the skill check matchup into the Darius. You either have to play outside his Hemorrhage or you have to dash in every time he charges up his Q. And it's a very aggressive matchup where you have to play on the edge, on the Vanguard's edge, like Irelia likes to do. We'll see if that works out for him. This jungle matchup, also very explosive. This mid lane matchup, very facilitative. So I'm very interested to see what both of these teams are able to pull off here, because both drafts have very clear win conditions. If I had to pick one, I would say I like TODAK's a little bit more because it seems a bit easier to play.
Yeah, it definitely speaks ease of execution, right? Something that you have been emphasizing for a long time. But for Reach the Peak, if they can pull off those team fights, they can actually just decimate TODAK, right? All these big team fight ultimates, all these crowd control that they have in their arsenal, and against a champion like Vayne who wants to get up close just with the short range, it will be a struggle for TODAK. But knowing Wild Rabbit, I have no doubts at all. But with this match already set up, we've seen the draft, we've seen the team lineups. Let's check out this cool bumper before we jump into game number 1. There we go, Leonard. The match of the week, well, the series of the week. I would argue the series of the first half of the group stage at this point. Now
Yeah, and
Sem9
it's
has
so
played
poetic
LFO.
as well that it came down to the last game.
Yeah, to the last game before we cross the halfway point. We have to see who pulls ahead, even by a little.
Hang on, Husky. We're seeing a lane swap here. God's playing mid with the Irelia.
Okay. Something that and then you said that it's better if the Irelia plays into the Darius, right? But is there any rationale behind this?
I think there's a short lane. Irelia just has a hard time going aggressive on a champion like Gragas, who can just belly bop and walk away. It's tough for Irelia to be aggressive in this lane. And look at this, Gragas can farm for range. He's pretty safe. I don't think Irelia will die, but I don't think he can get any leads either, which is what this champion generally wants to do.
Yeah, and there's lesser outplay potential for a set against the Darius, right? You can't like get out of range. It's hard to get out of range of this Decimate, and we're seeing Crown just walk up forward with the crippling strike, just ready to put some pressure on Deathly. But yeah, there you go, the Daddy Bob proxy electrocute as well. Guard at least Guard is holding on. Can farm easily with the Blade Surge reset. Just missed the flawless duet, so not looking too great.
Yeah, pretty even lane so far in the mid lane. I expect to see it just be this current lane state the entire time. I don't think either of them will find a big lead. I want to see CLB here have a bit more proactivity though. You're gonna get hard outscaled. As a Varus, you need to find some sort of lead early on. And also I need to see Ye come online soon. You're gonna have a harder time against Kha'Zix as he gets more items. So you better be finding some sort of aggressive plays early on.
And we're also expecting a lot more team play from Reach the Peak just because of the nature of the draft, right? I think Varus having the Chain of Corruption is so useful in getting those individual pickoffs, but the question now becomes, can RT pull it off? They will get a good face breaker onto Crown, but it's the Darius, Decimates, the Haymaker just to negate some of that output. Meanwhile, first blood in the bot lane, Wild Rabbit gets a good condemn to flash away from CLB. They have the Undertow from US Skylo shows up, but not in range with the explosive cast.
Wild Rabbit messed up. He misclicked the creep that resetted his third proc, and he wasn't able to get the kill on CLB. I think if he targeted properly, he would have definitely gotten the kill there.
And if Skylo was there slightly early, I think if he tried to commit for a flash out, then probably would have killed CLB, right? But Skylo playing it pretty safe, no problem with that. Just the first blood onto Guilty, not the most damaging kill. At least CLB lived with that, but he had to expend his sums.
And Deathly's doing pretty well in this matchup so far. He's trading pretty evenly. He gets the Darius to go home first. Deathly probably needs to crash this wave, but he's playing it a bit safe. He doesn't know where Darius is. Pretty even game across the board. I think we're just likely going to be waiting for the 4-minute mark, the big objectives to come down. And with Vayne already having an early kill, Wild Rabbit and Shanks, it is Shanks, I think they're going to have a good time here.
If we just have every single champion with the ultimates online, regardless of who's playing it, look, which team has the better first contact in terms of team fight?
Man, that's going to be a tough one. I think whoever initiates the team fight is going to have a better chance here. Because if you get the Gragas engage off, it's still a good situation. Vayne loves isolated fights. Kha'Zix loves isolated fights. If you pull the trigger first, you can definitely win. But RTP, they have so many engage tools that if they start this off, it also looks good for them.
Crown stacking the hammer stack again, this time not getting it to max though. Just trying to Pearl Bell Decimate, but definitely is out of range. So far I would say, so far so good. I mean, Reach the Peak playing those lanes pretty well. Those skill checks are coming through so far for all of these members.
Yeah, decent start here from Reach the Peak. Definitely in top lane, Guard in mid lane, CLB, Dragon Laner, and yeah, as the jungler. Gonna be a trade of objectives. Neither team committing to a fight just yet. We're still not gonna have an inkling as to who's gonna come out on top for now.
Do love the move from Reach the Peak. They're just making it to the Cloud Drake as soon as it spawns. Prioritization is there. They have to trade the Rift Herald with TODAK, but I think they're fine with it, right? They've made the decision. We see CLB now finally switching lanes. They send Guard down to the to the bottom lane to deal with Skylo, and now with the shorter lane for CLB, it will be a bit harder to get those full combo off, but I guess for him it will also be a bit safer. Crown flashes away from Deathly. Okay.
Yeah, I think he made a bit of a mistake there. We saw him go for the apprehend early on in the fight, and that just kind of loses you your ability to reset the fight. Not exactly sure what he was doing there, but at least it was just a flash.
Yeah, you have to always remember that set functions well with both his fists, so if you pull him right into your face, he will gladly land a couple of punches.
Yeah. Wild Rabbit right now, he's pretty glad, I think, with how the game state's going. Highest gold in the game because of the first blood, and no one really finding leads elsewhere right now. Rift Herald popped, you have the rotation from your Dragon Lane and your support. This should easily go over to TODAK. Why aren't you out there?
Getting gone on. There is going to be the hero's entrance. It's a bit slow, and a good explosive cast. Guard isolated, throws to the Vanguard, dashes on the Wild Rabbit. The target selection is perfect. Reach the Peak, finds 2 quick kills. And TODAK now running away with the tails between their legs. New game might be the third. Skylo, he's waiting for CLB to overextend, but good discipline from CLB. RTP, they lose the third, but they find 2 kills.
Man, I think that was a bit too greedy there from Skylo. He saves his explosive cast for so long. He waits for the Galio heroic entrance to come in. I feel like if he just uses it at the start and they try to one-shot the... who was that defending the... Oh, Okay, then more kills going over to RTP. Is this the day that RTP wins? When I finally bet against them, they win.
I feel like is this right? Well, Showstopper top, crowd pops the barrier, decimates for a bit of heal, definitely showing some restraint. Again, has to use the Haymaker, and that's where Shanks shows up. Let's have the help me picks and clear the lands, and definitely will just get clicked down.
Oh my god. Getting ran down like by a Lulu is gotta be one of the worst ways to go.
Oh, CLB, good presence of mind. The upper hand doesn't connect, but CLB, I don't think you can do this. Gets his ultimate back up in time. Well, no, at least gets a trade, I suppose, but has to give up his life, and Scuttlecrab does reveal Guilty showing up. So 1-for-1 trade, it's a bit all over the place right now.
It was a bit greedy there from CLB. He had a shutdown on him. I didn't notice, but he picked up all 3 kills in the bottom lane fight. So giving a bit extra goal over to Newgate is not going to be a great situation. But TODAK, it's okay. They still have a bit of a gold lead coming from the first turret that they got with their Rift Herald.
You see, we are having the Righteous Glory, allowing him to enter those fights better. Guilty shows up, Proto Belt, but the taunt is a bit out of range. They have the Twin Shadow from Shanks though, exhaust used onto Wild Rabbit, but he's just going to go into the final hour. Good condemn to send Guilty into the wall. The Facebreaker is insufficient from Deathly, and TODAK picks up a very easy kill.
Very easy kill indeed. Guilty going too aggressive, tries for an ambitious play, and of course Vayne is never going to get hit by that. Still had to condemn there at the end as well. Really just drives home the point of how risky that play was. Now Crown in trouble.
And definitely want him no flawless duet. Crown will buy some time with the apprehend. CLB shows up, does have the Chain of Corruption, finally expends it, knowing that there's nothing left into Crown, and Crown at least will try to buy some time, but it's not really matter too much. He still goes down, and CLB picking up his 5th kill of the game.
Yeah, getting the kills here, having a good time, CLB. But the tower situation, TODAK is still definitely winning out there. They've taken 2 turrets already. They're getting kills and converting. RTP, they're getting kills, but they're not exactly converting, and that's the problem right now. Now, if we talk about scaling, I think TODAK look a lot better than me. Vayne, Lulu, Kha'Zix, I think you're going to have a much better time in the late game. So having a 2k gold lead might not seem like much, but it's still nice for them.
And while the teams, at least for RTP, tries to find some sort of avenue, Mountain Drake spawn, and TODAK will love to get their hands on some extra resistance. And RTP kind of looking for a fight, that itching for some action. God, he's going to be the first one to show up. There is going to be no Vanguard Edge yet, and it will be Newgate smiting away the Mountain Drake, and the Ragnarok completely goes down. Vanguard Edge comes out a bit too late. The fight might have already been over. Heroes entrance gets onto 2 guard, just rushes in, gets isolated, gets blown up, and TODAK now look for the win. A good flash apprehend, crowd pulls them all back, and LB will be fed to the Sharks, and TODAK will pierce through him as Swordfish do.
Huge win for TODAK. The problem with that fight is RTP tried too hard to make it work. This is what we always talked about. Teams need to realize sometimes you cannot take that fight. That was definitely one of those situations. Irelia Ultimate was on cooldown. It came up too late, and they just kept trying to face check. They just kept getting caught. TODAK, we talked about how they love these scattered fights. Well, that's exactly what they got.
Now they get the Mountain Drake for themselves. They get a good gold lead. Silver lining for Reach the Peak. They have not lost the mid turret yet, but the Rift Herald has been taken, so TODAK will most likely drop that mid pretty soon. And just slightly unlucky, right? I think if you realize the timing is a bit off, just back off. That Mountain Drake is not really worth the team fight. And definitely he will be gone on Twin Shadow, slowing him down, gets pulled back into a Decimate. He will have the Showstopper, but he's still running away. CLB coming in to provide backup, and look at who's there. Skylau shows up, CLB completely out of position.
He kills them all!
And he will be completely decimated, and unfortunately, I don't think there's much damage left for RTP. Vieira tries to run Shanks down, gets the Reckless swing off, but RTP, they lost 4, and they will lose the 5th one. Rampage for Crown, Ace for TODAK.
It's a 5-for-1, just like that. TODAK off the back of a roam there from Shanks. And keep in mind, they didn't even have Newgate there. They fought that with, I think, a member down, and they still won. TODAK looking a lot better right now. And finally, it seems like we have an idea of who's gonna be the first of these teams to pick up a win.
I think TODAK well on their way to secure, not a series win yet, but first match win. That's where we start. Gotta start slow.
Yeah, and keep in mind, TODAK, they've been close to picking up this first win many times in the past, even against Sem9. They were on Sem9's nexus before they messed up and lost the game. It's still a comebackable situation for RTP, but they're definitely not a team the caliber of Sem9. So TODAK, would they be able to secure their gold lead?
Guilty getting gone on. There is the body slam.
I'll take
Good
him.
chain of corruption. Can LB at least get some return? Nope. Skylo prevents that with the explosive cast.
It was so illegal for Skylo to stand there, for CLB to stand there and try to auto attack. Skylo held his ultimate for way too long.
Could have been easily punishable, right?
Yeah.
It's, CLB. I feel like the syndrome is showing up again. CLB feeling compelled to get some carry in. The guard jumps in with the ultimate, but he's taking a heap of damage from that isolation. You do have the Ragnarok up here. Tries to go after Shang, kills him off, flashes away, but right into the hands of Skylo. The flawless duet will not delay anything as the rest of TODAK show up. They will go for the 1, 2, 3 punch, and Guilty is guilty as charged. He will be sent back to the fountain. Triple kill for Crown and TODAK with a second ace.
Complete destruction right now for TODAK. Who would have thought we would have said that? We thought TODAK was gonna win, but I didn't think it would be this one-sided. I thought they looked better, but this is just destruction here. Look at God, he jumps in aggressively, but Kha'Zix's damage was enough to take him down to a sliver of health before the fight even really starts. And look at the aggressive flashes. Look at Crown on the back line. They're just cleaning house.
All for Shanks. All for this enchanter. This is enchanter Yordle, you know.
Yeah. Shanks might not be the engager this time around, but he's still making it work. You know, he's still got the mind games. He's making you engage, the mind control.
I feel like when you reach the stage where you are so adamant on killing this pesky support, that's where we start to see some red flags. You know?
Exactly. It's just desperation, right? You want to take whatever you can get, and at that point, you really can't get much.
Shanks, 14 assists. What does he do? Out of 18 kills, he has 15. You know, he was involved in 15 of them. So this support, no matter what support he's on, he's still doing the job well. And TODAK finds himself the grand prize. Inferno Drake.
Man.
RTP have no chance of contesting that.
Just like that, because of the last two fights, TODAK have now found themselves a 10,000, 11,000 gold lead. Inferno Dragon, Mountain Dragon, and I think the game as well, Husky.
Yeah, and Baron just spawned. They won't be able to take it yet.
But Delcom can actually do it crazy fast, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, they know God is there?
They know God is there. They just check him, condemn him to the wall. Guilty again have to throw his body forward. But he does have the flash, exhausts the Wild Rabbit. They can't commit to the dive. But TODAK have expended crucial resources from Reach the Peak.
Yeah, I'm actually curious as to why they're not committing to this turret. I think they could just take it.
Definitely no more face breakup, Hero's entrance use. So much ultimates being juggled by Reach the Peak, and we wanted to see those big team fights, but now it's less of a big team fight and more of just the big expansion of resources.
And honestly, TODAK are playing this very well. I like how they're just, like you said, right, making you expend resources, not committing to a fight. I don't know if you want this, Guard.
Yeah, Guard suddenly realizes that that's not the fight he wants to be in, tries to dash away, gets completely chopped by Crown, and Crown will also cleave Yue in half. He's a legendary on this Darius, and what do you know? Dunkmaster Darius.
Yeah. When you pick a bunch of champions that want to run into your opponents, Darius is so great at shutting that down. And when RTP, they finalize their draft with an Irelia, it just really doubles down. You have to run into this Darius, and Shanks credits him as well. He's always in the right place, at the right time, buffing up Crown.
Yeah, and sometimes if you are, you know, too squishy, you know, too easy to kill, you won't bleed out as much, right? Darius doesn't like that. He likes Samrish.
Yeah.
You know, Noxus champions are a bit sick in the head. I think Darius is one of them.
They truly are. I mean, Draven and Darius, they've got some issues for sure.
They definitely do. Definitely snacks in the chopping block. And yeah, this is one heck of a basketball hoop.
Yeah. I mean, and we have to consider the fact that Newgate is huge, Wild Rabbit is huge, but they're not even necessary because Crown, he's just, look at this, like he just doesn't care. He's not taking any damage. Frozen Heart, Dead Man's Plate, Staring's Gauge. You cannot kill him. You do not have the DPS.
Yeah, and the fact that CLB went for lethality right on this Varus, that means that like you can't burst Crown, you don't have enough damage to cut through his resistance. He heals up with every decimate charge. TODAK, they are now at the doorstep. Crown just goes in. He wants to go for more. The slam dunks is inside. He will turn his attention onto Guilty, and now pull back by the face breaker. But look at that. He is just so tanky. He is actually massive. I have not seen such a big basketball player on the court. I mean, this is insane. TODAK, they are just running into the base. I think, you know, Michael Jordan needs to be careful. They get a good slam dunk from Set, but he's the one who gets put 6 feet under. And Wild Rabbit goes dominating. TODAK are wild. They have finally find the first win. It will not elude them any further. Sem9 denied that, but RTP will not. TODAK finds their very first match win.
Their very first map win, and a dominant one at that, a statement win from TODAK. They swapped up the drafts. Shanks might not be on an engager, but he's still in the right place at the right time. Newgate looking a lot better on that Darius with no pressure to make early leads happen. You've got the scaling from the Kazakhs, the scaling from the Vayne, and it was just domination there from TODAK from the draft to game.
Yeah, and we thought that RTP, they actually played their lanes pretty decent,
yeah.
right? But come mid-game, when we look at the macro, TODAK just completely outplayed, reached the peak.
Yeah, and honestly, that game from the side of TODAK, it was a statement game. We said that a bunch of times. But going to game 2, if they can repeat that performance, I think they'll be a shoo-in, or rather a possible favorite here to make it to playoffs. We'll see if they do manage to do so as we head to break for game 2.
Here we go now.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. And my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength that's I keep hope alive through the dark.
TODAK against Reach the Peak. They face off will continue, and TODAK got a big W, a big fat win in a convincing game one. This is the WCS MYSG. I'm Husky alongside Omo here to finally crown a winner in this matchup between two teams who have yet to found their series win.
Yeah, one of these teams will win here today. 0-10 no longer is TODAK. They're now 1-10. Will they be able to make it to 2-10 as well as get a first match win for them? I feel like the answer is likely going to be yes. Reach the Peak. The role swaps have not helped them. They looked equally lost, equally disjointed as they were before. And it's hard for me to find a way for them to get a win here today.
Yeah, and Reach the Peak trying to force some very questionable fights, and seeing TODAK being so ready for that also brings a smile to me. Like we've criticized TODAK's pretty critically across the past few days, but right now they are turning over a new leaf. They're showing us a new light. Whether it's because they are facing off Reach the Peak or whether because they've really improved, either way it's a good start for a team like TODAK. But now we turn our attention to Reach the Peak, who has yet to kind of garner our favor as much as TODAK has.
0-11.
0-11.
Yeah.
We hope that we can make it at least 1-11, right? So at least we get a game 3. But you wanted a 2-0. I think we're heading towards that direction. This is the scoreboard by the end of game 1. I mean, Crown had a massive game on that Darius.
Yeah, he truly did. He had a great game, and of course Shanks was there to buff him when needed as well. Great awareness from the support player on the side of TODAK, as always. I always sing his praises. Definitely decent laning phase as always. Remember when he was playing the Irelia, he had a good laning phase as well, but ultimately wasn't quite able to translate that to a win. Just seems like Reach the Peak's approaches towards objectives as well as mid-game, and once they get behind, they just frankly look lost.
And CLB at one point was 5-1, right? He was pocketing all of the kills, he was getting decent item progression, but him alone was not enough. And TODAK did make some overextensions, some patience with the skill usages. You pointed out a couple of times Skylar could be a bit more generous with the explosive cast, but I guess by the end of the day, didn't matter too much. TODAK still ran over Reach the Peak. The number on this screen doesn't even matter too much at this point. TODAK just had a great game.
Well, I mean, Crown almost did as much damage as this Vayne, right? And he built basically full tank with one Black Cleaver. This is what we talked about as well. When you pick beefy boys, when you pick champions that have to dive into your opponents, Darius is great as a blocker for that. We saw Crown have a decent performance, not the best in lane, but once he hit mid-game, once he hit those right item spike timings, he was a monster.
Yeah, and did not fail challenge at all. I think Crown looked pretty comfortable, and TODAK, again, finding a team comp that works well for them. We emphasized a lot on Shanks needed to be on a playmaker, but if he's on the enchanter, then someone like Crown has to step up, and he indeed stepped up with champions that are easy to execute like the Darius.
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone on the team really stepped up there. Skylo had a decent performance. He's on Gragas, so it's not much to really speak about. Newgate was in the right place at the right time. And if we see Newgate keep his form up, he could be another formidable challenger on the side of the TODAK team.
Yeah, and we also, I think like the jungle hit-to-hit matchup has been a hot topic, right, for WCS. We had so many impressive junglers. We have, the likes of Veki, Arashi, SSK, Vendetta, and Newgate, he is showing some signs of promises. Maybe not as good at those superstars just yet, but if he can get, close, if he can inch closer towards that destination, I think Newgate will be able to provide a bit more across the board for the rest of the team and take some weight out of, the shoulders of the likes of Shanks and perhaps Wild Rabbit if Wild Rabbit plays more in the future.
Yeah, maybe Wild Rabbit will play more in the future because I think he's had decent performances. His Draven was decent. His Vayne was not bad here today as well. If we see this performance keep up for him, I feel like Wild Rabbit as well as Shanks could be a duo to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and I think he also alleviates some of the pressure for Shanks, right? Shanks knows that, he still needs to roam around and support the rest of his team, but at least his Dragon Laner, I would say, is a bit more reliable, for the lack of a better word, because we haven't really seen too much of a good individual plays coming out from Kuya, which does baffle me. Before the start of the league, I looked at the roster and I saw Wild Rabbit listed as a support, and it got me wondering, what is is there any surprises from TODAK? But after watching the first 2 weeks, I think Wild Rabbit is so much better as a starter. But that's just my opinion. Maybe TODAK would think otherwise. We just have to look at what the picks and bans will bring for us in Game 2.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. If the performances keep up, then that might definitely be the case here. Picks and bans. I would like to see TODAK ban Yumi, but other than that, I feel like the pick of the litter is really there. Kha'Zix being banned away, some respect for Newgate.
Yeah, and loving the start from Reach the Peak. TODAK in the last game, they first banned Yumi, and they will do it again. That's
Good
it. That's
ban.
all we need to see.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong with that Yumi ban. You get rid of it. Guilty has played it in the past. I feel like God, as a support player as well, would not shy away from playing it. So a good ban here.
RTP now banning out the Gragas, essentially taking out what TODAK brought in into game number 1. So no Gragas, no Kha'Zix. Good respect, man, nonetheless. Though it's slightly weird seeing Skylo on a champion like Gragas. We've seen him on like Diana, on something like something more aggressive. But it's good to see that he's expanding the champion to Fiora, though banned out by TODAK. I feel like it's not really a champion that RTP will get their hands on, but for TODAK, I don't think they have much info to go on, at least when Yuya is jungling.
I think this is the prep that they did, assuming CLB was jungling for the team, and since they don't really have much info, they're just keeping the bans consistent. We'll probably see a Jax ban here as well. Darius removed from Crown, some good respect from RTP, removing 3 out of the champions that TODAK played last game. Gragas, Kha'Zix, and Darius will all be gone, and TODAK, they need to find something new.
Yeah, if TODAK doesn't pick up, doesn't save the Vayne, I feel like Vayne is gonna get banned next. And the RTP just eliminating game 1 lineup, but they still Lee Sin away for Yue. Love this opening, kind of denying Newgate one of his pocket picks.
Yeah, the Lee Sin for Yaya. We'll see how he performs on that individually, mechanically demanding champion. And we'll see what the answer is here for TODAK. Set from the get-go, that's fine. I want to see what they round this off with.
There's still the Jax for TODAK if they want to go for. I mean, Newgate, no stranger to carry junglers. I think the Jax would fit fine, but now they will pick the Galio, right? I mean, you ban out our champions from game 1, we will take your champions from game 1 instead.
Exactly. We will show you how it's done. That's what TODAK are saying right now. Riven, Lee Sin, though, RTP, their draft is starting to look a bit scary here. The power picks coming out to play.
I think the best thing right now for TODAK is that they see the Darius ban, what didn't work well for RTP in game 1. There was a Darius on Crown side, but now with that out of the picture, TODAK grabs the tanky boys that RTP used, and we see a Malphite from Reach the Peak. And I know you rank that as unpickable, but is there any rationale for Malphite to fit into this lineup?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think there's a time and a place for Malphite. Like, if you're playing against a comp that's 4 AD, like a Draven Zed, something like that, you want to play a Malphite, I get it. But what makes you want to play Malphite right now? I have no idea.
Yeah.
No clue. Maybe they want to pick Yasuo. I don't know.
Malphite support, Yasuo Dragon Lane.
Maybe, right?
Before.
But it's just so ridiculous to me. It seems like a very odd pick.
And into the champions of TODAK, I think it's kind of like a suicide squad, right? You jump in, they all have ways to deal with you. Garen for TODAK, this is most likely going to be Crown's champion. Yeah. He did well on it. Pretty fearless when he's on the Garen, so love to see him back on that Demacian warrior. Diana banned by TODAK.
And I do really like this on TODAK as well, because they identified that the Darius was banned away, and this is what we talked about last game. These tanky boys have a hard time into Darius. So with Darius gone, with Vayne now gone as well, I think TODAK, they are more than happy just picking up more tanky boys.
Yeah, I like it. I at least TODAK didn't give Reach the Peak the luxury to ban out their full game on comp, right? They banned Lulu themselves. TODAK banning out Rakan, and RTP will ban the Threshold. Again, no more initiators for Shanks. There is still the Alistar and the Braum, but okay, we see the Corki. This is most likely a Wild Rabbit. A Corki. There is the Galio that can still be flexed, but judging from the fact that Skylo played Gragas in the previous game, I wouldn't be surprised if they put him on the Galio again.
I think the reason they banned away the Rakan was that they already have their supports. It's either Set or Galio. We just don't know which one yet. We see how they want to flex it, and then we'll see as it goes. Caitlyn now for CLB. This is something we've seen, I think, Upcar play in the past. Caitlyn Nami. Brutal lane. It's very lane bully. It's very lane dominant. But if you don't dominate your lane, if you don't get turret plates, you're going to be a useless champion.
And we see a Seraphine. I believe the first Seraphine pickup in WCS MYSG. It will be in the hands of Shanks. So this is a Galio mid. It's a set jungle. Okay.
Okay, set jungle very likely. Yeah, set jungle, Galio. It might be a Seraphine mid, But I think, yeah, it's more likely that we see a Seraphine support here. It's still going to be a hard lane. Your Corki, especially being so short range, is going to get bullied out. But it gives you a lot of scaling. If your Garen gets a hit, the Seraphine buff, the Seraphine AoE ultimate that you just chain along your tanky boys running in front of you, it's going to work out so well.
Yeah, we have seen Caitlyn on Reach the Peak before, but I prefer it being played by CLB in the Dragon lane, because the last time it was played in the mid lane, and that was a nightmare.
Yeah, it didn't really go so well, and they said the last time they picked the Caitlyn, it was a mispick as well. So we'll just chalk it up to a happy accident. It's just one of those things. This time around, I think it's more intentional. They even picked it with the Nami, which is a good lane pairing, one of the best lane pairings. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, and perhaps this would give them better laning presence, right? You can outreach the Corki, you can really harass him with the Nami backing you up. And sure, Seraphine has poke, but doesn't really have much sustain, even with her W. So I am expecting to see that Dragon lane go a bit well for RTP. They were able to go even in the solo lanes, but the Dragon lane was their Achilles heel in game 1.
Yeah, hopefully it goes a lot better for them here today. The drafts lined up, I do kind of like what we're seeing for RTP. Same thing, it's not a bad draft by any means. Riven mid against Galio, that's a nice little counter pick as well, unless they want to do some fancy swaps. I feel like what's going to suffer on the side of TODAK's draft is they are lacking damage. If you see who here is going to kill Malphite, who here is going to kill Riven, who's going to kill Lee Sin, I'll be hard pressed to give you an answer. Even Corki, which people regard as a scaling dragon laner, I think just does no damage. So who's gonna kill them? I have no idea.
Yeah, well, despite Corki being not a good champion, I suppose some teams still fall back to it, right? I actually am surprised. I thought that Wild Rabbit will probably go for like Varus or Kai'Sa, but this Corki kind of limits what he can do. And I personally don't like it as well, but we'll see. Maybe this is the lifeline RTP have been looking for, even though they also went with a less desirable Dragon laner. But
there's so many
Caitlyn does have the
questions,
advantage, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many questions. It's like, yeah, if you pick Kai'Sa, you have a tough laning phase as well, but you'll still at least have a good mid to late game. You pick Corki, you have a tough laning phase, you have a tough mid to late game. What are you really gonna do? I don't know. It's hard to see. Let's find out as we go into game.
Without the package, is probably going to get doled by the Malphite. And you say that, Malphite good against, just pure AD comp. But when we look at TODAK's side, they actually don't have much ability power, right? You're borrowing a bit from Skylo and Wild Rabbit with his hybrid damage. That is pretty much it. Bottom lane though, the early beat drop, very common cheese from the Seraphine, and Guilty forced to flash.
Oh, no.
They had to use the heal from ShelB as well. And he's still trading. I don't think you want to trade like this, ShelB. You got to back off.
Well, he added Trap level 1 as well. That's an interesting adaptation here for CLB. I'm not exactly sure what it does. But when you see a Caitlyn and Nami get cheese and lose lane push, that's a really bad start to the game for them. They need to have lane control. They need to get plates. This is what we said. You need a lead or you're useless as these champs.
I feel like if you go Trap level 1, you basically just grieve the first wave, because then there's no push, there's no poke. I'm struggling to understand the rationale. Like, was he expecting TODAK to just run them down the tier 1?
The only reason Trap level 1 can ever work is if you have full lane control and you're pushing your opponents and you get to dictate where they walk in lane. That's definitely not the case right now. So my theory is he probably assumed they were going to smash the lane and then just added Trap at level 1 without thinking about it. Got to lane, got cheese, had no pit over Peacemaker, and then that's trouble.
Thankfully, at level 2, things can be hard reset, right? Push out the wave. That's force Wild Rabbit and Shanks back. Newgate, the first one to show up in the lane. They had no idea where Yuya is yet, so you can assume that he is going for that the Crux clear, and maybe he can also access bottom lane. But TODAK, they have an early ward to spot him out, and this Lee Sin will not be able to get any response. He is under vision, trying to go for the Scuttle Crab, and now he's in a very compromised spot. They will drag him back with a Facebreaker. He safeguards away, but Scuttle Crab will be lost. Wild Rabbit though, in a bit of a pickle, and that will be a 3-man taunt from Skylo. I have no idea why RTP wanted to take the fight, but TODAK finds 2 kills, and CLB... What?
Oh no.
What?
It's a disaster. I don't know what to tell you here, Husky. It's a complete and utter disaster.
It's catastrophe.
Yeah. It looked good at the start there because Shanks missed his E on Yuya's Lee Sin, and that immediately means that Lee Sin can't have mobility in the fight, doesn't get one-shotted. Newgate in a bit of trouble though.
At least they will get something in return, right? But Skylo, who was denied every hero's entrance, and he might just get punched to death. Tries to run away, has a bit of that
oh no, he's out.
boost. Does he have the safeguard? Yes, he gets out. Maybe not guard though. Guard, no
Yeah.
ultimate. Does have the barrier if he wants to use it. Crown is not level 5 yet, so does have the ultimate. Guard finally waits until the last second, and Crown still gets the kill. Does have the W damage resistance. He gets out, but
now he's level 5. He got his ultimate excess off of that one. He's gonna look for Yuya. One out, he will die.
Goodbye, Yuya. Okay, there you go. Blast cone. These guys are
man.
I
don't know what's going on in this game, Husky, but I'm loving it.
I am visibly confused.
Yeah, same here. And I think the players are too. I don't really know what's going on. I don't think they know what's going on either. A lot of roaming coming in from both of the mid laners. Well, I say that, but really it's just been Skylo that's been dictating the pace of the game. And we're seeing more action. Top Scuttle, they're still fighting for it.
I feel like, all of these guys are trying to do too many things at once. They would at least pick up Crown, right? Levels up, gets ignited, doesn't even get the out off. Well, definitely picks that one up. Really crucial kill for the Riven.
Yeah, now definitely finding his own roam timing as well with the red buff. That's gonna be nice for him. Skylo, I don't really know if you want this fight.
Does have the blasting one, so decent damage. Definitely ignited. The wind slash come out, flashes forward for Skylo and survives. Survives with the level up and a bit of a valor shield. Definitely playing that incredibly well.
Yeah, to the limits right there. But mistake from Skylo. Why are you Justice punching in? It makes no logical sense. It's just an amateur mistake.
Skylo, with that fast reset, gets a Rod of Ages. Let's give him some extra stacks. The package online, 4 minutes in. This is where the objective contest will start. In game number 1, both teams were at their respective destination. TODAK was at Rift Herald at 4 minutes, but this time it's a bit slower. Reach the peak, they do get control of the river.
Yeah, and definitely he's not going to be here in time, it looks like. I want to see TODAK just commit to the play now.
Newgate finding some sort of entry. This jungle set is pretty darn scary. Just bait out the 90 caliber net, but all TODAK wants right now is just to shove that mid wave, shove that bot wave in, and reach the peak, have relinquished complete control.
Yeah, they need to secure this right now, and if the timing works out, maybe they can still contest Rift Herald. I think they actually still can. They're doing this so fast.
Yeah, and reach the peak, just slowly watering their way. They start Rift Herald, the rest of TODAK, they're already making their way there. They will leave Newgate to finish the job as they threaten to contest this Rift Herald. Wild Rabbit again has the package. They bring Rabbit at solo, they just go for the execution. Skylo breaks the battle line, same with Wild Rabbit, cuts it open with that package, flashes over the wall, tries to go for Guilty, and meanwhile definitely trying to make some hero play. Not able to secure the Rift Herald, and now runs out of broken plays. TODAK will just run him down, but they do lose the set. Two guards, so interesting interaction right there, but TODAK still wins out the bigger fight. Flash just
TODAK win out on the fight. Who gets the Rift Herald? Oh my goodness, Skylo got the Rift Herald. I didn't see how he secured it, but I guess if Yuya did, he just picked that one up for himself. Dragon and Herald both going to TODAK.
Oh, lovely one from Yuya. Might just sacrifice his life though. The beat drop is great from Shanks. Yuya ignited, loses his life. Crown runs away.
Hit him.
No one from RTP can chase.
Yeah, I feel like you could have just committed to the fight there. Newgate was almost back as well. He has the flash. I feel like TODAK could have kept that going, but still, regardless, that was still a win for TODAK. You lost Newgate, but he got the dragon before he died. You got the Rift Herald on Skylo. You got both objectives, and you traded in kills positively.
I wonder how Newgate died though. Like, I am generally
I think he was soloing out the dragon. He got low, and then Malphite just came in and out of it.
Yeah,
that's my theory.
I think so too. Like, Malphite, Sunfire, and Murktress, so yeah, it was a slow and painful death.
Yeah, it's not a good way to go for sure. But Newgate, he has the Black Cleaver now. TODAK has the Black Cleaver. Crown, rather, has the Black Cleaver as well. Wild Rabbit too, just 3 cleavers across the members of TODAK. And I feel like they need to keep the pace of the game active. They need to keep pushing their lead here. Because as the game progresses, they are going to get outskilled. They are going to run out of damage. And I like what we're seeing from them.
Day 1 definitely gone. Skylo will start it off. The beat drop connects. Good follow up, but unfortunately doesn't get the root. And Guilty, he's about to face check this. Does use the tidal wave before he goes down. The ebb and flow keeps him alive. The bubble barely missing, but Newgate will just go for the ultimate. The showstopper flashes backwards, gets a good haymaker out. Does lose his life in the end. 2 dead for TODAK, and it might be more because definitely does have the wind slash. Valor's forward, gets rooted by beat drop. Skylo brings him in. They will burst him down with those overwhelming magic damage.
Yeah, and you look at that right away from the brown boots. Immediately after he died there, definitely picked up the Murktress. And the Johnny's as well. But the key is the Murktress. The crowd control has been annoying to him, and he wants to negate that as much as he can. TODAK a bit over aggressive there. Didn't get to use the Herald. Didn't get to take the turret. They still have the Herald. Let's see where they use it.
is in the hands of Skylo. So Skylo now has the authority to dictate which structure goes down, and this one is just going to be a slow burn.
Yeah, it's gonna be a slow burn. This is just a wet noodle fight, but Crown will come up on top. I like that he ignited God before he touched the honey fruit as well. He might be able to kill here. Oh, not
Yuge
quite.
is there. His
Nice
ultimate's
use of
also
the
coming up.
gargoyles early.
Oh yeah. They're thinking about it, but the guard is already gone. So this should be one of the first towers to go down. Skylo is nowhere near, and Yue also just got out of base. They have a good ward of TODAK in that jungle, so they will see this Lee Sin passing by. The rest of RTP are rotating, but this structure will not hold.
Yeah, nice. They just get the turret, they back off. Yuya's gonna try to force the fight here though. Oh no,
Beat
this
drop
could be big.
missing. Yue buying some time, looking for space, while Rabbit is the one isolated. But unfortunately for RTP, they just cannot find an opening.
Cannot find an opening, hiding in the bushes. You're not going to be able to CC them, and that's going to be it. I want to see Rift Herald use soon. I want to see them committing to a play here, though. 30 seconds to the Dragon. Will the Rift Herald last until that? Will Skylo be able to get a death cap before that?
Yeah, I just
Did you see
realized
the
that.
Rift Herald?
I just realized that he's 5-1, and he's working towards a death cap with a round
He's
of
huge. He's going to have damage for a while.
to play the steel cap also. Oh, not
A bit of a late recall here for Skylo, but that's fine because he has heroic entrance. The rest of the members of TODAK are here. You have the cocky package. It's not a massive gold lead. This is a team fight that's still winnable for RTP, but I think TODAK, they're definitely favored here. Look at the 2 items from Skylo. If he gets a good combo off, that could be it.
Yeah, already brought back. They sent out a tidal wave, but it is pretty
that
slow
lead.
moving, completely missing. Has to be careful of Newgate though, and now ultimate into the backline from the Malphite. This backline separation from Wild Rabbit using the package as well. Skylo gets a good taunt, and that's the target they want to go for. It is CLB. They do lose Shanks in the backline, but I feel like this fight is going the way of Toda. Definitely is the one who is keeping it alive, but I feel like they have ran out of steam, and definitely now finds himself in a bad spot. Has to separate himself from the support and try to use that mobility to get out of the fight. Good Valor to gain some distance, but the rest of his team have already gone down.
Yeah, a bit too fat there from Skylo. This TODAK team comp, if Skylo does not have 7 kills, if he doesn't have a death cap before the fight, I think that RTP take that team fight. The problem is Skylo does so much damage when he shouldn't be. He's gonna get this turret as well.
3 proto belts on the side of TODAK. RTP looking super promising.
Yeah, I like what we see here from Wild Rabbit. I like that he outed forward, but I feel like he could have maybe outed them into the Galileo heroic entrance. That would have been great. That would have been a difference maker. A bit of a misclick there, but that's fine. Nice flank angle from Deathly, but still not enough. And at the end of the day, because Skylo is this huge, he just one-shots you.
Yeah, he gets on top of the Caitlyn, and Mr. LB just evaporates.
Yeah.
One of the downside of playing a Caitlyn, just 0 ways to escape. I mean, you can argue that she has the net, but Skylo is just yeah, he wants to get the charge out. Okay, they get it, they get the turret. Yeah, needs to get away though. There is the ultimate from this Gavin, and he's gonna burn to the Ignite. Guard now shows up, but
why is Guard here?
I don't think you can do much. No,
look at bot lane. Look at bot lane right now. They're just diving 3v2.
Oh, Guilty caught out. They do lose Newgate. Wild Rabbit tanking aggro from the turret, but still makes it out alive. CLB putting in some auto attacks, but doesn't have mana for any skill, so no ultimates to finish on Wild Rabbit.
Yeah, the problem there is the chain CC made it so that Newgate couldn't get his W off. If he did, he would have probably survived, but he doesn't manage to do so. Shanks though, will he be able to get out? Definitely has out. He can kill them both.
Oh, actually,
he kills them both.
Clips Shank on the edge. Skylo is coming in though, so definitely he's full committing to it. Has the stasis, gets knocked back with a Justice Punch.
Heal.
Some regeneration, good heal from LB. The juggle from Reach the Peak is perfect.
Wow.
They will survive that one.
The genre to give aggro over to God, like you said, the juggle is perfect. And now this game, I would say it's getting worrisome for TODAK. They still have a gold lead, but unlike last game, they do not outscale. They run out of damage. Skylo is huge now. He's even going to buy a Lich Bane, but I don't think that's going to tremendously help their damage output capabilities. You've got 3 tanks topside. You've got a Cocky who barely does any damage. It's concerning.
Galio, the one-punch Colossus with that Lich Bane. He actually got it already.
Yeah. He's massive. But the Maw of Malmortius from Deathly is nice. It's gonna save him against that.
Lord Almighty, save us. I just realized that CLB doesn't even have boots. He is going straight for those core items.
He just wants to click on hits and do some damage. No boots needed.
Yeah. If they can't get close to you, you don't need to run away, right?
Exactly.
One of
Look at the angle though. I love the setup from TODAK.
yeah, just teasing that a bit.
Yeah.
Does have the edge of nice. So guard, yeah, he's gonna reveal this gank. Yeah, caught.
well
Wow, CLB caught. They just grab him and
Did you
slam him
need 2
down.
outs? Did you really need 2 outs there? I think he was dead regardless.
A show of force while Rabbit, Valkyrie's forward. They are dealing with guard who has the ultimate. Expensive to get away. I suppose it's needed though. But TODAK now with the man advantage. Baron actually is going to spawn right now. Shelby 20 seconds out. And TODAK, they will just go for the tier 2. But Skylo, a great taunt over the wall. And still not able to get some finishing touch, but at least they find the biggest target and it will be definitely down.
The crazy thing is, look how good these fights look for TODAK. They're getting good setups, they're getting good angles, but the problem is, they are not finalizing on the kills. They are not getting as many kills as I think they should be getting. They're getting the consolation prizes. Great engage from Skylo. I feel like they could have killed all 3 members there. Just not enough damage, lacking the finishing touches.
And also, TODAK feeling a bit more confident, seeing that guard has already expended his ulti, right? If he had that ultimate, I think that outcome would have been so much more different. But yeah, guard continuing his route into that full tank build. CLB getting his 3rd item. That's the static shift completed. And we are seeing a bit of a damage drop off, like you said. And even though TODAK are still getting kills, I think it's mostly thanks to Skylo more than Wild Rabbit.
Well, they're so reliant on their tanks to get damage. Their Crown is buying lethality. Shanks is buying death cap. It's good that they are identifying what's our problem. We are struggling with damage right now. Let's buy some damage. It's good. But the problem is that enough?
I just find the interaction just now pretty funny. Right? Newgate just runs up to Yaya and forces the kick. We do get the Ocean Drake up. TODAK well in position, and now without this Dragon's Rage from the Lee Sin, TODAK feels so much more confident to start this objective.
Yeah, there's gonna be the 3rd dragon here for TODAK if they pick this one up. If Yaya doesn't manage to steal it. Dragon number 3.
Definitely so far away. And Crown, he's zoning out guard. Yeah, you're thinking about it. The spell shield pop. Good silence from Crown. Now no more resonating strike. Guard, does he still want to go for it? I don't think. He's kind of a madman.
He has out away.
He outs inwards.
Oh no.
He's not following your heat. We're definitely the grab from the set. Good 3-man facebreaker. And now Skylo just goes to the back line. Complete disaster from RTP. I'm surprised that no one's gone down yet. Guilty almost burns. That thanks to the ebb and flow, he stays alive, and now Newgate tries to chase down the members of RTP. CLB, the healthiest members, a flash facebreaker into a hero. Centrist Newgate survives with the haymaker, and TODAK with such a clean engage picks up 3 kills.
Is that game? I don't think that's game, but that's probably at least an inhibitor here. Great stuff there from TODAK. It was way too forced from God. I don't know what he was thinking. He was trying to force an engage that was clearly never going to work. The positioning was the issue. When they won the 2nd Dragon team fight, or at least when the 2nd Dragon team fight was close, that was because Deathly came from a flank. If you're trying to run a TODAK team comp 5-on-5 head on, you're gonna have a tough time.
And Skylo just got the, I believe he's got the Infinity Orb. Extra
yeah, I'm not good with names, but probably, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the Infinity Orb, if my memory serves. Oh, extra crit magic damage. That's gonna be great. TP coming in.
Oh man, God. Might be forced out again.
Oh boy, he's taunted. I can't even use the ult at this point. I mean, this Galio is godlike.
Just so many positioning errors from the start of Reach the Peak, and they are getting punished for it rightfully.
Crown just running CLB down. Running, well, at least getting him away. This Baron is dropping low. They have no vision on the side of RTP. Completely zoned. Actually dies to Crown. And this is over for Deathly. He cannot do anything. The tidal wave, not sure where that one is heading, but definitely not into the Baron pit. So TODAK gets a free Baron, and Skylo, he just one-shot CLB.
Yeah, on the edge of the screen.
Oh my goodness, what is that punch?
Oh my goodness, what is this Galio damage? He's not a tank. You know what? Just pretend I didn't say anything about damage issues. Because Skylo, he one-shot the Caitlyn with an E-Flash buffer setup. You can do that in Wild Rift. He buffered the E. And that's gonna be game. That's gonna be TODAK 2-0, like Raven said.
Just that one punch on the guilty was... Well, it's not done yet. But it might as well be, right? It might as well be over.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was going to be an end right there, actually. But TODAK, who can blame them? This is their first win. A 2-0 at that. It's going to do wonders for their confidence. And I think it's great that they're having a good showing here. I want to see more from TODAK. I think this roster has potential.
Yeah, they had to savor the moment, right? They're getting some PTSD from the Sem9 game. Like, last time we tried to go for the Nexus, we lost. So this time we will make sure that we win. We'll make sure that things are done cleanly. I don't think Deathly can stand up to Skylo even with the Maw at this point. Like, Skylo would just beat him to death, I think.
Yeah, I mean, even with the Maw, you're just so many items down that you're for sure gonna have a hard time.
TODAK looking for the second inhibitor turret. They want to make it as clean and as decisive as possible. Newgate teasing some engage, but of course, TODAK not overextending. Although Guard has the gargoyles, but even then he's losing so much health. This Archon Prison will not do too much. Crown just jumps in with the ultimate. Skylo will follow up with the hero's entrance. And that is probably going to be game. LB, where did he go? He disappeared under the Winds of War. They just blow him up his feet. TODAK goes straight for the jugular, but they want to pad their KD a bit more. The Nexus blows, and TODAK finds their first series win to the 10. It's going to be the overall match tally, but hey, first best of 3 victory.
A pretty convincing one as well, I would say, from TODAK. I'm very impressed with the performance that they put on here today. It wasn't the cleanest game. Well, game 1 was pretty clean. But Reach the Peak, man, these guys, they've got some fixing to do. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with that team. But frankly, they yet again just seem lost. But congrats to TODAK though. Their first win, and in convincing fashion. We'll definitely have to look out for them in the second round robin.
Yeah, maybe TODAK now will use that newfound confidence and perhaps having Wild Rabbit being in the starting lineup to kind of boost that gameplay, right? If they got praise from Raven himself, I think TODAK are in a very good spot, and of course that's going to be validation that for Raven as well. 2-0 from TODAK, exactly as it predicted. They played TODAK 2 times, one in an open qualifiers and once in the group stage. I think TODAK right now are in a pretty good spot, but let's see if they can continue that. We've always wanted to see consistency from TODAK, and this one probably will be it.
Hopefully that's the start of the upswing here for TODAK as well. I want to see who the MVP was. In your books, Husky, who was it?
I think I gotta say Skylo, right? Game 1 is Crown, I think game 2 would be Skylo. I don't want to take it away from the rest of the team, but I feel like these individual solo laners really stepped up their game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Skylo had the best game 1 performance, but I think he did so well in game 2 that it's completely justified. He really was a game winner for his team in game 2.
Yeah, we talked about the lack of damage, and Skylo just showed that, sure, Corki isn't the best damage dealer, but you know who else is? A Galio with 5 items. That's the answer.
Honestly, with the Lich Bane as well, I've never seen a Galio build that item in all my years of playing League and Wild Rift, but somehow he made it work. Really, the One Punch Man Galio.
Yeah, the One Punch Galio. So I would say step aside set. Like, who else uses One Punch? No one, right? I think Galio is the one that uses the fist the most. Yeah, it's Galio. Bigger fist,
I mean,
made out of rock.
Yeah, is he made out of rock? I think he's made out of a more fancy material than that. Like some anti-magic material. Something in the lore. I don't know. I don't read it.
Something, right? He's the Colossus. I think he's like the guardian for like the Demacia Fortress or something. It does make me miss the old Galio.
Right now,
29 to 12.
Oh my goodness. How insane is that? 12-1-12.
12-1-12. What's the last item, you reckon? Morelos? Like, he has a blasting one.
Maybe a Morelos. I don't know. I feel like it doesn't really matter. He's just buying it for stats.
You can just buy like double Rabadons and we'll be fine, right? Like, oh, you know what? Banshee's View, man. That
just
could
get
be
the
a
AP.
good item.
It's fine. I found out what Galio is made out of. He's made out of a material called Patricite, which is apparently an anti-magic substance or something like that. It's what they used to make Gargoyle Stoneplate. So Galio is made out of the same material as Gargoyle Stoneplate. Fun fact.
Yeah. I thought, okay, so yeah, Patricite is spelled different, right? The first thing that came to mind was like the guy that like takes out his own father is called Patricite. Maybe I just got the spelling wrong.
Right.
Right.
But it's spelled different. It's spelled with an E. That's the difference.
Yeah. Okay. So 36,000 damage for Skylo. Yeah, he takes the cake, right? He has to be he's the match MVP. But I wonder who the overall MVP is. I feel like Newgate also did a phenomenal job in the jungle. He showed us the Kha'Zix.
Sure.
He showed us the set. Both were great. At this point, I might as well label everyone as an MVP.
Good engages for sure from the side of Newgate as well. And that's the burden, right? The pressure is on him to be the engager, and he made it work. I feel like Crown had a decent game. Both times, he was a brick wall. He was a tank. He did his job. But that's never going to get you an MVP. Frankly, you got to be flashy enough, and I think that means it was Skylo.
And you know what I just thought of? We finally get to talk to the players from TODAK. You know, we get to
Yeah.
ask them a lot of burning questions that we wanted to ask.
Yes.
I wonder who we will get. We'll just have to wait for that info to come in. But right now, I've already thought of a few questions. I know it might be hard on the member of TODAK, but I want to give them room to celebrate, right? No, it's their first
For sure.
victory. They deserve
For
they
sure.
deserve some room to relish that moment.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, right? Like, I mean, like they had some really bad games, but I think they had some really good games as well, and they really showed signs of life. The match against TODAK in particular, I think they showed a clear upswing. So I would love to hear what they have to say. We're waiting for the interview to be ready, and I want to see who the player that we're getting the interview is as well.
Yeah, and I think if there's one thing that TODAK show in a positive light, even in those losses, is that they do know how to bounce back, right? They do know how to adjust. They're not afraid to experiment, but I think the mental fortitude is something that I think we can learn from. Contrary to what Reach the Peak has shown us, they also do a switch up, but it's more in terms of player and role. So not really the best formula. But do you think that this iteration is... I know you said the guard being support is the best version, right? But what do you feel about this one? Because I feel like we will see a different version next week.
Man, I'll be real with you, Husky. I don't think there's any difference whoever they put in. I feel like the members of Reach the Peak, they're just so disjointed, and no matter who you put in, it's gonna have the same end result. Let's take a look at the highlights from our last match of the day.
Yeah, this was what got me speechless, and it's only like 2 minutes into the game. Like I feel like
3 men on.
Yeah, and that was one, and I think that the more questionable one was like, what was Shelby thinking at that moment? Right? I feel like he's trying to like do too much. Definitely had a decent game. Like I feel like he was trying to really carry the team. His Riven plays were pretty decent when the team needed it the most. Shanks blocking a bullet like a true support.
Chain CC.
But yeah, this one was brutal.
This team fight as well, this looked good for a second because Deathly came in on the flank. He found the flank angle with the Malphite. They killed Shanks right from the get-go. Zhonya's buying a little bit of time, that's great. But it was just a good team fight setup. It's just that Skylar was way too fat.
Yeah, and I think actually Skylar just killed everyone, right? We even saw this one Skylar just
one shot.
Like I have no idea like what to make of that. And this one was also an engage that I absolutely like. Just the buff. The buffered flash facebreaker into a hero's entrance. TODAK playing pretty immaculate team fights.
Yeah, this last series of events wasn't very clean, but it didn't need to be because TODAK, they already did the heavy lifting to get here. They just needed to cross their T's, dot their I's, and they did just that.
And just like that, once more TODAK finds themselves the first series win. So finally, getting some clean games onto their record. Though still pretty more in the red if you look at their match history, but at least there's something for us. And with that being said, we do have the interview ready, and we will talk to none other than Wild Rabbit from TODAK, the Dragon Laner. So let's welcome him onto the broadcast. Hello, Wild Rabbit.
Everyone. Hello, hi. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good to see you again. Fine, I've been wanting to speak to you for so long, and now we are speaking under the best circumstances. You guys finally got your first series win. Walk us through how the emotions in the team is right now.
To be honest, we kind of felt relief. We finally managed to get our first win of the day. Of the season. Though it might not seem that much, but regardless, we are still happy with the win we have today against RTP.
And I know, I want to give you room to celebrate, but which is why I want to get this question out of the way as soon as possible. So what do you think changed within the team, right? Because you guys came in as a team that with a lot to prove, but all your previous series has been pretty one-sided. You guys did come close a couple of times, once against Sem9, once against PathSeeker, but you guys never really closed out the job. So what changed after all of the series that brought you guys to today's victory?
We try to improve more on our communication because previously the game against Sem9 and LFO, which seems like we have the control in early and mid game, but towards the late game the miscommunication happens, especially making that decision making as a team. So we try to pinpoint on that mistake and try to focus more on one call at a time. So that's what brought us today.
Right, I'm gonna pass the baton to Omo because I know he also has some burning questions, right? So
Sure.
First of all, congrats. And I have two main questions I want to ask, right?
All
so
right,
with the win today, you guys are still in contention for playoffs. It's still possible. How have you guys thought about that at all? Like, you guys could still make it into playoffs in the double round robin. Like, what is the emotion in the TODAK team?
Yeah, obviously the main goal here is to qualify for playoffs. Since I would say the team is relatively quite new, so everyone is trying to still understand each other, like how we want to play together as a team. Because like let's be honest, everyone has their different way of approaching the game, right? So
yeah,
but we all want to try to get into the playoffs. And I believe we have to double up the work going into next week. I mean,
nice. All the best with that. Yeah, all the best with that. And my final question is, we've seen some roster swaps from the TODAK team, especially in the bot lane, right? We see Dragon Lane swapping, we see support swapping. Is this the final iteration? Are there still going to be experiments? Do you guys know what's going on there?
To be honest, we are still experimenting. I don't have I don't have much say in the team. We have a manager and stuff, so the manager will decide who will play depending on Scream's performance and as well as the current performance.
Nice. All the best with that. And I have a question for you. Who do you think is going to be the MVP from your team?
MVP for the team. That would be a bit hard to say because everyone did a lot of flashy plays on their own. I believe they all won the MVP. But I think Crown will get the MVP.
Okay.
All right. We'll put it out on the screen right now. Let's see who is the MVP. It is Crown. Lovely.
Lovely.
I had an
Good
incredible
predictions
game.
today.
Good predictions. We are on a roll with all of these MVP predictions.
Wow, look at Crown's damage per minute and damage taken per minute. That's really impressive stuff.
Yeah, you say he's a brick wall. He's not. And this is the definition of a brick wall, right? You hit the brick wall, you also get hurt. Crown did it perfect. You know, this is perfect from this Baron lane. One of the better games that we've seen overall, not just individually. And I want to ask you something, right? Because this is not your first kind of like big stage appearance. You have played in previous iterations of competitive Wild Rift. You were with Sem9 before the merging with Bridget Dragons last season. Is this environment, this new environment, a big challenge to you? Like, what do you have to kind of do to adapt to this new atmosphere?
Yeah, to be honest, the working environment here is a bit different from what I used to work, the people who I used to work with. Yes, it's to me sort of like a big challenge because I have to work with, we say, my juniors, the rookies. We have Skylo, Kuya, Newgate, and Kaido as a rookie, and luckily, I have a Crown and Shanks who were previously from underranked, so they were experienced as well. So Crown and Shanks is the middle ground for me to like try to deliver my message. Sometimes like they don't understand why I think this way, but Crown and Shanks help me to easier the process coming to adapting in TODAK.
So
Nice.
there's like this communication train that you guys get to share like your expertise, right? Considering that you are also one of the more experienced players. And of course, there's still a long road ahead. And I want to ask you, like, what can we expect from TODAK, right? Any last words to the fans out there regarding like what they can expect? You can say anything you want. The stage is yours because you guys got your first win. So yeah, take the spotlight.
All right. I would like to thank all the fans who've been supporting TODAK regardless we win or lose. But I would like to justify to everyone out there, we are trying our best to deliver the results. Although sometimes it may seem like we not been training well, but I can tell you guys, these people are working hard. My teammates are working hard to improve themselves. So hopefully we can bounce back stronger next weeks, and hopefully we'll make it to playoffs.
Lovely.
Nice,
and
congrats.
we hope that you guys can make it to playoffs too. But again, thank you very much for being here with us, Wild Rabbit.
Thank you so much,
It's
guys.
been a while since I last talked to you, but congratulations.
Yeah,
Go
thank
enjoy
you.
that victory. Go take the week off, and
Alright.
we'll see you guys in your next series.
Alright, thank you. Have a good day, guys.
You too.
Yep. promises were made, but yeah, you can see that they are doing hard work behind the scene. And sure, again, even though we were critical of them, but we can't take away the effort that they put in, right? I think for a team like TODAK, it is not about the sprint; it's about the marathon. They are just getting started.
Yeah, for sure, and I think they are definitely proving it as well. The hard work, we can see it week by week. They had some bad games, they had some good games, but what matters, what's important is that there's a clear trend of improvement. And I think we are seeing that pay off here today. A very good win over Reach the Peak. I struggled a while there. It wasn't clean for sure, but it was definitely convincing.
Yeah, and that leaves only one team who have yet to get a win, not even just a series win, but a match win that's reached the peak, and that means we haven't been able to talk to anyone from there. So I know like some of you guys know Guard, but we will hope that they come back stronger, right? This is the current standing. Sem9 and LFO both tied for first place, Sem9 dropping the series to Upcar and LFO losing to Sem9. Phantom6 and Upcar Esports tied for third place, each with 4 wins and 2 series losses. Team Watermelon in 5th place with 3 win and 3 series losses. PathSeeker in 6th place, 2 and 4. TODAK getting their first dub over Reach the Peak, and Reach the Peak, instead of reaching the peak right now, they fell to the bottom.
They've reached one of the peaks.
Depending on how you look at it, right?
Yeah, I mean, Watermelon actually had a tough last week. They dropped from 3rd, or I think tied for 3rd, down to 5th. Phantom6 and Upcar, though. I had a lot of hopes for Phantom6, less so for Upcar, but definitely huge upswing for these two teams. Let's see if they can keep it up in the second round robin.
Yeah, just like you said, the fight for playoffs still continues. Keep your eyes on PathSeeker and TODAK for now, but also keep your eyes on the schedule for Playday number 7. That will be from next Friday. TODAK against P6 to start off week number 3. Then we have Sem9 taking on PathSeeker. Reach the Peak faces off against LFO, and Watermelon will face off against Upcar Esports.
And I believe this will be the last day of the first round robin as well. So before the teams start playing each other for the second time, this will be the last time they're playing against a new opponent. Let's see how it goes. And honestly, RTP, I gotta say, it's not looking great for them. I'm excited personally to see the TODAK Phantom6 matchup. Both of these teams on an upswing now. Both of these teams Malaysian teams. Let's see which one of them comes out on top. Honestly, Phantom6, they look good. My money's on them, but I think it should be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. I also am looking forward to see how much TODAK can improve in this few days of practice, right? Phantom6, they also had their own Cinderella stories for 3 of their members last season. TODAK, the members might not have that much of a great run, but they were able to bring the experience into the mix this year. So that clash would give us a better understanding of where TODAK stands more than where P6 stands, because I think they are in a good place right now.
For sure, we'll have to take a look at how that all plays out, but I do believe that's about it for the day today. We'll have to see how things shape up in the last day of the first round robin when we come back next week. Overall, I'm pretty happy with how things shaped up. No team undefeated, only one team without a win. I think we're seeing a very even bracket right now.
Yeah, and this kind of blows everything wide open, right? We had the narrative of Sem9 looking for a perfect group stage. That has been thrown out the window. We had the narrative of reach the peak. Actually, I feel like a lot of us had reached the peak, not in last place in our personal ranking, right? And right now that's
pretty high.
I actually had that pretty high as well.
Yeah.
Looks can be deceiving, and maybe that's what is driving TODAK, because they have been receiving so much support despite losing the games, and I think they will be able to make it there. But for the rest of the teams, they are kind of wrestling for that middle spot. At the end of the day, it's all about top 6. It's all about making it to playoffs.
Making it to playoffs, and that's gonna be tough, right? That's not gonna be easy at all. I feel like the middle of the pack is extremely tight right now. Yeah, we have clear front runners in the form of LFO and Sem9, but none of them is undefeated. That's the big thing right now. 5-1, and then right behind them, hot on their tails, 4-2, Phantom6 as well as Upcar. Extremely intense middle of the pack, and that's what we should be looking out for as we progress.
Yeah. And with that being said, we do, want to remind you guys that this conversation about Wild Rift in WCS is not just only between us, it's also between us and you guys, right? If you guys have some comments, you guys have some posts, whether memes, or videos, I know you guys make incredible memes, especially when Sem9 beats their enemies on those public groups. Do post it using the hashtag WCS MYSG, and we promise you might have a chance to be featured on the live broadcast, and just get your not just the 5 seconds of fame, but also share the humor with everyone else who is a fan of Wild Rift out there.
share the love with everyone, and we'll see the old spicy memes coming in next week. I haven't actually seen any memes just yet. I think I've seen a couple in a Facebook group here and there. And with that said, yeah, go and follow Wild Rift Esports MYSG. I think they're on Facebook. I think they're on Twitter as well. Twitch, YouTube, a bunch of channels. So make sure you guys go and check that out. Husky and me as well, of course. Like, go find us on Twitter or something.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I'm gonna share you the public groups. I know you got into one, but I'll share you more of it because there was this one meme I saw just now, right after Upcar beat Sem9. It was basically the meme of like the guy getting ran over by a car, and of course the car was the old Upcar Esports logo. Then with the car going uphill and the guy falling out. It's pretty funny. Like, these guys are creative geniuses. So I feel like if, down the road we need some meme content creator, we have a lot of candidates out there.
Oh yeah, for sure. We'll see how that all plays out. But I do believe that's gonna be the end of the second week of the WCS MYSG, whatever you want to call it. Thank you guys for sticking with us. I mean, we've had some really exciting matches.
Yeah, and with that being said, we are gonna close out the show right now. Week 2 has officially come to a close. We have seen all the narratives play out, but next week onwards is going to be the real deal, the reset of the round robins. We will go past the halfway point and find out who will eventually make it to the top. But Muskie, here's Omo, and on behalf of everyone behind the scenes, we wish you guys a great weekend, a good Sunday. Goodbye. See you for week 3.
Here we go now. Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. The second left with the comeback. B. Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.